I wasn't outside. They got another. It's called Beautiful People. Beautiful, beautiful people. She's like, all you need is love. Beautiful people. Hard Drive, Strictly Rhythm, Deep Down Inside. Beautiful People remix, so say what, Kyle? Act like you've been to Jersey before. Act like you've been out there. It's your boy, Dason, on another lovely day. What's today? Tuesday or something? I know it's the 30th of the month. 30 days, half September, April, June, and November type stuff, so it's a short month. It's the last day. And yeah, man, it's early enough in the morning to catch a cool breeze while the sun is beating down the block like it's 90 still. I don't know what that's about. I don't think the sun ever gives up on. I don't think the sun in the desert gives up on summer at all. I think it just does summer rays. It just moves faster. But yeah, very interesting morning. I think last night I went to bed and it was like a little heavy wave of energy on me. And I had to like navigate through that and chop it up and get through it. And then this morning, I woke up and I felt it in my chest a little bit. I was like, I ain't got time for this. Started praying, fell asleep real quick. And then I woke up like maybe 30 minutes later and it was gone completely. I was like, see, that's the BS I be talking about. And then it kind of tried to hit me again when I went to smoke outside. So I was like, let me take a shower and pray for real. And then it kind of cleared and settled now. As long as I don't go down that road mentally and bring that physiology back. And I think I wanted to start the stream about that. Shout out to brother Elijah. Shout out to brother Tino MV. YVN. I read that backwards like I'm Hebrew or something. What's going on? And a lesson that I learned that I wanted to share with people who may not catch it in the middle of an 11-hour video when I talk about it is that we're creatures of habit, and the reason why is largely because of subconscious mind, right? Making tasks simpler for you to complete efficiently, including your moods, your emotions, and thoughts and feelings. So it serves us if we could program it and get it in the right alignment, positive polarity. But then it becomes our number one enemy, or hence, my biggest enemy is myself. They're really talking about the body or the creature. So what I want to share with brothers and sisters is that all of those lies and thoughts and feelings and all that shit that we're putting it, I don't put it in the box, all in the same box. It could be something different for everyone. But if it's not the way you want to feel, and it's over there in that anxiety, fear, uncertainty, all that other shit, scarcity, like if it's in that box, and you have the ability to like stand up, get in the sun, lift your chin up, thank God for another day anyway. Like if you have the capability just to do that simple gesture right there, then those thoughts and feelings ain't real. What does that mean though? Well, they still linger. I know. I've been learning how to reverse engineer this intentionally for the past 3 or 4 years. I missed it when I first got into metaphysics for some reason. I knew, like how you can hear something, you know the fact and you can repeat it. But it wasn't quite all the way internalized in me until I kept hearing people pushing the Neville Goddard flavor of it. Where it's like, the feeling is the thing, the feeling is the thing, the feeling is the thing. So when you take away your need to reach for something else in the future or to need more than what you have in the present moment, and you take that level of feeling of something away, instead you hit him with the Eckhart Tolle, and he's more about presence, which makes a lot of sense. He usually talks too slow for me and don't get to the point of what I'm looking for, I guess, at the time, but listening to what he's talking about is way more important than manifesting, I think, at first, like if you're new, because he's teaching you how to ground yourself in yourself, and then by making yourself in a feeling of vibration that's pleasant to be around yourself. Way before you get the house, way before you get the car, the dog, the girl, the boy, or if you already got some of those things, the other things on top of it, way before any of that, you got to make sure that you're comfortable in your own skin, but more importantly, you want to make sure you're comfortable in your own mind and nervous system. And that's a job only you can do. and it's probably the hardest job there is, but it's going to probably be the one job that pays you back the most when you consider longevity. So what I tend to do, I borrow it from dynamic thought. Mind you, it'll work if you work it, but the fact that you're attempting to work it is what reprograms you. By the way, I want to throw that out there. Any attempt you make to make a positive change in your mind, your habits, or your nervous system, it'll make more sense in a second. You're always going to have pushback because the old pattern or signal is deep in the trenches. So when you hit it with the layer or the surface level, no, I ain't feeling that. I'm positive. That'll work, but you know the reality. You know, if you sit still too long or you get nudged the wrong way by some information or idea, you can accidentally find yourself back into that mood again. And then that mood solidifies, and because we're human-ish, the chemicals, the cortisol, dopamine, if it's another way, whatever it is that does its thing, what'll end up happening is your body will start ringing that bell without you. Yeah, that's crazy. So like, you could be on point rewiring your mind. I go to dynamic thought, but like, I'm a perfect mental creature. There is no evil, only infinite good. And, you know, universal law. Mind is all, universe is mental. So man is in the perfect mental world of God, in the sense that we're created out of his image or thought. So it'll be impossible to have fear, for thou is fearless. Or you just affirm the opposite of fear, brave. Thou art confident, thou art brave. Nothing can stand in your way. No such thing as, sadness and sorrow. Because there's plenty of joy and excitement and happiness in my life, especially connected to the source. And things like that. Dynamic thought will help you write these law of polarities. They call them affirmations and denials. But the trick of it is, that's probably what I missed when I was a kid. The trick isn't, after you do the math homework, or trying to figure out the polarity of how you're feeling, and then finding the opposite to affirm and deny it, just as a practice pattern, you write it down until you conquer it. But it's the feeling that is the reason. Like, you're not just saying shit like how a lot of people do. You're not just saying a blanket prayer over the food, or people just say the right things. No. You got to be able to say it and own it to a level to where you can imagine it, despite how you feel. That's the battle. You normally call this energy to you when you don't feel those things. And because of that, the energy, the electricity, the pulse, and the chemicals already got you. So now what you're trying to do is repeat these things and lean into it. And as you're doing that, imagine it. Like, imagine if I was happy. Even if you could close your eyes and do a third-party scene of looking at you, how you're dressed, how you look now, and you're just happy. And whatever happy means to you, whatever you would do if you're happy. You ain't doing it when you're thinking about this. So imagine you doing that thing that makes you happy. And then capture that moment. And then persist with it. If the negative thought or the down vibration hits you with another wave of whatever chemical that is, go right back to it. Like, all right, nah, I ain't doing this shit today. Nah, I'm out here. I'm driving by Lake Tower. What the niggas talking about? In that moment. That's all that's needed. I want to use a different language model. You're trying to trick yourself from dwelling on negativity. It's all it is. It's a trick. It's not. Once you master this trick, you'll understand. It's weird that you have to trick yourself, right? That shit fuck with me. Like, I told my brain no, and your brain was like, "Are you sure?" Your nervous system and your pulse is like, "Are you sure?" It's on schedule. Every day when you wake up, I bring you this feeling. And you just spiral in these thoughts and these energies, and you create these other chemicals as a result. You're telling these stories, you're doubting yourself, but then you overcome it. That's like a 15-minute, 30-minute battle. For some people, it's 3 days. Some people, it's 3 months. You feel me? So depending on how deep in the trenches you are in those feelings, you really got to battle it. It's a no matter what type of thing too, by the way. It's not optional. Once you know, that is. Like, once you know, once you try it and it works for you, it's on forever, man. It's conquering the feeling and replacing it with a better one. Every fucking time that happens to you. I mean, every fucking time, boy. And that's the hardest part, the stick-to-itness, people's persistence, people giving up, people opening their mouths to other people about whatever it is. And then the other person may say something, and then boom, it happens all over again, right? That's when you stop sharing your progress or your battle or your struggle with people who don't know no better, or forgive them for they know not what they do. They're trying to help you, by getting you to see the reality of the situation, while you're looking at a guy that's fucking summoning spaceships. So you imagine how crazy life is for real. So you gotta keep it to yourself. And what'll happen is you'll notice the lesser thoughts in other areas or memories of your life, and you'll be able to shut some of those down if you rewire it. That's why the affirmation and denial was so important. You have to allow yourself to see yourself from a different perspective, maybe for the first time for a lot of people. A lot of people are fixed in their habits, in their learning patterns, and they're only course corrected when tragedy or something extreme happens, which is very impressionable to the subconscious, trauma. But on a day-to-day, you go to work, take care of your business, creating whatever you want to do, building in your family or relationships, probably, you know what I'm saying, not too much trauma to build new habits on a daily, right? So that's why repetition comes in. Good morning. So repetition becomes your friend. And the repetition has to be the highest good you can conceive at your current moment. Because whatever that is, whatever quality of thought that is, whatever fantasy that is, whatever, let's talk plain, whatever delusion we feed ourselves, that has to be strong enough energy-wise to replace the pattern of the negative ones. Because the negative ones are a delusion too, by the way. We fight in delusion with delusion. You have to. You have to be so delusional that despite your physical circumstances and all the days that led to this moment, that you dare claim that today will be different. That you dare claim that tomorrow will be way better than yesterday. It's audacious. This is something that they get right in the, dare I say, religious realm of people who take that seriously. What they're getting at is that they love God so much, and the ideas and the affirmations and the scriptures and everything that places that burden to the highest power there is conceptually. Thus, as they live through that, they'll notice, like, dang, I was worrying about all this human things and what could go wrong and what's left, but I gave it to God and I let it go and I trusted in that source and a higher power, that which created me and got me in the game, like EA Sports, came through for me. And you would think, like someone like me, even at 40 years old almost, and I've experienced this wave up and down of impossible shit. Impossible, like, ain't no way I could talk to you about UFOs and shit. And then like the next day I'm like, hey, it's another UFO. And I got the real one too. I got the one that do the zigzag and the speed boost. That right hand turn that UFO did in my short will kill everybody in that lane, by the way. That Mach speed, that right turn, nah, that'll kill everybody driving, boy. That is not one of those. That is some anti-gravity madness. So even with that, even with knowing that there's a vertical of our civilization, at least. And then there's all of this other money and wealth that we can capture once we tune out of the bullshit they wanted us to tune into. Even knowing that, even experiencing, even that, you'll still have those moments in your nervous system and negativity where it's like, I ain't feeling this shit. Oh, this person got me fucked up. Oh man, I can't believe it. And you start telling the old story again. I know. And the crazy thing is, the older I get and the stronger I get, the less story I have. But the story that I keep telling or that I'm living through is so potent. It's not so potent. It's not more potent than I am. But it's potent enough to trip me out my spot emotionally sometimes. For a short time though, thank God. Like, I didn't notice it until I was really on this shit again. But a lot of our resting state is the side effect of being tired of the negative thought, or not negative, it's not always a negative thought like you want to hurt yourself or like evil. I mean like negative like you're not happy. Like negative like you're not positive. Negative like that's not how you want to live your life type of shit. So no matter how far along you get with the shit, life will happen. My ass had to come out here. So I had to fucking figure out all over again, like, damn, what's the meaning of my life? Like, where am I going from here? I don't know nobody out here for real. I don't know where the fuck I'm going next. And then as soon as you start wondering, that thing slips back in, and you're like, hey, it's all over now. It's gonna go down from here. I'm like, the fuck are you talking about, man? It was just the other fucking year. I was asking the same fucking question. I got a journal entry to prove it. Like, and we start to see what the tools are. So instead of dwelling in that, like I probably would have dwelled in it 20 years ago, like trying to really wait for the breakthrough or for God to come through, and then you waste all that time in the meantime with a lower vibration, right? That's the quality of your day-to-day life while you're waiting for the breakthrough is a lower vibration too, right? It's cause and effect. So that's why I use the word delusion too. You have to like delude yourself to be positive, even if you're waiting to fall off the goddamn plank. You feel me? You be blindfolded, hands behind your back, and the pirate's trying to kick you off the ship, and you would just be whistling your favorite song. Because you know on some Assassin's Creed shit, as soon as they push you off, a little rescue boat gonna come and catch your dumb ass, and then you going back home anyway, rather than not being off the plank and stuck on the ship with these niggas. You understand? So like, as you get more experience with this, you'll end up struggling with this less. But the struggle don't go away. You can ask any master teacher, Eckhart Tolle's and Neville Goddard, all of them. They gonna have their days. I mean, Neville Goddard, you know, he consumed a lot of alcohol, man. That could come from anger and despair, from losing his mother and shit like that. All kind of other things that don't fit the bill of success and positivity in the world of sandcastles. It's the deep shit. That shit that's deep down inside deep, that if you give it enough air, it'll turn into a fire. You gotta keep that in mind. It's chemical too. So it's not about, you know, being smart. It's not about being the best of something. It's about managing your hormones and your chemical release through positive thought. And it's not optional. If you make it optional, it'll control you. And that's what I'm getting at. Damn, orientation not be slain, boy. Yeah. So it's quite perfectly normal that you might read one of these books or ideas, or you know, subscribe to things that talk about this, and then you still feel flunked out. Perfectly normal. The thing is persistence. Anyway, even in the worst of times, honestly, that's the hardest one right there, boy. Because you're the one that ranks that. Two people can be going through the same fucking thing, and then the other person's bullshit could be way higher, but they out here partying, drinking, having the time of their life. Kind of like that. You kind of have to be delusional enough to not worry in the meantime. You have to be delusional enough to even claim some of the things that you want, despite the evidence of your physical reality. And if you're nerdy enough like we are, you know that there is no such thing, on one level at least, scientifically, academically. You know, scientists are working on the unseen reality every day. There's a headline about it. So we know it's a thing. When they say quantum this, qubit that, we know that there's some other dimension that we can't see with our eyes, that if we can energetically impress that field, it'll have a physical matter response. So we know it's a thing somewhere. And I don't know if it's just the language, the time all of us were born into, and with the what the game was before we got here. I don't know what it was, but this way of life that we have in general, up until recently, I should say, because I feel it changing in the air. The airwaves are getting lighter, less conditioning and programming. The media kind of recessing. I'm calling it die off, but you know how Lazarus was. He came back after 4 days. But a lot of shit that's dying off that would probably lend to that, right? Fear, worry, danger, safety. Whether it's the violence in the headlines or whether it's like the scarcity things and the prices going up a little bit and then they kind of just rest there. It's like, what the fuck going on? Like, all these things lead you to feeling lack or something opposite of Libra of where you want to be, right? If you entertain it, like if that's your bag. That's why so many people tune out though. Like, they'll tune out of Trump and they'll tune out of politics because their life has so much other things going on than to entertain it and then imagine and then react and then share that information. I get it. For whatever reason, I'm compelled to pay attention enough, 15% of the time, to kind of make a map of where things are going. And I don't know why I do that. I've done that. I guess my grandfather used to watch CNN and it left a big ass dent in my head. And my dad always was big on telling me to read the newspaper every once in a while, and school made us do that. You know what I'm saying? You see how it is? Like, even school made you, back then, get a newspaper and like do a little report on some story. But while you're looking for that story, such and such got shot, crackhead this. You know what I'm saying? So like, even in the well-meaning intention of the previous generation to make us aware so that we're safe when we interact with strangers or new people, when you take it home and you live in that, then your home and by home I mean your mind, and then your own head becomes like that. I've talked to people like that who just freak the fuck out. You bring up something, and I just cannot figure out, like, why was that such an over emotional reaction to some shit that people just be talking about all casually and then laugh about the shit and joke about it, but you are taking this to heart. That word right there. It's like you gotta be able to interface with the reality without taking it to your heart. Your heart has neurons. So I get it. I get why people do that. But the same way that people just tune out of the mainstream things, that's the same way we got to learn how to tune out of negativity, period. And then when you become tough enough and strong enough and you master your mechanism, your trick to get out of it, because these are just suggestions to get you started. So you can understand the algebra of like, okay, if the feeling or thoughts are pulling me down this way and I keep thinking about it, let me stop. I can't stop. It keeps going. Yes. It'll stop less, and you'll tell it to stop, and then you'll get mad. That's another chemical. You don't want to do that. You want to breathe. You want to focus on your breath, because you only do one thing at a time. Thank God, right? Focus on your breath. And that persistent thing is lingering, it's dripping, and it's getting further away from you. And if you look back, Sarah, guess what? It'll be back times 10,000, right? You know what I'm talking about? So you got to learn how to break it. Close your eyes, cold water, breathe, shower, whatever. And then in that, as soon as you break it, start thinking about the delusional shit that you love. Start thinking about that delusional shit that's about to happen today. Start thinking about that delusional shit when you were a kid and how much fun it was to watch the Power Rangers and do backflips in the fucking playground. Whatever it is in that moment, you have to do that. You have to flood your mind and remember that you felt different before. You felt better before. It's a reminder more than it is anything else. Honestly, I think you got to remind yourself that no matter what you're going through and no matter where you are, that you know how to feel good, that you know how to feel happy, you know how to feel positive. Just recall a time, peak, or create a new time, add all the bullshit in it. Sims, peak, before Saudi Arabia buys your imagination. Like, peak, and then you'll notice. I don't know how long it takes. It don't take too long, man. This shit I'm talking about, my longest battle was 15 minutes. My longest battle was 15 minutes. Like, in that 15 fucking minutes. That's a long fucking time to be conscious, by the way, of something not going the fuck away. I had that time, that son of a bitch. Because you know how it is, it slow drips throughout the day. Like with your traffic patterns. Like, if you're used to like cursing out the alarm clock at 6:30, getting in the shower, brushing your teeth, and then getting in the road, and then you're thinking about your workload today, or if someone's going to be calling out, or if you got to pick up the slack, that's all 7:30, 8 o'clock. And then by the time you clock in at 9 o'clock, maybe you get a little bit happier because there's some coffee and donuts or some biscuits or some shit, right? However that plays out in your head. Now imagine you don't work there no more. Now you getting up at 6 o'clock because you want to run. What'll happen is between 7 and 9, if for years your mind has did that regulation of hormones, of frustration, cursing something out, and then worry a little bit because the paycheck is funny, and then coffee relief, your body is going to live through that energetically through the pulses of the brain calling for those chemicals that only you could produce through your thought and activity. But now you're just walking and running. And you're like, I'm running to clear my mind, but now I'm worrying about all this other shit, and it's usually in the same quality of the pattern of yesterday. Is the weirdest thing about it. Your brain will find a new topic for you to generate that energy around to produce that chemical, by the way. That's the trick. You be thinking something's happening, especially if you're particularly gifted like ESP or social anxious and all those other things where you really feel things outside of you, and you're so used to like walking into a room and peeping game, and you know that danger you felt was a person, but then when you're by yourself you feel that similar thing and your brain's like giving you scenarios. That's what I'm talking about. That shit fake. That shit fake. If you by yourself and all of a sudden you get that feeling and then you start worrying about thoughts about something that isn't happening and there's no danger, there's no threat around you, that shit fake. It's habit. It's pulse. And then if you know you can do that, then you know other things and technology and frequencies can do that to you too, if you're not guarded of your mind. Like they said, the Bible always tells you, fear not. But that's the biggest sin there is, and that's the hardest one not to do. And by sin, I mean wrong thought. Any thought through the dimension of fear is going the wrong way, by the way. Because there's no such thing a miracle, man, if fear is real, right? There's no such thing as a breakthrough if fear is real, right? There'd be no reason for anyone to need God if fear and its outcomes and its thoughts and your projections were absolute. If fear was just absolute and fear just happened, we wouldn't have as much corruption and narcissism as we have. Because that's what the narcissist, I guess, paradigm problem is. They don't overcome fear with positive thoughts. They overcome those type of negativity things by casting it and projecting it on others. And when others are in a lesser vibration, they get off on that high until there's no more others. You know how it is. They run out of friends, flying monkeys. They got to relocate, get a new job. You know, they ruin everything. And then they're by themselves. And then boom, 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 boom. It hits them all at once. And then they figure out a new way to get out of that, aka another person that feels sorry for them, and they play the role as a kid. You know how this shit go. You've seen this so many times. We ain't got to go into that. But instead of going through all that every time life throws you some fucking lemons, just think about lemonade, bad bitches, and the island, man. I don't know what else to talk about. Lemonade, bad bitches, and the island. That's it. Like, oh, you gonna give me lemons? All right, well, at the end of this story, bad bitches, lemonade, and the island. What does that feel like? What does she look like? I know what she look like. All right, shit. And just a moment of that switches your gears. And then you just go back to normal. You'll go back to the rest of the day as it calls to you, but in the tone and the frequency of positivity, at least. You got to get above neutral. Even when you wake up neutral, psych yourself out. Don't settle. Everyone talking about not settling for this, not settling for that, as if like people owe them something. Nah, you need to not settle with your own bullshit. That's what you don't settle. You don't settle for your own limitations. You don't settle for your own lack. You don't settle for your own neutrality. You got to work, even if it takes days now. This ain't no overnight shit. But every day you work towards that. Don't settle, right? Don't ground yourself in, this is it, you know? I guess this is happy. I guess this is the best it's going to, you know what I'm saying? And oh, no. Bad bitches, lemonade, and island. Stop fucking playing with me. Every fucking day until it happens. And I'm using that as a crude example of the intensity versus, well, you know, every day's the same and nothing really interesting or better is going to happen. I guess I got to learn some new things, and I haven't learned no new things in a long time, but one day I will. And whenever the job markets and the things and I get the raise or the better opportunity, then it will. No, it don't. That's a lie from the pits of hell. They don't get better because something external happens. Do it. Nah, that ain't how it works. Because if you're waiting for external things to happen to feel better, at least, so you're waiting for something outside of you to trigger something inside of you, you're just addicted to chemicals. You need to smoke some weed then. You know what I'm talking about? Like, change the chemicals up if that's what it is. But we know. I know this is so much easier to say to do because it's really difficult for me to do it too. Because my imagination is crazy. My fear-based imagination actually lived through fear-based things that most people don't go through. So I can imagine something worse than that. Oh, trust me. They just don't linger. It's like, oh, that's silly. Or if it's people, like people you trust. That one's a little bit weirder. Because as of now, I don't know how to move on in a positive polarity about people who have betrayed me. And I know the whole Jesus turned the other cheek thing, and I know there's different hot takes on that, even using the Bible too. You stay away from people like that. I know. The Bible prepares you not to deal with betrayal and narcissism a certain way. But if you have years and years and years and years of memories and thoughts and feelings and chemicals fired off around these people or situations or thing you used to do, you got a lot of work to do then, because you got to rewire any little leak or thought that leads you. Man, I can just look at something and remember somewhere else, and then remembering somewhere else, and remembering the first time this came out, and then all of a sudden there's a person in my head, and then that head will trick. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, yeah, it ain't easy. It ain't easy. No one said that though, right? No one ever told you it was easy. Henry Thomas Hamlin never said it was easy. Neville Goddard never said it was easy. Abdullah never said it was easy. Abdullah didn't say shit. Abdullah said, it's done. What are we talking about? That's why Abdullah didn't want to talk to Neville Goddard. He did not want to feed his concerns, his anxieties, and his worries to create new mountains or mounds to solve, rather than, what is your objective? I want to go to Barbados and see my family for Christmas. Okay, you are in Barbados. He's not, though. And he wasn't mentally either. That's what Abdullah was saying. Well, if you want to go to Barbados, you got to get mentally in Barbados. You got to get ready to go to Barbados, but more advanced. You have to be in Barbados already before you go. I know it don't make sense because the way they talk, their science don't make sense. That's what the fucking problem is. The reality they base on the premise of the science they have doesn't make sense. And we're battling that. We're literally breaking out of mind control, and the only thing that keeps you in that mind control is fear. That's the illest shit about it. This is the product of our society reusing that program. If you don't do what I tell you, I tell your mom. If you don't do what I tell you, I'll fire you. If you don't do what I tell you, you get locked up. If you don't do what I tell you, you know what I'm saying? Like, and even if no one's talking to you, you hear that. You feel the energy off of that, and then you get in line. 100 monkeys, duck, goose, all that shit. You can inherit some shit, especially with your parents. If your parents grew up in a more trickier time or had a trickier childhood narrative-wise, they might double down on their fears on you, as if, like, in their mind, it's to make you aware of the fear, and so that you can respect the fear, so that it doesn't happen to you. But then what's happening to you is, instead of any of that ever happening to you, you're dealing with a person that's always projecting fear, worry, and lack on you. And then checking you like, well, you gotta take this seriously. If you don't do it today or tomorrow, you know how things can get out of control and spin out. And, you know, your Uncle Tommy, he was blah, 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 blah. And then my dad, man, he used to drink because blah, 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 blah. Like, oh my God. I just wanted to go to lunch and talk about the new Power Rangers. The fuck? It's that more than anything, I promise you. Your imagination and your ideas and your thoughts come from that more than the reality itself. And you know what? Yeah, if you live in that and you dwell in that, it tends to happen, don't it? Same story. So why is it happening? Is it happening because you knew it was going to happen? Is it happening because it's destined and fated to happen? Or is it happening because you did not create something else? Option number 3. Maybe those things are happening because you haven't expected anything else to happen instead. All the above. Law of polarity and law of gender says, if dwelling in negative produces a negative life, then dwelling in positive produces a positive life. Those variables are up to you and your perception of your language model, of course. But you know the difference between hot and cold, right? You know how not to burn your hand in the goddamn sink, right? Then same thing with your thoughts. If the thoughts are burning you in the sink, get your fucking hands out the sink. The fuck? Turn the water off. Water, information, thoughts. Same story. Add some cooler water. I'm a perfect mental creature. There is no evil, only infinite good. All right, you don't like that? Turn the hot water off. Yeah, today's a great day. I'm grateful. I woke up today. I can breathe clearly and deeply. There's a time where I couldn't do that. I think both my nostrils open. That wasn't always the case, especially in Charlotte. I got my black and mild. I'm good. I got the chat. We good. It ain't as hot. I ain't sweating to death yet. That's better than when I first got here for the first 2.5 damn months. Everything else to be continued. Shit. I am in California. You know what I'm talking about? And just in that little delusional moment, which the gratitude is not the delusion, but framing your thoughts and your reference points in silence that way, it takes up the space instead of the other shit that we normally do out of habit. And it's the habit forming part that you're breaking. That's why it's so persistent. It's a habit. It's a whole network in your brain that relies on you to produce that thought, those feelings, those chemicals. So it's like we're addicted. It is. It's not like. It's an addiction to madness. All the persistent negative motions are addictions. And it's so hard for people to get addicted to happiness, you notice, without chemicals and a whole bunch of hoopla from other people. Yeah, it's literally farming chemicals, bro. And because we can't see it, science, we don't interact with each other that way, let alone ourselves. I'm here to help somebody help themselves. Nah, you addicted to bullshit. We say that to girls who are always in like drama and relationships and fighting and they best friends falling out, and then like you give them the advice, right? The common advice, right? Because you could flip all the variables real easy in their madness. They're in the eye of the storm. You're outside looking at it like, hey, if you just take 2 steps backwards and go that way, you won't even run into that tornado. And then when we're younger, especially younger people, younger girls especially, they just keep going. They'll call somebody else and you won't believe, and then everybody else start talking about it, and then it come back 2 days later. You walk to the store unbeknownst to you, and then your cousin's homegirl walk up and like, hey, you seen such and such? Yeah. Well, tell her I saw such and such. And then all of a sudden the movie go from a girl's hurt feelings for 5 minutes to a fucking 5 week storyline and plot of nothing really happening. The guy or the other girl they're at fucking Six Flags Great Adventures. They have no idea what this crazy girl's talking about. She probably heard it wrong and took it the wrong way on top of that. Imagine how many people make a whole heap of things out of something that they misinterpreted too. Imagine how many times you saw something in the dark or you didn't see something correctly and you're like, oh shit. And then when you look at it, it's like an inanimate object. You're like, oh, I'm bugging. That oh shit though, you felt that. You felt that adrenaline spike. And then as soon as you had a realization of your mind, it turned off, right? See, these things ain't like that. It's not like turning on flight and flight full blast and you're like, oh shit, that's too much water, and turn it off. Nah, this shit is drip, 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 and then stream of negativity. That's why it's harder to break out of it with just a word or a thought or good conversation. It's because you got a leaky faucet. It's still every hour or every morning or every night, it's still gonna bloop. Because during the day you're working, you're busy, you're raising your kids, you're playing the game, you're doom scrolling, you're watching YouTubes. It's in and out. It can't take your attention because you're already focused on something else. But the moment you slow it all down, the moment you're inconvenienced and you gotta chill, or the moment you just sitting still in the traffic light, bing, you hear the drop. And you're like, what is that drop? Oh man, I don't like that feeling. Damn, that's gonna make me think about this. Let me think about this. I can't believe blah, blah, blah. See, it's subtle. It's a mastery of subtlety. That's why you gotta practice. You gotta practice it before you master it now. And a lot of people just don't practice it. A lot of people don't have no fucking clue what this language model is, or don't see the value in controlling their emotions. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately for our society, and so, sorry sisters, but women, oh my God, the paradigm, or the former paradigm, or the consensus of women can just be emotional creatures without the accountability of controlling their emotions is what's lost in the sauce. There's nothing wrong with being an emotional creature. There's nothing wrong with your feelings. What's wrong is by making it real, by talking about it and projecting it on other people. Those are your feelings and your emotions. Nobody cares. And I'm not saying that harshly. I'm just saying, like, you have to get to that. Like, women especially, who are struggling with that, you gotta get to a point where no one cares. And that's not a sad thing. That's an obligation that if no one cares, then that's between you and God. Come on now. Come on now. You ain't by yourself. But no one cares. Like, because no one is feeling that adrenaline rush you're getting. No one else is getting that hormone boost you're getting. No one else is feeling the validation that you need. So there's nothing to care about. There's fix. All right, you got a problem? All right, interesting problem. Here's the solution. You gonna try it? No? I don't care then. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's not to say that justifies other people talking to you, handling you, or disrespecting you in no sense. No. I will say this, unfortunately, a lot of that occurs more if you don't care about controlling your feelings. Because once you start caring about controlling your feelings, then you realize you're really just controlling your thoughts. And if you realize you can control your thoughts and control your feelings, then you control the people around you anyway. Come on now, wake up. The scene will change on your ass. That's how you know you're successful at doing it. As soon as you start getting positive and you start revving up the engine of bad bitches, lemonades, and islands, no matter what degree you're at it, something in your environment, as you persist with that, is going to change. The problem that's persisting in something or someone else will change and move, and then maybe you'll move and change, or maybe you'll take left instead of right all the rest of the days, and then you're in a whole different paradigm. But if your feelings are valid, and we need to coddle and verify and bring it up again 3 weeks later in therapy, how it's persisting because you keep thinking about a different angle of the same bullshit, and then they haven't given you a better positive polarity to dwell on instead. The actionable items, write it down, but then you're still reading it and you haven't replaced it with nothing better. You haven't wrote down nothing better. You haven't planned, fuck a plan. You haven't thought about nothing better. You haven't thought that, wow, this ain't fucking working for me. Instead of me blowing up and destroying everybody else, how about I just remove myself from the equation, get my fucking variables back, and then let the shit play out, because that's how you got there to begin with. Like, instead of taking accountability to the fact that you are the master of your thoughts, thus your feelings, your energy, your magnet, and the circumstances are just appearances of the state of your mind. The mirror is not a reflection of you. The mirror is the result of the energy of that you're magnetizing. And sometimes good people can magnetize bullshit. Sometimes bad people can magnetize a lot of cool shit. Have you noticed something? Law of gender. So it's not an absolute value system. No one's absolutely bad and no one's absolutely good either. Your villain could be someone else's hero. That girl could take advantage of us and treat us like shit because she didn't know what our value was. The next one, or the one you with now, is like, nah, I get it as soon as I met you. You ain't changed, nigga. Your thoughts did. When people say I changed, they're talking about their thought space. And yes, it'd be cooler if we had all the resources we need to physically change things, and in that physical change, we would feel better. That's temporary though. And that's what sucks about novelty. If you did have the displeasure of going through a hard time and being able to afford to remove yourself from it, to get away from it, and to live in a different energy, you'll notice that that might fucking happen again. And then you can't do the same thing to fix it. So now you need to do more, something more extravagant. And then you might not be able to afford that, right? And then you're going to think about how sad it is that just going to the beach don't work no more for that type of thing. Yeah, I know. That's why that's why the long-term solution can never be external. It can't. It just absolutely cannot. It will not sustain you. This is Pharaoh, man. What do they say in Exodus? Moses, I made you God over Pharaoh. The physical reality. So if mentally you're connected to the source above physical reality, then you don't need the physical reality to fix the source. And the source of your problem is your thoughts. We know. We know. Shout out to the chat though. Shout out to the likes I don't got yet. Elijah in the building. JPX, I see you. Shogun L, what's good, man? Where are you going? Somewhere in the desert, ocean, no name. TBFB, salute to the whole entire Global Tribe. Cosign. Ada said hi. Eamon Ross says, I just had a couple with my homie at work about world politics. And he reminded me how compromised people are. Never again with that homie. Why did you perceive he was compromised? Mr. Now from the boot, peace. Harut from Denmark, peace. Peace to the tribals, peace, 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 peace. TF 333333. Harut 3333. Shout out to Terry Art. Hey, what's happening? Composure Slim, whoa. I seen the Space Goons pull up on MG last night. I'm telling you, man. There's something going on with me, man. I don't know what it is, man. One thing at a time. June Zema, peace to everyone. I see you, brother. Shout out to the Feather. Shout out to the JPX 009. What the fuck? What are these damn flies will find you no matter where you are in this damn desert, bro? Can't afford the iPhone, so I tag. Hey, they used to have newspapers in Denmark for free. You could just grab them at the local metro stations. Oh, wow. We used to have certain ones that were free, but the big ones that people like were like 50 cents, and they went to $1 and $1.50, and they lost us. Wow, yes. For me, it's every month, free. Some body part acts up randomly, and it won't happen by accident. It'll be like, hey, this month you're going to get a random pain in your chest, or now it's your knee, or now it's your neck. It's like a whack-a-mole. It's covering all your energy centers, constant balance, but you're 100% about repetition. 333. The Soviet Union program is still strong. Complexes, Terran Art, yes. 3, Jesus. I hate that shit. Shogun L, feathers. Yeah, we all. I mean, shit. All of us been in our own way, and only we know how it feels. That's why you just have to get to it. Just it's not about nobody else getting it in that way, because you got to get it. Solid people are awesome when they allow you to talk about it and then offer you the higher timeline output, irregardless. That's what you're looking for if you're looking for validation in that sense. You're looking for people who get it, who get that life is this way, and get that it's been this way, and get and remember how we overcome it. Now I'm waiting for the brother Eamon Rod to describe what he mean by compromise. That's some NOI talk right there, boy. That's that pro-blackity black talk right there. This individual is compromising his mind, my brother. I cannot bring up the world politics issues because, like, yeah, I know, man, I know. Me and you too. I know, me and you too. Hey, everybody, here's Mr. Me Too. Yeah, man. But that kind of speaks to what I'm talking about. They're not compromised, bro. They're compromised compared to where we at with the opening up the can and seeing the other things move around. But he's not compromised. They're not compromised. They're locked in. They're locked in with the rigidity. I think that's the word, rigidity of the paradigm they created to do their day-to-day shit. Sometimes we don't understand, like, when we be trying to help other people see things, sometimes we don't understand, like, we're removing an old Band-Aid in their mind, but we be forgetting when you remove that Band-Aid, even if the cut is healed on them, you still tearing the goddamn hairs off. So it's almost as if they lock in that conversation because it's going somewhere uncomfortable. Don't forget that. It's not about smart and stupid and them trying to, you know, no. That's the defense mechanism if you get into a person being ad hominem and they start getting weird. Nah, but before that, the reason why you would get to disrespect or why you would get to misunderstanding is because there's some type of insecure, fear, worry, negativity that they detected in their subconscious, and they're going to sidestep it by living in that house that's stable to them, even when you know that's not a real house. Thus, the compromise of their integrity, or thus the compromise of them not really paying attention. I get that now. I do. But once you understand that's normal, then we'll charge those words differently. That's why I guess that's what I'm detecting, even in me. Like, nah, these people ain't bad people or fucked up individuals at all. What's fucked up is they have no idea. First of all, what's fucked up is they lack the knowledge to have this conversation with me, if any. That may not be their ministry. That may not be their role in your life either, even if they could. So, like, what are we asking from? What are we expecting from other people for real? In that type of degree or program, they don't care. Fundamentally, it's the same thing. They don't care. They don't care enough to change it. That's what I'm trying to say. It might be an interesting topic, it might be a serious topic, but they don't care enough to change their view about it. Because what are they going to say? At the end of the day, when we finish talking about this, I'm going to go over to Patrice, I'm going to flirt, I'm going to text, I can't wait to go to lunch. They go back to the little Sims program. You're trying to get the Sims to think about the fifth dimension and shit. He got 3-dimensional rent that's the only thing he knows how to take care of, usually. And that's not a slight. That's not a slight. That might take all their mental resources for real. The life they designed around sustainability, man. It's a form of survival mode. People fear the unknown. Even the unknown that's ultimately good for you. Ain't that a bitch? The unknown ain't always unknown. The unknown ain't always taking you somewhere negative or dark. The unknown is usually what takes you to the good things. They don't know that, or they don't remember, or they're not looking at it in that way. There's so many breakthrough conversations and things. I've talked about one thing and I'll let the person cook instead, and they start saying some shit. I'm like, all right. And then they'll say something new. I'm like, that's why I had that conversation. Something else to think about. Thank you. Don't matter if they get it. Shit, it don't matter if we get it for real. We ain't gonna change the geopolitics in 3D that way. We're gonna change it by changing ourselves. Don't need no help. Huh? But we're social creatures. There's only certain chemicals that your brain will react if you're getting along with people too. That's how you know you need people. What is it, oxytocin or some shit like that? Oxy something? They got a pill called Oxy. Well, of course they fucking would. Of course the lonely people would need Oxy. Yeah, man. Serotonin, Oxy, fucking other one. There's like 4 or 5 of them bitches, ain't there? Hormones. Another word for neurons. That's why they're thought related. Anyway, so we absolutely need good people in our life. And they don't got to care about everything to be good people. Understand something? They just got to be good people, solid people. We can learn from them. Learn things that you're not doing in a positive way. Be able to talk to them. And the conversation is going to go up and not down. You know what I'm saying? Victory. Victorious people. Yeah. And that's a challenge if you start from scratch. I know that's right. Sometimes you gotta make the crew. You ever go to a basketball court and everybody scrubs? You still gotta play that game though. You gotta make the best of it. And then instead of you taking it serious and trying to win, you just have fun. You just start crossing up niggas. You know ain't nobody about to score. I'm just gonna work on my crossover today. I remember one time I crossed up this big dude. This was funny because I was kind of big my damn self. But I was learning how to do some type of crossover, a fake crossover, like acting like a hesitation kind of thing. And I was just practicing it. So this big dude come up with his two friends, and we're on the side courts. We're in this big gym inside, and I'm just shooting shots, and I'm working on this thing. And for whatever fucking reason, this big dude came up to me and wanted to guard me. So I did this fake crossover thing where I double pumped it through my legs, and I stepped back. And his ass went sliding across the gym. And his friends are laughing at him. And he didn't make eye contact with me for the rest of that hour I was there. I was like, yeah, you got me fucked up. Nah, y'all got me fucked up. Nah. I caught his ass. Now, if I could do that in the game, I'd be amazing. I was practicing. So same story. Same story. Like, yeah, I'm probably not going to be in the high-paced full court game in a few minutes here. I'm going to be over here working on this crossover in case next weekend I am. That's all. Like, you got to learn how to pick how, like, you have to judge, if you will, rate the quality of energy that those people, listen, a coworker too, you don't choose them. You really don't, unless it's your own business or something. You don't choose the randoms that enter your life's qualities, at least. So yeah, man, it ain't no reason for us to even look at others in any kind of light longer than get the fuck up out my face if they got you fucked up. That's it. These people out here doing drugs and pulling out their pipes and borrowing lighters. Yeah, it's all good when they way the fuck down there. But don't bring that shit over here next to me. I can't force you or tell you or judge you or, you should stop that tomorrow. They know. They know they should stop. And they said no. They said no to stopping. Ain't nothing you can do about that, Chief. They said, no, I don't want to be healthier than this. No, I don't want to be happier than this. No, I don't want to see it no other way. And that might just be temporary, right? That might just be the time that they're in. That's the lesson they're in. That's the hole they dug, and they're looking for the right tools, or they're not, or they try and dig further. Some people get addicted to the chaos too, man. Some people get addicted to the chaos, so you're hurting them by trying to push them the other way. That's why they're so rabid or violent or overreactive to simple positive suggestions. Like, ooh, you're trying to change me. Technically, I'm trying to get you to change yourself. But yeah, I think this may help. It helped everyone else I know that it helped. It helped me too. Well, yeah, that's not worth it. But it wasn't worth it before it got to that. So keep that in mind. How you doing, man? Another day in paradise, man.
Yeah.
So what else is going on in the world today? We got 18 likes. Shout out to the 9 likes I ain't got yet. All we know is that somebody, did people really quit today, or are they just saying they quit? They just be throwing numbers out there? I can't see 100,000 people saying they quit, and we don't see no posts from 100,000 of those people that said they're quitting. That's very weird. You know how my mind is. You try to tell me them 100,000 people ain't there. I wonder what could have happened to them. That's quite interesting. That we have so many local human, day-to-day people issues that are at the surface of our concerns, if you will. But the internet, I guess because the algorithm and the government's influence on it, is only focusing on global politics. And for whatever reason, people are not locked in and focused on that. So it's like, novelty, same story. They can't push that button no more. No one cares, really now. A few people do care, obviously, but I mean, like, they don't have the consensus of people who are like, yay, for some reason we should go to war and things will get better. Like, no one's saying that. Everyone else is saying, no, fuck the war, nigga. What about our health? What about our food? What about the cost of everything? Nah, baby. We need you to understand that China and Russia and Taiwan, maybe. Nah. We need you to get behind the troops and patriotism. Listen, we're not going to put the women into combat zones. Okay, how about we just don't go into combat zones so you don't have to put the men in combat zones either? What I need to die for? What the fuck I need to shoot somebody in their face for? How the fuck is I going to pay my rent tomorrow? I think that paradigm is dying. The logic behind it, like the pride that comes from that war narrative they told in all their stories and movies and stuff. I don't even think that's no. They ain't high in these streets. What I look like fighting someone else's battle. It'd be cooler if Donald Trump and BB was on the front lines. If they was out there, draft them. Shit, they shaking hands with all the people at the World Convention. Shoot the fade outside. You gotta drag in 1 million people. How about y'all shoot it up? And whoever win, that's who win. Like that. All right. What that man down the street around the corner? Why his little son gotta go practice blowing up people for? How's that gonna pay his rent tomorrow? I don't understand nothing. I think that paradigm that leads to that being normal is dying off. I think war is getting played out. Maybe that's the bigger thing. Tug of war, conflict, back and forth, narcissism, all those things. Bipolarism, duality is dying. Because people are talking about 5D and shit, so you can't be duality no more. Yeah, there's always 1 degree below where you are. So yeah, people are getting tired of the 2D way of life. War is very 2D. Because it's never like 2 different countries fighting each other on the battlefield, and then a third party that says, fuck both of you niggas, start shooting bombs from the side and blow both of them up. They don't play enough StarCraft for me. It's never that. It's always one versus the other. Axis versus allies. Red versus blue. Yeah, that shit's on stage, unfortunately. Nah. I will fight whoever the fuck it is by myself, actually. If they got a problem with me, I got a problem with them, let's go. I don't need all these people. So that paradigm, that's definitely on the way out. Narrative-wise, no one's into that type of energy right now, even in their personal lives. Relationships is the proof of that. People are freaking out about relationships because I think they're starting to realize, like, oh shit, relationships are actually required to have life. You don't fucking say. You don't fucking say. You want a home with your kids, and you want your kids to be happy. It'd probably be better if they had their dad too, both of you. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine a world where everything was functional as intended? I think we slowly turning the corner on that shit. I don't know who's gonna pick up them girls with all that mileage, but I'm just saying if they did, they'd probably act better in the next couple of years. Stay woke out here, Jimmy. She may have to pay 75% of the rent out here, boy. At least for the first 3 years, man. Find out if she's serious. Yeah. The eternal kayfabe. What is a kayfabe? That's the second time in human history I've read that word. What's a kayfabe, Terry? Where did Eamon Ra go? You never answered the question. What was he talking about? Why was your boy checked out? Why was he compromised? Why was he decommissioned from the 3 a.m. commission? I left the fly over there and one of them followed me. Like, bro, what do you want? I'm fresher than $2 bill. You scare me. Kenny D, why are you a faggot? Terran Art says comes from wrestling. But what is it? Is it what type of move is it? It's a power bomb, power driver, headlock, leg lock press, Boston crab, figure 4, sweet chin music, 7-year itch. What is it? Choke slam? Oh, it's the idea that wrestling is scripted. Got it. War. Yeah, it is. They call it a theater of war on top of that. So if war is theater, then so is these politics, man. I'm about to opt out of it, man. I'm gonna stop worrying y'all about this shit in a little while. I had to make sure that I did my Samson thing first and knock down some of these pillars. Because they can't pick it back up. They can't rebuild that narrative or that paradigm, so I won't say mission complete, but that quest, that stage right there is never going back to that. And then once you know, you adjust your life accordingly and you get the fuck away from it. On some Saracen shit. Do not turn around. Do not try to rebuild that paradigm, please. Staged. 24 and 20, squad. Shout out to all the likes, man. I appreciate y'all. Another day in paradise. Let's see if another UFO passes by. The ones that pass by in the daytime are quick, boy. They slick. You barely notice them. They're like, wee, wee, wee. Oh, shit. They got the new Raider Nation bus wrap. Are the Raiders any good anymore? I don't know. Where's the Marshawn Lynch? Y'all just quiet on me. What's going on out here, man? What's going on in these streets? I'll start eating my snacks now. I'll give y'all some time. I still got the same black and mild. Hold on. La-di-da, la-di-da. Shout out to the spirit of music. That feeling is coming back. That's always good. I think music's about to clutch a lot of us. About to be clutch, about to get us out of a lot of energy. I'm distant on the laptop. I'm testing out that Zulu thing. My hands are occupied. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I said music. Voila. This is the coolest it's ever been at this time of day. I'm getting used to it. I still don't trust it. That sun still be hot as hell as soon as I touch it. That music's gonna die. That shit annoying. It sounds like a video game you don't want to play. Route on the track says, big meeting here in Copenhagen tomorrow. Lots of police and military on the streets. All right, they're trying to make you take it serious. JBX3. Mr. Now says there's extreme flooding in Ibiza, news-wise too. Of course, naturally. Same with Spain too. Spain getting flooded like every day. Andalusia, same story. Jonathan L says 3. Everybody on standby? Do you know what the topic of their meeting is about? Why are they meeting? Why do they need so much beefy security and presence known? They gonna let y'all hear the meeting? It's an EU meeting. Do you know what the topic is? What it's about? They worrying about Russia? The whole world, if they speak English, all roads just be like, but Russia. What the hell does Russia got to do with your economy? Why does your economy depend on Russia doing anything? How about you just do your thing? Wow. That's way more interesting meaning than I thought you were going to say. We know the drones are not Russian. So Copenhagen is having a UFO conference, is what you're telling me. Oh, and then they got to slide Ukraine into it. Of course they do. Well, tell them. They're here too. And I mean a lot of them. I don't catch them all on camera. No need. By now, I've probably seen at least 500 UFOs in my life, just in the last 10 years, at the very least. And only like 3 or 4 of them, 5 actually, a handful that made me go, what the fuck? Let me share them with you. I ain't got nothing else to talk about. I don't want to talk about none of the negative shit. I don't know what month it was this year, but it was after they said Jerusalem or New Jersey had the UAPs appearing that were the size of cars. And I made the joke like, well, if there's that many fucking flying cars out there, where the fuck they park these bitches when they're not upstairs? Same time, they was having those conferences or private hearings with the people in the military who've experienced the UFOs, or the ones who captured the footage, those who worked at the base. And they're all discussing the shapes, the geometry monsters. The UFOs that they're worried about are just shapes. They're not craft. They're literally like a flying square or flying circle. It's very strange. So while that's happening, I remember one day, maybe around March, I walk outside and I'm in the backyard of my old place I used to stream from. And there's like a tree line surrounding, because you know, North Carolina's the woods. So there's a tree line, and right through the top of the tree line, so we're talking about 3 stories tops, 4 stories tops, there's this craft, miniature, like the go-kart of UAPs. It wasn't terribly, it probably had 1 or 2 drivers max if it's fitted for humanoids, but it was close as fuck. And how you always know it's some bullshit is that their lights don't make sense to your brain. I cannot explain it no other way. It's kind of like the cover of this fucking video right here, like that UAP they caught. You see how its light scatter is, or how it did its LED placement? It's like, there's not a particular shape, or there's no, what's that shit called? It's not mirrored, it's not even, it's not something that we would lean to in design or drawing, right? It's seemingly random to us. This shit was flying by and had the red light in it, and then it had these little green ones that are like blinking, but that's the wrong word, but that's the only word I got. So it's blinking, but the craft itself, it was wobbling. It was so weird. It looked like it was unstable. It was so fucking close. It was about 100 yards away from me, you know, vision-wise. I was smoking it, I could see it, and I could see it through the trees because of its lights. And I was like, that is not a motherfucking drone. That's too big to be a drone, too wobbly-bobbly to be something that flies like that. And then where the fuck do these lights come from? What Amazon plug they got for these lights on these damn craft? I want it for a car. That shit's cool. Around the same time, maybe a month later, I'm walking to the store. It's a mile walk. So I'm getting closer to the store, and I'm getting closer to the light, so I can see the height of the lights and the power lines going across the street. And there's another craft, smaller, but it wasn't a craft. That one I can't explain to you. But it went right across the street level, right above the power line height, and it looked like a meteor, a miniature meteor, street level now, a miniature meteor with all the, where it looks like it's breaking apart or it looks like it's shards. It was something like that, orange and white. And it just went right across the sky. Went straight into the tree line. Wherever the fuck it lands. I have no fucking idea why a fucking meteorite was at the light post level. It wasn't though. There was no sound either. And then when SpaceX got shredded, it looked just like that, but just miniature. I was like, oh, okay. Premonitions of UFOs? I don't know what the fuck going on no more. So those two was just earlier this year. And then the one I saw the other day, that large triangle, oh no, ain't no mistake about that one. I don't want no smoke. Whoever drive that shit. The other ones that get caught on the streams during the video because I was facing the sky. Those are the TikToks. They're not mine. They ain't stopping for nobody. And then the one I saw 10 years ago, the most profound one, because it was the closest, the clearest, and the one that was the most empathetic with me. It's like that shit could read you, whatever's in it or whatever it is. Like, I haven't taken that off the table either. That some of these craft are not required to have a driver. Like, they're their own intelligence, if you will. I cannot explain what their purpose is. I don't fucking know. I don't live at the bottom of the ocean. But some of them are self-replicating, self-driving. But they have this profound ability to read your mind, which makes it unsettling. So whatever network or whatever Akasha or whatever fifth dimensional plane its energy has access to, it also has access to you. So if it could read your thoughts, imagine if it could send you thoughts. That's where things get weird down here. I predict them. I'll be outside with somebody, I'm like, look here. If that happens, and over there, it'll happen. And I've watched that play out a couple of times in my life. So 40 years of my life, in the last 10 at least, I've been very interactive with UAPs and UFOs. And I don't know why, I don't know how, I just, what they call it, faith? I don't know. It ain't faith no more. I'll be telling them I'm gonna record them. And they show up. Like they want to be, I guess, whatever intelligence or whatever group that is, wants it to be known. And if I keep living and this story keeps going on with my ideas and thoughts, I might actually end up interacting with one, whatever's in it or whatever it is. I gotta prepare my heart for that shit. I wouldn't mind being abducted. Not after this life. I wouldn't mind being abducted for a little while. It wouldn't really trip me out, man. Just keep those little gray little niggas away from me. If they exist, just keep them away from me. Take me to your leader. I know you didn't build yourself. So, yeah. There is definitely, at least, a parallel civilization that lives on the same planet with us. They have a different rule set, a different technology set, and they're highly telepathic, or whatever that word represents to them. They're in your head, boy. They shut your phones down without damaging them. They mess with time somehow, distortion of the wave or the field, and then they show up when you're thinking about them. Sometimes you'll think about them and you say, look up, and you look up and it's right there, and then you have to think like, wait, did I think about that, or did it tell me that it was showing? I don't know. Chicken or the egg. I can tell you one thing though, ain't nobody down here make them. Ain't nobody we run into down here got that. Because if you do, you want to be down here. You want to be in my neighborhoods. You want to be in my cities. It'd be kind of counterproductive. So if they're having that meeting today, those little side talks and those little side meetings about those who believe already, it's going to be very interesting out there in Denmark. Yeah, Zelensky, yeah, Israel, blah, 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 blah. No. What is that crap? It's shutting down their airports. They're scared to fly around it. You better be. The people who are talking about Atlas I3 or whatever the fuck it is, or 3I, they're freaking out because no one cares. Typical human behavior. Because they were like me on the internet, talking about these things, and people saying, oh, I don't believe there's other life, or oh, that might be the government or their wife. They always in a different bag about it. But now that we have the proof that people want it, we have the videos that people want it, we have serious people, military and all kind of people talking about it, there's like no buzz. Largely in part because that's more secret or what's that word? Monitored and controlled than talking about Israel for real. That's the oldest conspiracy, if you will. That there's something bigger and better than the white man, so to speak. That's the biggest one right there. Think about that. Think about you're holding on to dear life to your country, your money, your Ponzi's, your influence, and that. And while you're going through that, something with phenomenal technology at the very least is just stunting on you. You parking your planes, your jet trying to get froggy, and your jet shoot at a UAP, and the UAP disintegrates and rebuilds itself. Like, you ain't got nothing for that. You're gonna shoot a nuclear warhead at it, it's gonna disarm it. It's gonna bounce off that shit like throwing a can at a fucking tank. You know what I'm saying? Like, they ain't ready for that type of drama. Now, if they're suggesting that Russia got it, I got some news for you. My grandfather was in Tartaria. My grandfather did have flying carpets. We don't know what that means today. We don't know exactly what a flying carpet is. But if you take the idea of a carpet that could fly, that means something that you could sit on, it'll levitate and take off and go somewhere, at the very least. So we know the Khans had those. Maybe not the ones we see today, but something like it, right? Something that's not accessible to everybody because he's an emperor. So it's quite possible that Russia dug up some of that shit or found some of it, you know? Old factory, old burial. Someone wanted to hide it to get it from the bad guys that are burning down everything. They told the monks to go take it somewhere type shit. Yeah. Quite possible that Russia got their hands on it. I wouldn't doubt it. But then the question becomes, if they have our old technology or foreign technology in general, what are they going to do about that? Like, what do you do with it once you have it, right? If you're classifying it for military, you're only protecting your trade interests, and then you die. So you never see yourself living in that timeline that was in Cloud Atlas, Cyberpunk, or The Matrix your damn self, the people keeping it secret. So you're just like, you're going to keep this secret and fuck with it and take little test drives and like, all right, well, it's time to park it in the hangar. Until next time, let's make sure the Americans don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, that's a weird existence too. Because what I'm telling you is this technology ain't like, whatever time period it started or whatever planet it started on, it ain't like this. This shit is totally different. It's a totally different way of solving a problem. And then we haven't seen them reverse engineer it and then solve other problems. They're locked in. They're locked into oil consumption. They're locked into paying for energy. They're locked into creating AI in the future based on the same energy. Like, that kind of tells me they really ain't got it. And if people do have it, they're not connected to their government in that way where it matters. Which is even worse, because, like, what the fuck are they doing with it? And if that's not enough, you still have the newer foreign objects that they can't take account for, which is what's freaking them out. So you got all that. You got what the Vimanas from old Bharata or Hindustan. You got Khan and the magic carpets. You got what Admiral Byrd seen, and the Germans end up with Foo Fighters. You got the fucking all kind of shit. And now you got geometry. That's one of the most. That one's probably the scariest one for real. I'll be honest with you. The other ones look like a human could be inside of it. The square don't look like nobody in that. They have one that is a spear, smaller than our jet, like in mass, but it's a big enough spear, and it's translucent. But in the center of the spear is a cube, and the cube's corners touches every surface of the spear, right? So it's a circle around the square, and it floats. It just flies. It flies head to head with our jets. It'll pull up next to the jet and just parallel it for a little while, and then disappear. They had a red magic carpet, I guess. They call it a red square. Fly over a Navy base or a military base. Why do you do that to that old ass pickup? I hate that they do that to cars. A giant ass, they said it was like a football field. 100 yards, red. Very peculiar. None of these craft that I see are one color. Like colored. They're usually whatever material they are, or refined material. silver, black. No, they painted this magic carpet red. And the guy that saw it was like, it was like he didn't want to tell the story because of how ridiculous it sounds. I believe him. I saw a giant fucking triangle, dude. I believe him. My triangle had textures and shapes to it. It looked like some shit you see in Destiny and Halo. That's what freaked me the fuck out. At first I thought it was just like one of those military planes. You know, they got like the carriers that like carry tanks or carry supplies and stuff. They got really big planes. Don't get it twisted, but that one, what that was. Once my brain tried to lock in, when that video I posted, the red one, that is not what I saw on Call of Duty. That's not an Osprey. Nope. Not a chopper gunner. Nope. Ain't none of them sons of bitches. Because all of them bitches are loud. It was kiting. It was kiting. I've never seen a craft that big kite before. I've never seen that. How it moves. It was like hang gliding kind of. There was no propulsion. There's no afterburn. There's no smoke. There's no contrail. There was nothing. It was just impossible. It was impossible to be that fucking big. To be that fucking big above my head, that fucking close. And then for it to kite. Like it was lightweight. Like it was nothing, like no resistance. Which is possible though. Mathematically, scientifically, our scientists, the good ones, I guess, they're getting at that. Creating a vacuum space or a black hole or creating a pocket, a field. It's a field is what it is. They create a field, the craft itself generates a field around itself, and that field is opposite of resistance. So as long as it can generate that field and it's traveling within its field, then the craft is not the one flying. The energy is. So instead of you taking this can and energizing your hand to throw it, meaning you gotta take the energy and the torque and everything in your body to cause momentum to happen. Instead, the can is levitating because of the field it generates, and then it's controlling the field itself. So when the field moves, because the field surrounds the can, then the field is moving the can. The can is not moving. It's strange. There's no other language model for this shit. It's not moving metal through the sky. The field is moving, and the metal's inside. And the field doesn't have weight, so I get it. It's gravitational, the word that we use. That's probably the wrong word, too. I don't think they're going to solve that with gravity. Gravity is not true. Gravity's conditional. Gravity has conditions. There's places where gravity doesn't work on the planet, so there's some other field interacting with what we think gravity is in this equation. So when they say anti-grav, that's what they're getting at. You would need anti-gravitational propulsion, magnetosphere around your craft. That becomes anti-grav because it's no longer moving the metal, no matter how much you weigh. That field just has to be tuned correctly to cause it to levitate. And then you manipulate that field and move around. Which seems to be more dangerous than just driving something with a propulsion, where you have a controller and a fucking steering wheel. Poor birds though. And we know it's field propulsion or field generating because of how quiet it is. There's no moving parts. You don't hear it because it's not moving material. Hell, it might even be moving material. It might actually be creating a tube, a wormhole that you can't see. It might be. These white boys better hurry up and stop playing. They better run this free energy, boy. We walking and driving and polluting the air and shit, fucking up the weather. Nah, go ahead and bring out that do that anti-grav. Skip over nuclear. Nuclear is a waste. Stop. Get to that anti-gravitational shit. And you know what it probably is? This Earth probably doesn't have the materials for it, which is scary. Earth. Wait a minute. If this material is not on Earth, How the fuck that craft get made so fucking big? They ain't the only one though. I know it ain't. I know there's at least 1 million of those bitches. I know it. And then the one that shapeshifts. That's a crazier trick. That one right there, the shapes, the ones that can, my first one I've ever seen up close, that it turned into 4 different craft. Nah, that means that shit could be whatever the fuck I want to be when I grow up. We ain't got nothing that's even close to that. We can't even do Gundams and Transformers yet. So I know through testimony, through witnessing it, that somebody turned that craft into 4 different shapes with a push of a button, and you don't hear it, and it don't leave a trail. Nah, family. The novelty of the old world has been dead to me. I want to know where them niggas are going. I want to see what them shorties look like. I know, man. Hypergamy be banned. Can you imagine that? That's real freedom right there. To be able to go wherever you want, whenever you want, and then absolutely nothing can fucking stop you. Not the gas reading, not where you are in the environment, like nothing can stop you. Tomahawk missiles can't stop you. The Iron Dome can't stop you. Scrambled fighter jets can't stop you. Like, you're just... Now you take that algebra and you parallel it. Who are these people trying to stop it? And then you go, but they can't stop it. So what's above the level of people that are trying to stop it? Well, the people that are trying to stop it are military and government. These militaries and governments are occupiers, they're colonizers, they're squatting. Cool, no problem. We're enjoying our life as such. But that means there's something above that level that can't stop it. So much so, they don't even want to talk about it. Okay, they'd rather you talk about Ukraine and Israel. And putting all the heat on them, right? While all of this is happening, they share, by the way. New Jersey, Denmark, it's happening. We ain't even talking about conspiracies no more. We're asking, what the fuck is happening? What is that? All these Air Force bases, all this Area 51 shit. Y'all ain't got nothing? Y'all ain't got one testimony. Y'all ain't got nothing. Y'all ain't gonna tell us nothing, huh? And it's because they don't know nothing. The secrecy is they can't do shit about it. There's only one level I know like that. And that is the empire level. So if the empire is back, I don't know what that means. Their craft are here. These are definitely empirical craft. The empire is outside of our plane. Now the empire is inside of our plane with us. At least a handful of them. And that's too much because they ain't supposed to exist. That level of intelligence isn't supposed to coexist with us if Darwin, evolution, monkeys, cave, humans, black man, African. No. That idea that something else is here, not coming here, not next to Saturn, not next to the sun, not cloud. No. This motherfucker was right there. He was right there. He was right there, and he went over there. Oh, there goes one right there in those clouds, if you can see it. He was right there, and he went to the mountains. I didn't see him with Jupiter. I didn't see him with Saturn. I didn't see him. You see these. You see they're red. You can see these. You can see look like a craft. It could be. That motherfucker was none of those, and they're higher and they're smaller. They're way smaller. Yeah, that shit way smaller than what the fuck I saw. This motherfucker was way bigger than everything in this fucking sky, and it was right fucking there. As high as that mountain is. He was right above his height, his elevation, perspective-wise. He was no higher than this mountain. No fucking higher than that mountain. That's how fucking close that bitch was. And it was huge. I don't hear shit from these boys. I don't hear them talk about nothing about the cloud. No, nigga, no, they're here. They're like where I live, nigga. Like where I go to sleep at night. They're here. You feel me? That's what I be tripping on. I'm like, you gotta go back. My man Eamon Ross said his boy was compromised. I'm like, nah, he ain't compromised for it. Everybody got to be compromised. This motherfucker went to the mountain 2 nights ago. And I can't do shit about it. I can't pay my rent tomorrow with it. I can't like wave and get a ride nowhere. I'd love to go somewhere. Like, I just got to keep living my life, hoping that one day the white guys in bureaucracy start telling us about it in open air. I'm interested. They're obviously fucking interested in my ass. I keep catching it on video. So, yeah, that part of my life is frustrating as fuck. I don't know how these white boys get on fucking coast to coast and get interviews or phone calls from the government. Men in black don't show up for me. I'm tagging the location. They know what a nigga look like. Like, they don't talk to me about this. I'm tagging it. Yo, I called motherfucking, what's that base in Ohio? Space Force? I called them. They don't want to talk to a brother, man. They don't want to talk to me. I called every temple in America. They didn't want to talk to me, man. Nobody want to talk to me about this shit. That's impossible. Because it hasn't stopped for me. If anything, it's happening more frequently. That's what I'm worried about. Why is this happening more frequently to me? Causing it. How am I causing it? What is it? Because if they telling me those are angels, man, it'll make sense for a little while. There you go. That's what they meant. Shit, that's what the Bible was talking about. It's just all kinds of things. It's been a long time, so they probably got some new shapes. But if those are what the angels are driving, Ezekiel, all right, I can deal with that. Like, I can rest assured to know that, all right, they on God's side? All right. I didn't think about God in terms of a technologically advanced force under him, if you will, however we do that invisible physical thing. If there's multi-dimensionals for us, then you understand everything. What if the angels manifest into this 3D reality that we live in Europa, and they show up like that? Shit. I gotta go back to the drawing board my damn self, boy. I don't understand nothing in the Bible no more. If that's what that is, if that's what it is, I don't know, fam. I don't know how I feel about this story. Because I'm like everybody else. If it's that close to us, and I mean it, it is that close to us, by the way. It's not like, it is. If it's that close to us, and then you gotta filter your thoughts and feelings to the fact, well, if the angels, if you will, if the angels are that close, why do they allow this crackhead, you get into the moral dilemma of divinity first. And then you just get past that, you're like, oh, I guess it's kind of like how you treat your animals in a farm. Right? Good shepherds and all that stuff. You seen the wordplay in the Bible. All right, so we're kind of like sheep, but some of us are like special sheep. Okay, no problem. I don't know how I feel about being a sheep, but I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing, so that means you're from some other thing. Okay, you're not from where the sheep are from. Okay, I get it. All right, I get it. You're of this world. You're in this world, not of this world. All right, so you're a visitor, kind of. Are you passing through, or in a covert military operation to take over the world from other obviously advanced beings themselves if they made it here before we did, right? Or in the linearity of Israel. Because what it seems like, it seems more like that. It seems, because they're covert as fuck. They don't have to appear in front of you. So for me, it's honor. If that's the kingdom of heaven, to me, it's honor. Then it's honorable to see it, to be a witness, or to privilege it. But it's not like they texting us or broadcasting psalms and scriptures, though. You feel me? Like they would obviously. be outside of the Bible before there's a Bible in humans in English and all that shit. So we might have that tweaked wrong. But whatever they are, I know they're aware of us. And the only thing I know that would be that powerful, that covert, and be able to respond to your thought is something that's you know, heaven-like. They call these the heavens. You don't see what's up there ever. I'm telling you, they'll be right above you the whole fucking time. You will not know. So for them to form into something that your eyes can see in your spectrum, that's tough. And now they're doing it more than ever. Now they're decorated with so many lights so these shitty cameras could detect them, you know? It's like they're trying. It's like they're doing an album release or a press run. Oh yeah. Let them see this shit real quick. Watch this. Watch when I hit this button. Watch this. Blow your mind. It blows your mind. It opens up your mind to possibilities of more. For me at least. I had this little thing running in the back of my mind that maybe one day, while I'm in this vessel, either I'll be in one of those or I'll find the place where those are. That's it. Either I'm going to be taken up in one. Take me to your leader. I think I want you to. I think I want to meet him. Or life itself and all of us and our technology get better. And they'll be like Avatar or some goofy shit. We'll finally have access to see for ourselves as a whole. Like, wow. You guys have been really fucking busy for 1,000,000 years without us. Obviously. Who the fuck gave them that technology if they're human? That's the problem with it being human. It's not. Or linearly us. Like, from the same story. No, be impossible, because they have the same dilemma that we got. If they're just people building those things that big, they figured out a whole different material, a whole different science, and there's way too many snitches, way too much blackmail, way too much extortion in the others for them not to have that. The extortion and narcissism. Yet keep this absolutely tight-lipped. Nobody know what it is. Like nobody. Then you get people like Tucker Carlson come out and be like, hey, I've seen some files and opinions about it, and it seems like they've always been here. You don't fucking say. How long do you think you've been here, Tucker? I've been here longer than you. Oh, my grandmama. The fuck? But then they take a side step. Then they start talking about religion right after that. Everybody who got a friend that's on the inside, Bob Lazar, Tucker Carlson, and everybody else, Dr. Stephen Greer, he the only one that formed the narrative of some kumbaya new age. They want to help us. I'm dying, but they're going to help us one day out of these 30 I've been saying. And the technology, the exotic technology, he's staying on that shit. He's trying to get a publishing deal or something. I don't know. But he got people that he talked to, and those people. This is biblical stuff. Then you gotta spin it again. Because the bad guys in the Bible have them too. Prince of the Airs, man. Not bad guys to me though. Maybe on both sides of my family. But I'm just saying, like, in the idea that some of them could be like, antagonists. That's interesting as fuck. Because then it opens up the door for so much other things, how we forgot. They make you forget. if you get it within the field of a real UFO visitation, even with the small craft when they park, anyone who gets within that field, they lose time. So it's like losing memory too, because they can't remember where the fuck did 10 hours go? What did I do the last hour or two? So you imagine some of those craft have that effect on the field, and then you imagine that field has an effect on your mind, and then it does something to time and memory. So if one of these unfortunate ships are antagonistic, and they have that frequency, and then they came through, I think everything would make more sense because the linear story does not. Not enough people, not enough wars, not enough shores to take over everything at once. Not with wooden boats at least. It takes months and years to even move around, so it's not that. So it must be that. Something happened recently with space. Which is why the people that took over are only people that are allowed to do it, right? And you start making sense out of that shit. Like, how come these motherfuckers are the only ones that can go up and do what the fuck they want to do? They run that shit too? No, they don't. But they'll shoot you down if you try, or lock you up if you land, right? Like, that's fucked up. But I could have sworn, like, I didn't sign up or consent to that, and I sure as hell that wasn't in the Constitution either. But you know how it is. So there's an element there that there's at least one of these factions that can fly that are probably shared something with some of these guys, and this reality is the result, obviously. And it's not that dope. It's not shapeshifty enough for me. So then you have them who are probably still here hiding or hybridized. Because remember people used to get abducted and stuff? I don't know if you was outside listening to that shit before we started catching this shit on camera ourselves. But they used to always say, like, the cow mutilations, the crop circles, and the old white farmers in this land, they'd be like, hey, I got abducted, and these motherfuckers are playing with my balls and my ass. Weird homoerotic dream you got there, partner. But there could be. Shit. I saw a giant fucking triangle fly above my head and shit. I can assume someone on that shit got a fucking gurney and some other shit too. Maybe they were doing some genetic experiments on the white boys. For whatever reason. You don't see too many black people say that happened to them. Rare. Very rare. Less than one or two. But there used to be tons of white people. And then they say, oh, that was a psyop, the government dressed in costumes. Like, why the fuck would your government pay for that? Like, what are you talking about? Why are they playing like that? Like, why would the government play like that? Like, what are you talking about? That sounds stupid. What's the long-term effect of that research? Playing with niggas' assholes and kidnapping them in Martian costumes? Like, they need to go to jail. The fuck? Classify these nuts, faggot. Like, nah, lock them up. If that's what that is, right? Let's kidnap people and scare the shit out of them and play with their booty hole a little bit so they can go tell the news station tomorrow. And everyone call them crazy. Like, nah, go to hell. They gotta go to jail for that. If that's what they're saying that is. But they always try to take credit for the advanced shit too. No matter how ridiculous the cover story is, they would have to say something. Dang, man. So, there's more than one faction of these things. Jesus Christ. And one of these factions must have been here for the past 100 years. Fucking this shit up. Now, if we assume that, if we assume when we went from vacuum tube to lasers, so after the World Fair, maybe they sent a signal out or some dumb shit, and then 40 years later, then the Nazis start working on shit. This is way before World War II, by the way. So through the 30s and 40s, and then boom, breakthrough, microwaves, lasers, all that shit. Why we got PlayStation? That's new to them. So they suggest that came from a more advanced, whatever the fuck. But if you think about it 100 years later, this ain't that advanced to go to another fucking planet. So maybe it didn't come from an advanced planetary thing. Maybe it came from advanced civilization that buried these things. I don't know, right here in America. So, but if it is a force that traded that backyard technology for species to clone or to work on or to create an able body to walk down here, do whatever it is they're trying to do or whatever they're ultimately trying to find, then you got a different problem. Not only do you got like the flaw that people make is that all of those are angels and all of those are for God. They'll be forgetting like how it is downstairs. Like everybody ain't on the same religion or church down here. I'm a jealous God of many worlds. There might be other people from other worlds here trying to do the same shit that Big Homie doing. Until now, at least. That's what it is, though. If it was ever extraterrestrial, then it was always extraterrestrial. And I'm leaning towards that. That story is always extraterrestrial. I mean, our existence. We are the results of extraterrestrials. I'm almost certain of it. But not all of us are, I don't know. We don't know yet. I just know I'm tapped in with it so far. I'll bring the stars down. That I do. So I know which ones are on my side. I know which ones are on my side. But someone's losing power downstairs. That means someone's losing power upstairs too. Or change of management. You know how it should go. Reformatting the corporation of little people. And that changes the whole tint of life. Unfortunately, we can't pay rent with that information or those thoughts. But it kind of takes you away from taking life too seriously. Because what's more unserious than giant triangles and shape-shifting crap? That's the most unserious shit about this reality. Those crafts are so unfucking serious. They don't match nothing we got going on. But they're here. And that'll bother me all the days of my life. I'm gonna find out. Don't worry. I'm gonna get my psychic powers and my remote going on. I'm gonna bring them down. And then the scariest thing is, if they're humanoid, then they're already down here. They could be in a fucking YouTube chat right now, for real. Think about it. If there's a civilization that has that technology that put people down here, it put people down here, it gave people the language, it gave people the technology, yeah. They could be on fucking YouTube for scientifically, research purposes. They might think this shit is funny. If they're like niggas. I would. Shit, Saudi Arabia just bought the Sims. Imagine that. What that means symbolically. So if we're Sims to something else, yeah, they'll probably be involved in talking shit to us and making things happen. Shit, you probably dated a few of them for real, if you have the bloodline. Wouldn't you? Like if their whole idea is to retrofit humans to hold vessels of light that come from some other system, and then the people who can still drive the ships and come downstairs at the same time, like that's their thing. What stops them from coming down here? How many people you run into you only see once and have like this powerful message for you, angel messenger. Powerful message, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's a really cool person. And you never see them again. Like that type of shit happens too, right? A lot of people document that. Like, there was a person right here, saved my life. I turned around, they were gone. Wow. They materialized as a human and helped you. And then just the fucking beard as soon as they wanted to. That's crazy. That's not crazier than a fucking shapeshifting reptilian that can do the same thing, is it? They talk about reptilians all the time. Like, all right, cool. That's one of them. But I don't know if what I've encountered a reptilian in that way. I don't think they're trying to like drink my blood or nothing. They're talking about God and stuff. I don't know about that, boy. Why would a reptilian need a Christian dogma? I don't know. That is very specific to Judeans anyway, you know, when you really read the story. What the fuck? That shit was that high, boy. That shit went way up in the sky, boy. If that shit would have landed, it would knock all these houses down. Hell no. Yeah. You're not alone. Shout out to Michael Jackson. He knew something was up. Shout out to Jonathan. Man, that sun is the only thing hot. You get out the sun, you're good. But yeah, shout out to the Most High for allowing me to get this. Something a little bit greater than the limitations of what was projected on us. It does a lot for you. Wonder. It should be back. Am I back? I should be back. That's off the big meeting. They're talking about the so-called drones in Copenhagen with Ukraine. Harut says the military knows something and told the press, but no info has been leaked from that letter they sent out. All of this is classified still. These are the same ones they're talking about that visit our airport. Yeah, these are way too big. Taryn Art says, like looking at something at the bottom of a pool of water, like a kaleidoscope. Yes. Controlled telepathically, maybe. We hear that about the Mayans, the ancestors here. Some of their craft are rumored to be telepathic. The small ones. Jonathan L. 3. I'm going over there to have a look at the scenery. Yeah, definitely do that. Post a picture or something on Instagram. Or a short little video. Shogun L says, allegedly, they have all the real Moldavite, too. Isn't that interesting? That'd be interesting if Moldavite is our connection to that level of things. Because Moldavite certainly has changed my life. You know, I was new to all that crystal, wishful stuff. I respected energy, and I love rocks anyway. I guess I'm fucking neurodivergent. So crystals was just a cool little Pokemon card, but at least it's real, right? It's real minerals, so I didn't mind collecting them. Still don't. Matter of fact, I need to buy a crystal in Vegas while I'm here before I move on. But like, I got like Tektite, like meteorite type shit. The other one I got, I guess, is from those craft or some war or something in the desert, hot enough to turn sand into glass. So I got a piece of the wars, I guess. Like amethyst, and this is a piece of rose quartz where it looks clear, but it's really pinkish. And like fool's gold, that's what's going on in the Federal Reserve right now, so I got a piece of that. But Moldavite, Moldavite changed the way I was dreaming. Moldavite appeared to me in my dream. That is very bizarre. Moldavite showed up in my dreams. That blew my mind. Gotta get more. The flying carpet makes me think of the Roswell memory foil. I've heard of that too, Taryn. Black and Milk Foundation. Shout out to Jonathan. Yeah, let's go ahead and pin that. Shout out to the homies. Shout out to the donation. Shout out to the tribe. And the Most High bless you back with it every time. And when I get lit, I'm going to give it back to you anyway. Taryn Art says, for those interested about Roswell foil, check out that YouTube video. It's lightning ball technology. Got it. Yeah, that's the kind of thing Bob Greenier be talking about. Controlling the X, Y, and Z axis. Plasma field. June Zam. Taryn Art says, a field composed of fractal toroids, or toroidal fields, that are interacting with each other. Marty Young says the moon, quite possibly. And the sun, too. The sun has craft coming in and out of it as well. Taryn Art says natural crop circle or simple geometry. Yeah. The form causes ether streams going up and down helix-wise to intersect with the water and cellulose in the grass home, so it softens it. Elijah back, Harut back, Jonathan, June Zam, King Llewell, PT Cruising, Jonathan, shout to Motivate, back, change mine right away, roller coaster, change of the rails, free will light, I know that's right, free will light, King Llewell, my Motivate guide the shit out of me. I just got one small fragment left. I need to pick up a piece. It talks to me, it's very protective. I'm told when you crystal change colors, it's because you use them a lot. Got it. That makes sense. TFE3, Gratitude 3. What's up, player? Shout to Terry Will, PT Cruz, and salute to the chat. What's up, John? Shout to Jonathan. Shout to everybody. Oh, this one, that pink one, it was part of a bigger crystal, and it broke. Like right now, if I hold it at a certain angle, I'll see the traces of pink. It look like pink Kool-Aid is in it or something sometimes at a right angle or right light. But it was part of a bigger rock. So I guess like the pigments, yeah, I can see it in this angle. You can't though. It just looks like clear quartz. But it's pink-ish. When it was more of a rock though, it was pink. So this is just the part that didn't disappear or get lost. I don't even know where the rest of it went, honestly. I just remember maybe I was carrying it or had it in my car or something, and I remember it broke off, and then I end up keeping this piece, but the bigger piece of it just disappeared, just like Motivite does. So to your point, there's just a memory of like one of my first crystals, because I think one of the first ones I had was the rose quartz, malachite, jasper, amorite, tungsten, fool's gold, or pyrite is what it's called. Amethyst, of course, Sagittarius shit. The ones I have in my pocket, basically, different versions of them. Libyan desert glass is interesting. It's in the same tier as Motivite, they say. It's not, but it is. It's not, but it is. It breaks very easily too, like Motivite. So be careful if you get Libyan desert glass. Don't carry it naked. I got the other piece of its fragments with the piece of fragments of Motivite, and the fragments of what's that other crystal that we got? Selenite, the one that clears them. That shit breaks apart real bad too. So I have its fragments. I put them all in a little plastic box. Shout to Yachty. Big up my guy. Busy going Sunio crazy 8 videos straight. Shout to him. Yep, the crystals get darker if you use them a lot. Spiritual baths and salts. I've done that. Spiritual baths and that type of stuff does work. So it's putting Epsom salt in the bath works. But yeah, the idea of a spiritual bath is more in the ritual itself. It's your mind state. Salt, lime, lavender. Salt, lime, lavender, what else? Sea salt, lime, lavender. And oil, fragrance. They use cranes to put ACs on these houses. I've never seen that before. In the Carolinas, all the ACs are on the ground. They install these on their roofs. I wonder why that is. Maybe the climate. I look like Tyler Perry? No, I don't. I look like a big Cherokee guy that ought to be a billionaire? Yes. I ought to be. Epsom salt and magnesium is very, very, very powerful. Selenite dissolves in water quickly, turns sweat, makes it turn to powder more easily. Yeah, that's probably what happened to it. The one that does the most heavy lifting in those baths are 2 capfuls of ammonia. I've heard of that before too. I've heard of that too. That's that shit that Bobby and all of them be talking about. I haven't found. I think you can get ammonia from the Dollar Tree and shit like that, Family Dollar shit. Maybe I will one day. In a week or two. Next week, not this weekend, but next weekend I might do a so-called spiritual bath. Get certain negative energy off of my reset, basically. Yeah. Not this weekend, the next one. By next weekend, I'll let you know. I'll show y'all what I'm looking at. Very interesting. Gotta run a crane to get a damn AC fix out this bitch. The cap's gotta be small though, otherwise you'll bleach yourself. If it's a laundry detergent size cap, only 3 or 4. Oh no, I'm not fucking with it like that. I ain't gonna put that much in. I'll use the cap of the ammonia and do 2 of those. And like you said, see how my skin reacts to it too. Although you're diluting it in the bathroom water, but still, same story. You gotta be careful mixing those chemicals in general too. You might fuck around and create acid. Although it's not enough to really fuck you over, but it will not be pleasant. You end up like that scene in Training Day. When the Mexicans took him to the house with the bathtub. You don't want to do that. You don't want that much ingredients in your shit. Lord knows. Why can't I? I'm gonna get an iPhone holder too one day. 1155. Oh shit. Angel number 66. Nothing. Timeless. 99. 18. 9. Again. Luke. Mr. Now said, nope. What else going on in the interwebs, man? Nothing on the refresh, nothing on the mind, nothing on the spirits today. Everyone chilling, transitioning into the fall and all the new chapters and journeys that are loading, hopefully, Lord willing, the better ones. That's your boy. Jim Burrows. Or is it John? Serene. I fold my hands and wait. With no care for the wind, nor tide, nor sea. No longer shall I rave against time or fate. For lo, my own shall come to me. Refresh, just Pokemon and McDonald's. Keep doing the metaphysical quote ads. You see more Charles Kirkish funding ties? Yeah. That's unfortunate if that was a real event and not an AI one, because you know how skeptical I am about them people. That is unfortunate. I would have no suspicion that event would turn that side of the, what are they, right? Conservatives? Even Candace Owens on? I'd have no idea that would spook them into a different trajectory mentally and narrative-wise. All at once. The great reveal, the Ish cut the funding days before the unalive. They typically do. Yes, yeah, it's that crew. And none of them are that, which is the craziest shit about it. So the Ish faction of people are trying to control narrative still so that they can have control of finance and corporations. And it's like, y'all gonna die. Why waste your life doing something so useless? They're supposed to be the people in the Bible, but they don't know who Solomon is or something. It's like chasing the wind. At least be honorable to that. A bunch of wind chasers talking about they God's people. Serene, I fold my with no care for the wind, no tide, no shit. No, this ain't that. They don't know anything, it seems, that comes to that Bible. Neither did Charlie Kirk. That's what they all got in common. They pretend to be virtuous and righteous because the Bible is there somewhere, but they don't know it. They don't see themselves in it. They don't ever say my grandmother, ever. They don't push that energy towards what it means, why that book exists. They look at it as like a reference point for them to be in control or, above something or someone. No, it doesn't. It puts you under God with everything else. What the fuck? They don't read. Shout out to everybody else in the chat. Oh, we got 27 likes. Look at that. 9. 20 people viewing. Who are the other 20 people? It's always the same 3 people talking to me. What's up? Jonathan says 3. They did it all for nothing. I seen hoop dreams deflate like a true fiend's weight. They typically do it, crash out, ruin relationships and lives and families, and all their acting and stage crafting and honeypotting gets revealed. It looks corny, and then you're like, all right, moving on to the next hot topicer. Now they got his Nick Fuentes. They're down to the Little Rascals. And Gen Z is not paying attention to none of that shit for real. And the Gen Z, that is what they call them kids? Gooners? Wow. No comment. I would not join a club of losers. Unless they talk about anime or video games. Count me in. I'll bring the pizza and the soda. Very classic videos are back in our rooms too, like Vine, but not the mid ones. I noticed that too. All the nostalgia, AI generated clips. Like, I'm getting tired of it. 5 years ago today would have been someone's birthday. 10 years ago today, something else was released. Weird and odd numbers. They're not even centennial or nothing. They're just like, this time last year. It's like, there's nothing else to talk about. That's how you know shit weird, when they just keep going backwards, even in media, like to keep your attention. Like, and most of the people that are clicking and watching that shit was not there when it was new. You guys really slept on this Tony Braxton song back then. No, the fuck we didn't. There's just hotter songs. The fuck? Post those. Like, it's the language models weird. Foreigners trying to sound like black girls. Mr. says, man, Nick Fuentes the next day he's wearing the Hugo Boss orange striped jacket and talking about the most fed stuff on the planet. They follow their paychecks, just like Alex Jones does. They reverse engineer their demographic. They're like the Busy Works beats of people pretending to give a fuck. If he's the last bastion for the youth, yeah, I know why the paper checks are gone. Nick Fuentes is the last avatar and shit. God damn. Nick Fuentes is a wiener head. He's a rascal. He's definitely a rascal. But he banging on the homeboys. He banging on the issues, man. Didn't your boy speak at the White House recently? Didn't BB come to the White House? What was he talking about? I didn't want to listen to it. I was like, oh, this man can't say nothing, man. He's responsible for he has too much blood on his hands to even listen to. Right, wrong, or indifferent. Like, that game, nigga, go to Poland. Honor your parents, because I know your ass ain't in the Bible. And I know you ain't reading it. That's his next line in Sneeko. What happened to Sneeko? I be seeing him in the background of other podcasters. You didn't watch the BB Trump collabo either? Nah, that be whack as hell. I already know. I know it's whack as hell. Ain't nothing to watch. It's like watching someone make a garden salad from scratch. The fuck? First step, go in your garden. Second step, light everybody. You have to gray rock these narcs. I haven't heard of the word gray rock before. That's actually genius, actually. That's actually genius. You have to turn your attention away from narcs. Completely. Just like the Bible said. I might have to read Isaiah today. That's a long ass book though, god damn it. No idea, but he pops up with another tape edit of himself every few months. Okay, yeah. I noticed that too. TBFB says this. 3. Thank you, MG. The more I've been reading and applying dynamic thought, the less I find myself internally complaining about events. Salute your tribe for being here daily, squad. I'm glad. I got it saved on my phone as an ebook or whatever. I need to read it too. Again, I need dynamic thought one more time to get from this chapter to next one. Next weekend, not this week, next week. Next weekend is my cut on for the turn my swag on Soldier Boy energy to create the new reality again. This one's been kind to me. This is the calmest time period. I've had a few narc intercessors along the way, but nothing I couldn't handle. I come from the worst of the worst types of energies when it comes to that, so it was more irritating and like trying my patience than it was like a problem or a mountain. But so far the narcs come and go faster than they ever have in my life. That right there is impossible. I'll be honest with you. You want to know until you confront it. Until you speak up and like push the energy back and make your mind up about it. That's how I know. Like what I was saying earlier in this video, like if you take control of your thoughts and your feelings and your expectations about things, you ain't got to be heavy-handed. I'm usually not. I'm actually very peaceful and kind to people, even when they're pissing me off. Because I understand they're people, like, you know, they got their own shit going on. I lead with that until they start going the wrong way against me. They're like, you want me to turn up. You want me to lash out and say something. Oh, you want me to seem crazy. Ooh, wow, what would that do? No one cares. No one cares. In their mind, it means something. In my mind, it's stupid. Once you land there and you're like, I no longer want to be surrounded by stupidity. You won't. That's a blessing too. This current paradigm and environment is not suitable for narcissists or narcissistic behaviors and patterns because there's nothing to take. And people are not paying attention enough, like the decentralized part of this thing. Everyone disagrees about everything, so narcs map their behaviors off of, they people watch and emulate sociopaths and psychopaths even more so. So there's nothing to emulate where they're in the advantage. They're emulating all the things that people are going against. So now they're kind of like stuck. They have to rebrand and redefine themselves, and that's something they can never do anyway. So they're gone. They're cooked. That generationally, I mean, like old marks, 30s and ups, they're cooked. They can't change. They can't repaint their mask. Not enough money. Not enough people to help them either to do so. I had one tell me, he said, "I'm just stuck in my ways." And in my head, I'm just, unfortunately, those are narcissistic, man. I know where that story ends for you, buddy. Have fun. Starve the vampires, Mr. Dow says. So what you're saying is stop to starve them? Yes. Starve. They starve off of attention. Thus, what the brother TBFB said, by focusing his mind and his focus and his imagination on other things, he no longer entertains or worries about the events. Thus, he's not feeding the source of the discomfort, which comes from narcissists. That's why everything's uncomfortable. It's because the people in charge are narcissistic. Those doctors that lied, the presidents of everywhere, all of that. It's really not the position or the title. If it was for the people, by the people, it would be awesome. Like, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But it's because the old paradigm lend people fake it until they make it, and power plays and 48 laws of power, sharks, vultures, because it lent itself to that. Even if you weren't originally that way, you have to learn how to be that way, which will take an effect on you, right? You'll lash out on other people too. So because that was the normal for our generations this time, the fact that this paradigm does not support it anymore, doesn't fund it, so you got to do as above, so below when you think about it. Like, well, if they're suffering in the physical reality in terms of keeping control, resources, compliance, agreement, consensus, then it's also happening spiritually to them too. So in their mind space, they're also at odds with themselves, because that's the only thing there. how they see themselves. What's good, Mr. Walter White, the real OG? I'm almost there. I'll be OG status eventually. You said smoke one, smoke two. That's crazy. No, this is blacks. They're not that good anymore. I'm about to quit them. I'm just getting to a point where I don't need them. Yes, sir. The kid who takes his ball back from the group because they're not getting their way, then the group moves on and starts playing freeze tag instead. Exactly. Or ride their bikes to a different park, or go to the neighbor's house and play Nintendo 64. Like, that's what's happening, though. Yeah, exactly, that's what's happening. Oh, we can't play marbles today. Oh, I guess we go back to the dirt park and fly our bikes off the ramps. I've experienced that. People do that. Try to pull that maneuver. Like, bro, I am X Games. I will find something else to do. I'll get on my skateboard. Give me 5 minutes. I'll learn this ollie. No different. Exactly. Those are the kids. Call them spoiled rotten. They're spoiled already. They're spoiled that they think the things that spoil them are more important than people. Ain't that everybody's problem? Especially with the girls. They're spoiled. They want to be spoiled. For what? You want to make cereal with spoiled milk? Then why would you want to start a family with someone spoiled? Family ensues that you have to sacrifice yourself for someone else. You can't be spoiled any mother. The fuck? Hold up, let me put this on the charger. Can't be spoiled any mother. I still got that Pokemon card I found. Wills are spiritual. Totems as well. Let's see. Let's see what this book says. Let's see what I find today. Revelations Part 2, Part 3. I think this one has Isaiah. Isaiah the Remix. Lexham English Septuagint, aka the Old Testament of ancient Egypt, formerly known as Amexem, the Americas. Kingdoms Chronicles. Isaiah is in this. Exodus is in this. Isaiah is page 1070. Almost at the end. Kind of. Past the second half. Hosea. Amos. What did Amos say? Thus, the Lord God showed me. So this is Amos 7. It just stood out real quick, the way they formatted it. Thus the Lord God showed me, and look, the offspring of locust is coming early. And look, one locust is Agag, the king. And it will be, if they finish devouring the grass of the land. So I said, O Lord, be merciful. Who will raise up Jacob, because he is very small? Repent, O Lord, because of this. And this will not be, this says the Lord. So the Lord showed me, and look, the Lord invoked judgment with the fire, and devoured the great deeps, and it devoured the portion of the Lord. And I said, O Lord, rest now. Who will raise up Jacob, because he is very small? Repent, O Lord, because of this. And this will not happen, says the Lord. Thus the Lord showed me, and look, one was posted upon an adamantine wall, and adamant was in his land. And the Lord said to me, what do you see, Amos? And I said, adamant, A-D-A-M-A-N-T, adamant, a person or a giant. And the Lord said to me, Lord, I am placing adamant in the middle of my people, Israel. No longer will I add to passing by him. And the altars of derision will be destroyed, and the rituals of Israel will be desolate. And I will arise again the house of Jeroboam with a sword. And Amaziah, the priest of Bethel, sent to Jeroboam, king of Israel, saying, Amos is creating conspiracies against you in the middle of the house of Israel, and the land is not able to endure all of his words, because Amos is saying these things. By a sword, Jeroboam will die, and Israel be led as captive away from his land. Wow. And Amaziah said to Amos, O seer, go, depart to the land of Judah, and there spend your life, and there you shall prophesy. But in Bethel, no longer increase prophesying, because it is a sanctuary of the king, and is a house of the kingdom. So, similar to Micaiah and Ahab, they don't like when the prophets and the seers come around telling the truth about shit. So go somewhere else, go to Judah. And Amos answered and said to Amaziah, I was not a prophet, nor was I the son of a prophet. Rather, I was a goat herder and the one who scratches mulberry fruits. And the Lord gathered me out of the sheep. And the Lord said to me, go prophesy against my people, Israel. So now hear the word of the Lord. And he leaves this paragraph. You say, do not prophesy against Israel, and you shall not attract a crowd against the house of Jacob. On account of this, the Lord says these things. Your wife will prostitute herself in the city, and your sons and your daughters will fall by the sword. And your land will be measured out with a measuring line, and you will die in an impure land, and Israel will be led as a captive from his land. Wow. Amos is during the punishment of Israel under that kingdom, whatever timeline that is. So he just picked a random, if you will. He's not random, he's bloodline, but yeah, you gotta do what you told, I guess. That's all you can do. King Wells says remote viewing is a natural thing we do. You just need training to hit the point. It depends on what you mean by we, though. Everyone doesn't do it. Everyone can't remote view. Everyone don't even know how to recognize it. Nah, Isaiah's way too. Isaiah 34, goddamn. Isaiah 45, nah, boy. Isaiah 25 and a half, hold on now. How far does Isaiah go? Then Jeremiah go on forever too. Jeremiah's a good one as well. Isaiah's one of the best, I think, because so many people reference it. But they don't read, I know they don't read all of Isaiah. I know they don't. Isaiah's just cooking. True fasting. Comfort after distress. Beastly attitudes. I'm in the 50s, so I'm fine. Deserts into gardens. Restoration of Israel. Reversal of Israel's servitude. Zion is not forgotten. So this is after Amos and all the shit that had happened. Tedra. Isaiah 49. Listen to me, islands, and pay attention, nations. After a long time it'll come about, says the Lord. He called my name from my mother's belly, and he made my mouth like a sharp sword, and he hid me under the protection of his hand. He made me like a choice arrow, and he hid me in his quiver. And he said to me, Indians, and you are my servant Israel, and I will be glorified in you. And I said, I have toiled in vain for pointlessness, and I have given my strength for nothing. On account of this, my judgment is with the Lord, and my hard work before God. And now this is what the Lord, who formed me from the belly as his bondservant in order to gather Jacob and Israel to himself, says, in quotes, I will be gathered and glorified before the Lord, and God will be strength for me. And he said to me, it is a great thing for you to be called my child, to establish the tribes of Jacob, and to return the dispersion of Israel. Look, I have given you as a covenant for a nation, as a light for the nations, so that you may become salvation as far as the end of the earth. So all over. This is what the Lord who rescues you, the God of Israel, says. Sanctify the one who despises his life, who is abhorred by the nations, the servants of rulers. Kings will see him and arise. Rulers will also will worship him for the sake of the Lord, because the Holy One of Israel is faithful, and I have chosen you. So this is Isaiah talking about his vision. This is what the Lord says. I have listened to you at the acceptable time, and I have helped you in the day of salvation. And I formed you and have given you a covenant for the nations, to establish the land, to allot to deserted lots. So instead of taking over something with giants or people there, you can return to these deserted places. Saying to those in chains, come out, and to those in darkness, be revealed, mental. They will be fed in all the ways, and their pasture will be in all of their paths. They will not hunger or thirst, and the burning heat in the sun will not strike them. But the one who shows mercy will comfort them, and he will lead them through springs of waters. And I will turn every mountain into a way, and every path into a pasture. Look, these people will come from afar, and they will come from north and from the seas, and others from the land of the Persians. Be cheerful, heavens, and let the earth rejoice. Let the mountains burst forth with cheer, because God has shown mercy to his people, and he has comforted the low among his people. So from top to bottom, it's a reversal of whatever they're dealing with currently as his paradigm, as he's writing it. Everything's desolate. They've already been scattered. The prophecies already happened because they had sinned as a nation, like as a whole. They went reprobate as a whole. So the ones who are like despising the fact that they lost everything, those are the ones who are born later. It's like, what the fuck is this? Why am I here? He's saying, don't worry. We're going to gather them all, and we're going to bring them back together. Zion is not forgotten. But Zion said, the Lord has forsaken me for the Lord. The Lord has forsaken me, for the Lord has forgotten me. Would a woman forget her young child so as not to show mercy to the offspring of her belly? But even if a woman might forget these, surely I will not forget you, said the Lord. Look, I have painted your walls on my hands, and you are always before me. And you will be built quickly by those who tore you down. You will be built quickly by those who tore you down. And those who made you deserted will depart from you. So all the problems, all the nurses. Lift your eyes up all around and look at all these things. Look, they have gathered and come to you. As I live, I swear, says the Lord, that you will put all of them on as an ornament and put them on as decoration, just like a bride. Because you're deserted and utterly destroyed in fallen places will now be too crowded because of those who dwell there. And those who swallowed you will be removed from you, aka those who came, gentrified. For your sons who have lost will say in your ears, this place is too crowded for me. Make a place for me that I might reside. And you will say in your heart, who has produced these for me? I am a childless and a widow. Who has reared them for me? I have been left alone. Where did these come to me from? Yeah, it's alliteration. He's likening it to a woman and a child. This is what the Lord says. Look, I am raising my hand to the nations, and I will raise my signal to the islands. And they will bring your sons in their bosom, and they will carry your daughters on their shoulders. And kings will be your foster fathers, and their leading women your nurses. They will bow to you on the face of the earth, and they will lick the dust of your feet, and you will know that I am Lord. And those who wait on me will not be ashamed. Can you take a booty from a giant? That's weird. And if anyone takes someone prisoner unjustly, will he be saved? See, there's giants in this book. Don't sleep. This is what the Lord says. If anyone takes a giant prisoner, he will receive the spoils. And if he takes something from a strong one, he will be saved. But I will judge your judgment, and I will rescue your sons. And those who afflict you will eat their own flesh and drink their own blood like new wine and be drunk. And all the flesh will be perceived that I am Lord who rescued you and upholds the strength of Jacob, which is Israel. This is what the Lord says. What kind of divorce document was your mother's with which I sent her away? This is updated translation. They're trying to parallel it to what it would be today. Or to which debtor have I sold you? Look, you were sold for your sins, and I sent your mother away for your transgressions. Why have I come, and there was no human? I called, and there was no one who was listening. Is my hand not strong enough to rescue, or am I not able to set you free? Look, in my reproach, I will desolate the seas and turn rivers into deserts, and I will dry up the fish because there is no water, and they will die in thirst. I will clothe the heavens with darkness and make it cloak like sackcloth. The Lord has given me a tongue of discipline, so that I might know when it is necessary to speak a word. Wow. He appointed me early. He added a listening ear to me. In the discipline of the Lord opened my ears, and I do not resist or oppose it. I gave my back to the lashes and my cheeks in blows, and I will not turn my face away from the shame of spittings. And the Lord has become a helper to me. On account of this, I was not ashamed, but I set my face like a solid rock. And I knew that I would surely not be ashamed, because the one who justifies me is approaching. He who is the one who judges me? ? Let him withstand me at once. Yes, who is the one who judges me? Let him approach me. Look, the Lord will help me. Who will mistreat me? Look, you will grow old like a garment, and a moth will devour you. Basically, he's going to outlast anyone that's come against him because of his faith, because of his position, because he was chosen. Who among you is the one who fears the Lord? Let him listen to the voice of his child. You who walk in darkness and have no light, all right, NPCs, trust in the name of the Lord and lean upon God. Look, you're all kindling a fire and feeding a flame. Oh no, those are NPCs. He's talking about people who've lost hope. You got to kindle the fire. Same thing about reversing negative into a positive. So you're in darkness and you have no light because they're getting out of bondage. They're getting out of they're at the end of the United States. This is what they're describing. The crazy shit is when you read this shit and you think about your life as like all the people that came here to destroy us, and everywhere around the world too, not just us, but all the people, you know, who just who lived their lives at our expense, if you will, and how their kings will rebuild what's ours, and how their leading women will be the nurses to heal us, if you will. Like their agenda, the colonizer, if you will, for modern terms, their agenda will shift, and then you'll see the benefits of that. And then they're talking about giants and things like that, because there's nothing but giants in the Old Testament. If you can catch one, then this. Like basically, if you're strong enough to do this on your own, but God is not going to make you do anything. God will cut down their resources and make everything desolate to prove a point. 2 points though. There's 2 points being proven. The people that came over here got all willy-nilly don't believe in our God, right? Obviously. And whatever God they believe in, whatever idea they believe in is one thing. But once our God, if you will, biblical, knocks them down and resets them, and then once he starts to do a new thing in the new generations of us and rebuild us, then those people will then see, like, oh shit, their God is real. Because how the fuck did we end up here? Because it's kind of like amnesia. Like, how did we end up here? And how did we lose everything? We know it ain't them, but that's a pretense, especially for America. If these people lose everything in America, that means us, the Americans, how do I say this? Them losing everything that they scoured and devoured in America all at once, like they're doing, is way more scarier to them than it is to me or even any of you, only because there's technically no physical or 3D reason for them to have lost control of things, because it's only them, right? We're not doing it in the sense of politics, influence, numbers, money. No matter how much money I have, it belongs to their bank, right? So it's impossible, if you will, through cunning or strategy to overcome the system itself, which puts others who are not from here in a privileged position. Isaiah is going through a similar time where once that's clear, then it starts building up the American thing, if you will, and the remnant of the people and the mixes of people here today. Well, the meek shall inherit the earth type of thing, but at the expense of the others. And then the others go, God is real. Because we know it wasn't them that did it, but God did it. And we know God comes from them. Like the idea, the book, the Bible, King John, all the same story. I get it. They'll be looking around, looking for Jesus and looking for God, and realize, like, nah, we're losing everything. So it's not that. But we're in a place that we don't belong anyway. So what that prophecy was that I'm sure they're aware of is coming true. Even today, again. The Lord has given me a tongue of discipline so that I might know when it's necessary to speak a word. He appointed me early, since he was young. He added a listening ear to me, discernment, be able to hear the voice. And discipline of the Lord opens my ears, and I do not resist or oppose. I gave my back to the lashes and my cheeks to the blows, meaning I took L's for standing in this truth. And I did not turn my face away from shame of spittings. So even if someone disagreed or whatever, I wasn't affected. And the Lord has become a helper to me. I can account to that. At least the feeble concept that I have of it, I would attribute it to something instead of man, for sure. On account of this, I was not ashamed, but I set my face like a solid rock. And I knew that I would surely not be ashamed. How could you be, when you know where your help is? Because the one who justifies me is approaching, so the time is coming. And he approached me literally, the signs, the wonders, the miracles, things like that. Who is the one who judges me? He's talking about which one of you? Let him withstand me at once. Come, say it in my face. Yes, who is the one that judges me? Let him approach me. Go ahead and step up. Look, the Lord will help me. So who will mistrust me? Look, you all will grow old like a garment and be devoured like a moth. You know? Who among you is the one who fears the Lord? So which one of you believe? Let him listen to the voices of his child. You who walk in darkness and have no light, trust in the name of the Lord and lean upon God. Look, you're all a kindling, a fire, and feeding a flame. Thoughts, momentum. Walk in the light of your fire, and in that flame you have kindled. These things have happened to you because of me. You will sleep in sorrow. Damn. So I think he's cursing me. What the fuck is going on? I won't figure it out. We need more context. Because you can take it both ways. Listen to me. You who pursue what is righteous and seek the Lord. All right, so that's a good thing. Look to the solid rock that you have hewed, H-E-W-E-D, into the hole of the pit that you have dug. Look to Abraham your father and to Sarah, who was in labor with you, because he was one, and I called him, and I blessed him and loved him. Even now I will comfort you, Zion, and I have comforted all her deserted places, and I'll make her desert places like an orchard, and the western places like an orchid of the Lord. So Mexico and California, right? They will find cheer and rejoicing in her acknowledgement and the sound of praise. So he's repairing the land. So whether, the natural way will manifest, but this is the prophecy that's going to happen. Listen to me, my people, and your kings. Give ear to me, because the law will go forth from me, and my judgment as a light to the nations. My righteousness approaches quickly, and even my salvation will go forth as a light. The nations will hope in my strength. Islands will wait for me and will hope in my strength. Lift your eyes up to the heavens and look at the earth below. Oh, as above, so below. For the heavens will become solid like smoke, and the earth will grow old like a garment, and those who inhabit it will die just like these things. But my salvation will be for eternity, and my righteousness will certainly not come to an end. So salvation's in Isaiah, and this is way before Jesus exists too. Don't forget that part. But Remember, these are people who are born into captivity under Israel, talking about salvation from the fact that they have lost something that they once had that was great, and that they will be saved from their desolation or from their current position as post-colonization, and then that promise where Jacob will be born again. So a lot of these people of this time, when you read this book, they're not thinking about salvation in the terms of like what happens to your soul when you die and go to heaven. Although that's always on their mind because they're trying to be righteous, but they're trying to be righteous now because it's not waiting for you to die. Heaven or hell is your choice. The kingdom of heaven is inside. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. So if you understand these degrees, then you're trying to bring heaven as in earth as in heaven every day of your life. You're not waiting to die. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of cheap to me that people just simplify it to like, oh, Jesus died for our sins, so yeah, can't wait to die and go to heaven one day. But in the meantime, nothing changes. No. This is some meantime shit. He's a prophet though. Most of these people writing, they're writing like we're talking in 3Ms and stuff. They're writing about what's going on and what's about to happen. And then, of course, it's documented afterwards. And then we lose context historically because we're disconnected from those memories to, oh yeah, that's back when such and such, and the king over there, yeah, and over there in Persia, California, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we don't have that advantage no more as a people. So we kind of have to like transpose it and imagine, if you will, the best context for it to apply. But most certainly, this whole testament is every time they end up fucking up, and then God comes through and saves the next generation who's willing to listen. And it's just a continuous thing. So if you sidestep it and you just look at how the majority of people, even those who are favored, even those in the bloodline, it's typical, it seems, for them to lose their way. And it's more critical for you who have the ears and eyes to notice these things, to not try to stand in their way and save them physically, or to condemn them with worry and you know what's going to happen to you. No, it's way more important that if you find yourself in a paradigm, a household, a business, or a time like that, that you seek God rather than try to convince people about God. You know what I'm saying? Like that you seek God for a solution outside of that rather than you try to convince everyone that everything's fucked up and corrupt because they're sinners or something, right? No one receives that anyway. But the Bible reinforces the fact that God chooses certain people to be that voice, to be that messenger, to speak things into existence for the greater good. And for us, we have to be double time. We have, like, my life, I can't get worse. Like, I can't afford to go left. I'm sorry, left is the way I'm going. I cannot afford to fuel reprobativity, but so much at my big age, because I know for sure that God has showed up in my life and done amazing things and sent some cool people into my life who've helped out tremendously. So I don't have a doubting Thomas thing about that. I might have a doubting Thomas thing about the people and my future and my, all that shit as per usual. But even that, fear not, fully. So once you get into rhythm with that, it just becomes common sense to you that, okay, so I made it from this. I overcame these things. I'm here. It's obviously going to get tighter. I'm obviously going to perfect this and master this better. And each time you get to another ladder in that quest right there, like bettering yourself, like I need to keep my ears open. I need to keep my eyes open. I need to read. I need to figure this out. I need, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is personal in that degree. And if you can commit to committing to it, then life, God, spirit, and everything in between us tends to reanimate and do the rest for you anyway. It's not as hard as it can seem. The hardest thing is saying no to the past. The hardest thing is letting the old world die. The hardest thing is disconnecting from certain people that you know are not going to change, and you always do that. The hardest thing is like taking a risk into the darkness and then starting a new path somewhere else or doing another thing. All of that's the hard part. And that's all just mental and emotional. It's not even hard, right? It's just one day at a time. One day at a time, one day at a time, one day at a time. And you stack those days up, and then it's years. Then you're an adept, then you're a master. And then you're like, I don't give a fuck what no one talking about. Same story. Listen to me, you who know judgment, people of whom my law is in your heart. Do not fear the reproach of humans, and do not be overcome by their contempt. I needed to hear that. What do you say? Do not fear the reproach of humans, and do not be overcome by their contempt. For like a garment, it will be eaten up by time, and like wool, it will be eaten up by a moth. But my righteousness will be for eternity, and my salvation for generations of generations. So what he's saying is, don't nothing stack up or compare to what God said anyway. Right? All this is alliteration and they're stacking. So it's saying like, don't worry about those people who don't do right or who got you fucked up or, you know, Trump in all those degrees. Don't worry about them. They age, they're human. Eventually there'll be a time where they're not here no more. However, if you, instead of focus on those things and let you get bent and go that direction and, you know, crying and in the dark and fucked up and flunked out, instead of dealing with that in its limited lifespan, how about you spend your time here so that you can unlock the potential of eternity? Type shit. That's all. This one's called the Restoration of Zion. This is still Isaiah 51. Awake, awake, Jerusalem, and put on the strength of your arm. Awake at the start of the day as the eternal generation. Ooh. Are you not the one who laid the sea waste, the abundant water of the abyss? Are you not the one who put a way of passage at the bottom of the sea for those who are rescued and for those who are ransomed? They're talking about Exodus. For they will be returned by the Lord, and they will come to Zion with cheer and eternal rejoicing. For praise will be upon their head, and cheer will seize them. Grief and sorrow and sighing have fled them. I, even I, am the one who comforts you. Perceive this. Who are you, that you have been frightened of mortal humanity and of the son of a human? Run that shit back. Perceive this. Who are you, that you have been frightened by mortal humanity and of the son of a human? They have dried up like grass, and you have forgotten God who made you, the one who made the heavens and founded the earth. And you always, all the days, were frightened of the wrathful face of the one who afflicts you? For which way did he resolve to take you? And now where is the wrath of your oppressor? For when he delivers you, he will not stand still or delay. For I am your God, the one who stirs up the sea and makes its waves roar. The Lord Sabaoth is my name. S-A-B-A-O-T-H. Lord Sabaoth is my name. I will put my words in your mouth and shelter you under the protection of my hand, by which I establish the heavens and founded the earth. In Zion will say, you are my people. Zion's emperor. The cup of the Lord's wrath. Awake, awake, arise, O Jerusalem. You have drunk from the hand of the Lord and the cup of his wrath. For it is the cup of destruction. aka you pissed God off. You have drunk the vessel of wrath, and you have emptied it out. And all of your children whom you brought forth, there was no one who comforted you. And even from all your sons whom you raised, there was not one who took hold of your hand. A bunch of, ungrateful ass, what I'm talking about? These two things are against you. Who will grieve with you? Collapse, injury, famine, and the sword. Who will comfort you? aka when you're plagued by trouble because of what happened. Your sons who are at a loss, who lie down at the edge of every exit like a cooked beet, who are full of wrath of the Lord, are the ones who weary through the Lord God. Because of this, listen, you have been brought low and are drunk, but not from wine. This is what the Lord God who judges the people says. Look, I have taken the cup of collapse from your hand, the vessel of my wrath, and you will continue to drink it no further. So he's removing it. And I'll give it into the hands of those who have wronged you. So it's polarity. So it's like balancing the odds, balancing the tables finally. Of those who brought you down, who have said to your soul, in quotes, bow your head in order that we may pass by. And you placed your waist equal to the land outside for those passing by. Awake, awake, O Zion, put on your strength, O Zion, and you, Jerusalem, put on your glory, holy city. The uncircumcised and unclean will not pass through you any longer, aka foreigners. Shake off the dust and arise. Sit, Jerusalem, release the chain from your neck, captive daughter of Zion. Because this is what the Lord says. You were sold for nothing, and you will be redeemed without silver, aka nothing physical. This is what the Lord says. Formerly my people went down into Egypt to dwell there, and they were led to Assyrians by force. Now why are you here? This is what the Lord says. Because my people were taken for nothing, be impressed and wail. This is what the Lord says. Because of you, my name is blasphemed among the nations. They're saying because of what happened to us, that the nations don't believe in God. Because of this, my people will know my name in that day, that I myself am the one who speaks. I am present as hour upon the mountains, as the feet of one who brings the good news of peace, as the one who brings the good news of good things. And I will make your salvation heard, saying, O Zion, your God will reign. For the voice of those who guard you will be lifted up, and their voice they will be cheerful together. For eyes will look to eyes when the Lord shows mercy to Zion. Everyone will look around like, oh shit, what happened? How did this turn around? Let the deserted places of Jerusalem break forth together with cheer, because the Lord has shown mercy to her and has rescued Jerusalem. The Lord will reveal his holy arm before all the nations, strength, and all ends of the earth will see the salvation that is from God. Capital G. Depart, depart. Come out from there and touch no unclean thing. Come out from the middle of her, be separate. You carry the vessels of the Lord. You who carry the vessels of the Lord, aka the genetics. Because you will not come out with trouble or go in flight. For the Lord will go before you, and the one who gathers you is the God of Israel. So remember, lords and gods, sometimes there's got Lord Sabbath, and then you have God, capital G. I can't tell yet, because these translators can't tell the difference. You got lords, you got elves, you got angels, you got the sons of God that they call lords too. And this is Isaiah speaking. So there's an angel inside of him, obviously, as an entity, but he's speaking in third party, or at least this way it's being written. He's channeling. To keep it simple, he's channeling this message in the mercy of his language model. But the consensus of it is that he's talking to the people, the remnant of Israel, who are scattered already after Amos, after Exodus, off that, like after they got fucked up again, getting into reprobate shit, getting captured by the Assyrians, and then having to borrow that culture to survive, like we do today, like the way that I do, quite literally today. But he's speaking to the fact that that time is up, and he's reminding everyone at the same time as promising them deliverance. He's reminding all the other ones who chose to go the other way and turn their back too, like, who are you? Like, did you do this to yourself? He's asking them hypothetically, does this make sense? Make this make sense. If it's not God, what is it? How can it be man? Do you see these men? Do you see what's going on here? Make that make sense. Is that normal? Who could go ahead of you and change this whole paradigm so that all you have to do is walk? And in the same way, negative too. Who else can make you lose all your opulence and all the battles and all the giants you beat? How can these fucking faggots be over you? Is that not God? Like he's creating the stage. Look, my child will understand and be raised up and magnified very much. The way many will be impressed by you, so your appearance will be despised by people and your glory by the people. Thus many nations will be impressed at him, and the kings will shut their mouth, because those to him it has not been declared concerning him will see, and those who have not heard will soon understand, or will understand. O Lord, who has believed our report? To whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? We proclaimed as a child before him, as a root in a thirsty land. Okay, so they're at the end of the United States kind of thing. The thirsty land and the desolate things. So that's like the gentrification, the tent cities, not enough money, like shit is mids. He has no appearance or glory, and we saw him, and he had no appearance or beauty, emperor has no clothes. Instead, his appearance was dishonored and coming to an end among the sons of humans. A human who is in misfortune and who knows how to bear sickness, for his face has been, the suffering of our people. And his face has been, he's talking in reversal about ourselves. And he has been turned back. He was dishonored and he was not esteemed. So this is like a testimony of what their life has been like. This one carries our sins and suffers pain for us, and we regarded him as one who is in difficulty, misfortune, and affliction. but he was wounded because of our sins and became weakened because of our lawless acts. And you notice they apply a lot of these traits to Jesus when they talk about it, don't they? It's interesting because they're not necessarily talking about Jesus, but this is just consistent every time we fuck up. Someone comes to get us out, by the way. The discipline of our peace was upon him. By his bruise we were healed. We have all been misled like sheep. We have all been misled like sheep. Each person was misled in his own path, and the Lord handed him over for our sins. And because he was afflicted, he does not open his mouth. Like a sheep that is led to slaughter, and like a lamb is voiceless before the one who shears it, so he does not open his mouth. His judgment was taken away in humiliation. Who will describe his family? For his life was taken from earth. He was led to death because of the lawless acts of my people. And I will give the wicked in place of his tomb, and the wealthy in place of death, because he committed no lawlessness, and there is no deceit in his mouth. It sounds like Jesus, doesn't it? But it's not that type of foreshadowing. But it's interesting that the New Testament writers probably reference this. The Lord is willing to cleanse him of the injury. If you give concerning sin, our soul will see long-lived seed, and the Lord wishes to remove him from the difficulty of his soul, to show him the light, and to form him with understanding, to justify the righteous who serves many well, and he himself will bear the sins. Because of this, he will cause many to inherit, and he will portion the spoils of the mighty, because his soul was given over to death, and he was reckoned among the lawless, and he himself bore the sins of many, and he was handed over because of their lawlessness. Wrath is temporary. Be cheerful, O barren one who does not father. Break forth and cry aloud, you who are not in labor, because of the children of the deserted woman will be more than those of the woman who has a husband. For the Lord has said it. So this is metaphors. So those who are not able to produce anything prior, those who are not able to get ahead, don't you worry, because now you're about to be able to, versus the people, and he's using a metaphor of a woman or a husband and wife who can have kids, or versus the single mother or single man who can't. You're about to produce more than them who used to can, basically. Enlarge the place of your tent and of your curtains. Pitch it. Do not spare. Lengthen your borders and strengthen your tent pegs, aka you're about to expand your foundations. Prepare to expand yourself, and that starts in the mind too. Don't limit yourself to the constraints of this environment or what they're saying about the economy or what they're saying about the music industry. Yeah, that shit is dead, but that was never our house to begin with. But your house, begin to expand it and strengthen it. So you know how tents are. You got to make sure it's balanced so the wind or the shape doesn't fuck it up for you, right? Spread your dwellings even to the right and into the left, and your seed will inherit nations, right? You see how I code switch? And you will settle wasted cities. Do not be frightened because you are disgraced, or feel shame because you were reviled, because you will forget the eternal shame and will not remember the reproach of your widowhood. And so what they're saying is, don't let the past stop you from going forward, because like all things, as soon as you get away from it, each day as you get away from what the past was, you're going to forget it anyway. For the Lord who made you, the Lord Sabaoth is his name. For the Lord who made you, the Lord Sabaoth is his name, and the God of Israel himself is the one who rescues you. So will he be called in the earth. The Lord has called you not like an abandoned and discouraged woman, or like a woman who was hated from her youth. And your God, I abandoned you for a little time, and I will show you mercy to you with great mercy. I turned my face back from you with a little wrath, but I will show you mercy, and to you with eternal mercy. It said the Lord who rescues you. Since the water that was at the time of Noah, this is my oath. Damn, yeah, because he made a promise to Noah and all that stuff too. He said, since the water that was at the time of Noah, this is my oath. Just as I swore to him at the time to be no longer angry at the earth over you, nor in your terror to remove the mountains, nor will your hills be moved away, so neither will my compassion for you come to an end. So basically, he utterly destroyed the earth last time, like destroyed hills and mountains and all kind of shit. So he's saying, I'm chilling with that. But the same way that I kept that promise with Noah, neither will my compassion for you come to an end. and the covenant of your peace will certainly not depart. For he has said, mercy be with you, Lord. Wow. Lo, an unsettled one, you have not been comforted. Look, I am preparing a ruby for you as your stone, and a sapphire as your foundations. Remember Enoch, they kind of just, he described all his visions of heaven kind of like crystally and stuff, but it's value. I will establish your foundation with value. And I will make your bulwarks jasper, your gates stones of crystal, and your wall choice stones. Opulence, right? More than, and mind you, this is a lot for them to believe at the time. So it's like the law of polarity, and Isaiah is maxing it out. He's saying, yeah, we're used to having bare minimums, and even some of us have a little bit, is never enough. But what's about to happen in this reversal, in this turning of the tide, imagine the craziest crystal. Imagine the flyest Lamborghini. Imagine the fucking flyest island and the baddest bitches. That's where he's going with it, if you understand what they're trying to do in their language model. And all your sons will be instructed by God, and your children will live in great peace. You will be built up in righteousness. Abstain from an unjust person. We were talking about that earlier. Stay away from the narcs and the unjust people, and you will not be frightened, and trembling will not approach you. Look, strangers will come to you through me and will dwell beside you and flee to you for refuge. So not only are you going to be so lit that you'll be able to get back on your grind, others who come from other places will also come next to you, and they will benefit greatly as well. Look, so there is no what's that called, segregation and stuff in the concept of our people. By the way, we just want to stay away from assholes. Look, I created you, not like a coppersmith blowing on coals and bringing forth a vessel fit for work, but I did not create you for destruction to destroy you. This is in Jeremiah too, but to give you hope in the future. In Jeremiah, I will not prosper any artificial vessel against you. Artificial vessel, come on now, wake up. And every voice will rise up against you in judgment. You will overcome all of them. So he's saying, so if you reverse it, what he's saying is, even when you start to win, there's always going to be this element of people talking down, or other groups of people, doubting the power of the source, your work, your righteousness, or whatever. Everyone's going to have something fucking to say, no matter what, right? Even when you transmute it to today's day and age, it seems like we're going through the same fucking thing. Whatever they say, whatever they talking about, whatever going on over there, I didn't create you for destruction to destroy you, so don't worry about their judgments. I will not prosper any artificial vessel against you, and every voice will rise up against you in judgment. You will overcome all of them, and they will be subject to you in it. They are subject to you in their judgment of you. They don't have to eat that. They don't have to hold that. There is an inheritance for those who attend the Lord, and you will be my righteous ones, says the Lord. So you have all the people who benefit, but then you have the righteous ones. And the righteous ones are the ones who seek God's face and end up getting all the fucking hoopla, supernatural, goofy shit that be going on. I love it though. But I'm not in the sapphire foundations just yet. So we're cusping. We're getting there. Isaiah 55. You who thirst, go to the water. And whoever has no silver, go buy and eat wine and fat without silver or price. Now, you know that's impossible, right? It's like, if you ain't got no water, drink. And if you ain't got no money to get the thing, go ahead and get it. So where do you do that at? In your mind, right? Stay woke out here. For what purpose you value silver and your labor does not satisfy? Like, what's the point of getting a paycheck if you can't get nothing out of it? Oh, no. Hyperinflation. But the greater wisdom is you buy it in your mind, right? First. You will eat good things, and your soul will exult in good things. Pay attention with your ear, and attend to my ways. Hear me, and your soul will live among good things. Because remember, we're under the pretense when reading this Bible that we're souls and not humans. Your soul will live among good things, and I will establish an eternal covenant with you. The holy things of David are sure. Look, I gave him as a testimony among the nations back then. A ruler and one who commands the nations. The nations, you talking about King David, the nations which do not know you will call upon you, and the peoples who do not know you will flee to you for refuge, because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, because he has magnified you. So like he said, there'll be haters and dissenters, usually in your own tribe. Fuck them. at the end of the day, you'll know it's right because people from other tribes and other nations will come seek you out. That's how you know God is working with you, because people from all over will show up on your channel. People from all over will show up in your life. I know that's right. I know that's right, and that's why I'm trying to get closer and closer to that light right there. I ain't there yet, but I'm going to fucking get there. Seek out the Lord, and when you find him, call upon him. And if he approaches you, let the ungodly abandon his ways, and the man of lawlessness his counsels. Okay, y'all leave everybody behind now. The old world is dead, and let him return to the Lord. Law, and he will be shown mercy, because he will forgive your sins abundantly. For my counsels are not like your counsels, or my ways like your ways, says the Lord. You know, law of correspondence and stuff. It's got to match up, man. I got something better for you. What you think you're leaving behind is nothing like what I'm going to bring you through. It's going to be a totally different world. Like, what you thought you was doing, how you're giving it up. And mind you, the pretense of these people is that they're in a situation just like we are today. They're towards the end of captivity again, of Assyrians and all the other foreigners and, the politics, how you live your life today. You're towards the end of that. And he was like, get away from the people who are still attached to that. Like Amen Ra was saying, like, remove yourself from that, because where I'm taking you next is going to be a different way about it. There's going to be a different counsel about it. And mind you, Isaiah is the one that's channeling this. So he's trying to, he's converting that frequency for them. Because they're hanging out with whoever they hang out with. They're living their life, but it's not the life. They come from King David and shit. So imagine that. We come from the King Montezuma and shit. We come from King James and King John and shit. And now we talking about working at Apple. They don't got to go no further than that. That's a fall for us. You understand? For my counsels are not like your counsels, or my ways like your ways, says the Lord. But as the heaven is far off from the earth, so my way is far off from your ways, and your thoughts from my mind. It's not the same quality. For as the rain or snow comes down from the heavens and does not return until it has drenched the earth and brings forth the sprouts and gives seed to the sower and bread for the food, so will be my word, manna, which goes out from my mouth. It will not return until that which I want is completed. My word shall not come back to me void. And I will cause your ways and my orders to prosper. So just the way that he commands the patterns of the environment and the quantum reality, just as he tells gravity to gravity when it wants to, and it keeps doing it, or water to fall down and it doesn't fall back up. He's talking about order and structure. Just the same way I can speak structure and order into existence is the same way I can do the same thing in your life if you listen. For you will go out with cheer. And that's a command, right? For you will go out with cheer. And I'm talking about you do that shit in real time, right? Like, you get yourself out of that gloomy, negative energy. And just look at it that way. Look at it as code switch. Look at this as polarity switches. Like, for you will go out with cheer, and you will be taught with delight, for the mountains and the hills will leap and welcome you with delight. Mind you, this is alliteration, but it's saying, like, he's stacking variables so fucking high that you have to imagine that. Like, imagine if that mountain could jump. What would that feel like? What type of energy are we describing? We know it's not in our 3D reality in that sense. What we're saying is, like, once you know you're on the right path and you're doing what you're supposed to do and God has favor on you, it'll be as if. That's just a way of coloring things back then. I don't know what that's about. But it serves a great purpose. It shows you polarity. For you will go out with cheer. And you will be taught with delight. For the mountains and the hills will leap and welcome you with delight. And all the trees of the field will clap their branches. And the cypress will grow up instead of the shrub. And the myrtle will grow up instead of the nettle. And the Lord will become a name and an eternal sign. And he will not come to an end. Yeah. Once you replace all the junk, once you replace all the bullshit, once you can get clear and you start moving in the right direction, then you don't fool can't be fooled again. You're not going to have to keep doing this work all your whole life. You just got to get to that promised land. You got to get to that place. And once you get to that place and everything lights up and you see the signs, you got the confirmation and you know it is what it is, and you ain't talking about what they believe and what they granddad, none of that. Once all of that, those questions and those missing notes are gone, and you start to learn, and you start to learn from your environment, and you start to get the confirmations, the symbols, the repetition, the feathers. Once that shit starts happening, you feel me? You're on your way. You're on your way. You're on your way. This is what the Lord says. Keep judgment and do righteousness, for my salvation has come close to appearing, and my mercy to being revealed. So what I'm saying is, this is asking you to do this in your mind, irregardless of whether you see the signs of it, which is, for us, I mean, in this reality, as soon as you start making any progress in this, and you start reading, you start praying, you start meditating, you'll get nudges right away. It doesn't take forever. But you may not get the whole vision that's being promised here to Israel, if you will. And they're saying, like, that time is coming. But in the meantime, in between time, keep judgment and do righteousness. Keep doing what you're supposed to do. Stay away from wicked people. Stay away from the bullshit. Stay away from the things that lead you the other direction. And you can feel it energetically. Keep judgment and then do righteousness. Polarity, go up, go higher. Yeah, it's easy, blah, 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 blah. But nah, go the other way. Starting here. For my salvation has come close to appearing. So that salvation, that other side, you getting out of the desert into the islands with the bad bitches and lemonade, is close to appearing. And they're giving you the sequence of things you're going to notice in your life to let you know that you're getting close to manifesting what God promised and what his mercy has done. And my mercy to being revealed. AKA, when it happens, you're going to know God did it. It ain't going to be as simple as a paycheck. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be, you're not going to question it. Blessed is the man who does these things. One more time, run that back. Man, by the way. Blessed is the man who does these things, and the person who cleaves to them, and keeps the Sabbaths undefiled, and takes care that his hands do no injustice. Right? Undefiled Sabbaths, and make sure your hands, your works, your actions does not create imbalance, injustice. And you convert that universal law to not cast spells that are dishonest. Like, to not manipulate people, to not cause more harm, like do no harm type of shit. Sometimes you gotta fuck somebody up though, I ain't gonna hold you. But it's not talking about that. I'm gonna avoid those situations where I have to feel like that. That's me being more righteous. Like, let me stay away from these people that I know have a tendency. All right, cool. And if some random shit happen, of course I'm stepping up. You already fucking know. But I don't have to worry and prepare for that. Instead, I need to go towards the bad bitches on the island with the lemonade. So it's you're reading, so it's mental, right? So you know that they're communicating to how you look at things. No matter where you are in this story, no matter where you come from, look at it like, well, if I turn my mind to God and I start meditating and understanding what these little parables and equations are, it's really just telling you. Once you switch gears to God gear, and you stop looking outside, you start looking inside and going for confirmations, you're not doing that to live that same life. You're code switching so that you can live a new life. That's the salvation. That's the born again. At least in this part of the game. You'll be born again within your body. For sure. I can almost guarantee it. Like, I'm tired of going through it my damn self. So I'm just trying to tweak. I'm trying to tweak my own variables. I feel like I'm very close for real, to get into the other side of like a bigger thing in my life. Blessed is the man who does these things, and the person who cleaves to them, and keeps the Sabbath undefiled, and takes care of his hands to do no injustice. May the stranger who adheres to the Lord not say, therefore the Lord will separate me from his people. And may the eunuch not say, I'm a dry tree. This is what the Lord says to the eunuchs. So eunuchs are the ones who are castrated, or the ones who can't have children, right? Because they have to be around the women or some dumb shit like that. As many, and this is what the eunuch should say, as many as should keep my Sabbaths and choose the things that I want and cleave to my covenant, I will give a renowned place to them in my house, and within my fortification, a place better than sons and daughters. I will give them an eternal name, and it will not come to an end. And for the strangers who adhere to the Lord, to serve him, and to love the name of the Lord, to the male servants and female servants to him, and all who keep my Sabbaths undefiled and cleave to my covenant, I will bring them to the holy mountain and make them be cheerful in my house of prayer. Their whole burnt offerings and sacrifices will be acceptable upon my altar, for my house will be called a house of prayer for all the nations, said the Lord, who gathers and scatters ones of Israel. For I will gather and symboly to him. So the same way that the Lord will regather the scattered ones of Israel, that particular genetic bloodline, he'll do the same for everyone else. All you wild beasts, come and eat. All you beasts of the forest, see that they all become blind. They have not learned, young dogs, unable to bark, dreaming on their bed, loving to slumber. And the dogs are shameless in soul, not knowing satisfaction. And they are evil, not knowing understanding. They are all have followed their ways, each according to his own. Wow. Obviously, he's not talking about dogs, but he's using the metaphor of dogs, like those who are not, you know where they're going with this. Isaiah is heavy. For it to be that many, I started on Isaiah 50. That's Isaiah 50, the end of Isaiah 56, and it's still going. Isaiah go up to goddamn. Isaiah has something to say. How many Isaiahs? There's only a couple pages left at the end of it. Isaiah only goes to 66. That's crazy. 99. I'll get it. 18:9. Same story. Isaiah 66 is the last one. I might read it. I might finish it. I'm gonna smoke real quick though. The rest of that cigar. My mind is recursing everything that it said. Just trying to run it back. He's really, really trying to convince his people to get their attitude together. That something is about to happen and that they need to be ready for it. More than anything. It's like don't abandon our ancestors' ways. You know who you are. Do it. And then of course he's at a gathering, so he's noticing the crowd. He's like, I'm talking to you too. The covenant. If you uphold these commandments, you will benefit greatly from it. You will see God show up for you as well. He will put you in the mountains and accept your offerings, your prayers, your meditations. AKA, he will manifest your desires too. Just like the eunuch. You may not be able to have kids or whatever, but as long as you don't defile the Sabbath and what that means, and as long as you don't, give up to unrighteous ways, you too will have an eternal promise as well, even if it's not your kids. The buck doesn't stop with you just because you didn't have kids, type of thing, right? And that was more conditional in their time period. They were kind of born like that. They make them like that. It's kind of cruel to me. But what he was saying to them, obviously they're nearby if the girls are nearby, that you're not just here to die. It was beautiful. I ain't got no kids either. That's what's beautiful about Israel when he gets his shit together. It's not a homogenous. That's why it's a nation. And then you have several nations, and then that's when it becomes a kingdom. And then you have several kingdoms, and that's when it becomes an empire. You always have your bullshit in there. There's people who are bullshitting. But it's not when it manifests that way, it's not as chaotic as this is. When we're waiting for someone, more than anything, we're waiting for our leaders, if you will, within the corporation to be righteous. It'll never happen. They've given way for idol gods, clout, money, material things. And what he kept saying, those people will wither away like garments, just like things. Cotton itself, the dollar itself will wither away by itself. You know what I'm saying? You can save $1 million, but if you let some insect or something get to it, it'll eat it up, won't it? That's what they're saying. They kept saying, stop looking into the physical reality as justification for your value or your esteem or your gift or your connection to God. It ain't got shit to do with it. The same way that God can give them things is the same way God can take them away. The same way God flooded the earth, and trust me, this moon was flooded. They say at least 3 times they have proof of it. The Noah's flood, the Chaldeans flood, and one more recently. It happens, whether you call that a natural event or not. What God is saying is, if it's a natural event, didn't I give it the source code for natural events, bitch? Like, give me some credit. Goddamn, what do you think this is? You know what I'm saying? People try to replace the idea of universe and God and make it interchangeable. And I understand why they do that. It's easier to talk about, but that is not the case. There is a universe, there is a quantum reality, but what we're saying is God created that too. God is not a side effect of humans. Humans is a side effect of intelligence, right? You know what I'm talking about? Like, we did not evolve intelligently and create this mystery God, and we don't know how we got here. We don't know when we got here. We don't know how long we've been here. But you know, the idea of something greater than all of this is limited to our understanding. Impossible. Nah, something put us here, boy. We do not look like deers and squirrels. We don't even look like monkeys for real. We might have the, you know, the the 5-pointed star and all that going, but I wasn't born with a tail. Something made that modification. If that's the story they want to run with, no, it wasn't them. They made cooler Gundams by now. If that was the case, they ain't got no badder bitches, and I haven't seen them yet. No. So I know they ain't do that trick, and that's the thing. Same thing with these spacecraft. To me, is like a cool fucking story, but I would not convince myself that that's God. Like, God made the things that they're making the spacecraft out of. You know what I'm saying? They might be way cooler than Trump and Netanyahu, though. Like, don't get it fucking twisted. They might have some deep stories to tell. Hell, they might remember some of our grandfathers. You know what I'm saying? But that wouldn't replace where they're going. That book ain't talking about locals. Everything here local. This ain't the only place. Thus, these are locals, man. He scattered Israel through space. We're not just here. But we are here, thank God. This world would be shot if we weren't here. They would have done the Illuminati on all that goofy shit they want to do already if we wasn't here protesting in our prayers. That I do know. So I think the good news is we're on the way up again. Yep, that's what Martin Luther King was talking about, kind of. Mountaintop, Mount Zion. He saw the mountaintop. It's also a Masonic degree. Lost in translation, I'm sure, somewhere, but I think he could foresee as well that things will get better between the different nations of people that have come here. It's a requirement, though. That's not even like a guess. These people ain't going nowhere. Because there's no reason for it. That's not what the problem is. The problem is, no matter who the people are here, they just lost track of, I don't know. I don't know what everyone lost track of, but someone lost something. Someone lost their damn marble somewhere. And then all the people who feel like they're swallowed in darkness. Like, turn your light on. It's time to get out the cave, Plato. What we unplugging from the Matrix for? Where you go after that? You're still in this Matrix, though. See, that universal New Age thing don't really work. It don't take you nowhere. It gives you, an intellectual vantage point of seeing things in a language model, but it doesn't change your reality. We perfect changing our realities around here. It's not perfect yet. We're perfecting it. We're practicing. We're getting there. We're learning. With the tools that we have, we're triangulating. How? It's God, man. I don't have no better answer for you. I can't pretend that it's myself by myself. It is not. I worry too much for it to be me. I've had everyone turn their back on me. I've seen what that book is talking about personally, in different degrees. But I've recently suffered it in the greatest degree, and God still made a way. And all the people in my life that entered my life at the perfect timing, That ain't me. That ain't me. But but I acknowledge my thought space that allowed it to happen. That's the power. That's the mercy they're talking about. It's when you can't figure it out yourself, or it's just so far gone, yet it works out anyway. That's the mercy part. That's the Mercury degree. That's the mercurial. That's the Michael part. You're not using your own strength. Say, God be my strength. Well, if God be your strength, then nothing's impossible. Hence, it's more of a remembering if we come from those people. This ain't new to us. That book is proof. This is an old, archaic concept. And every so often, something happens. And then we get caught up in the bullshit, forget where we come from, turn our back on what saved us last time. Usually a further generation, they ain't got time to hear it. But that was a long time ago. You've heard it before. You've probably even said it before. But that's why God says I'm eternal, timeless. Why would anyone believe in a God that's not? Our existence is proof of God in that way. We don't have a problem with what God did. We have a problem with what people did. Hence, we're blaming the wrong characters. We're looking at this cup the wrong way. And then what he tells you about the people that fucked it up for you. Don't worry about them. Remove yourself from their counsel. Do not be entertaining all their bullshit and their shenanigans. Those are problems they created for themselves. Now, individual to individual, people come to you for help, like they suggested. And yeah, you'll know. You'll know when people enter your life for the right things. Then you know who's passing by. And then you knew who the devil is a lie. You know, your father's the devil. Y'all niggas be lying, boy. Good. Good for fucking them. That's how my attitude is for the rest of my life. Good for you. If you like it, I love it, part 2. Meanwhile, I done been through too much to act as if. I done seen too much to act as if. I know too much to act as if. There is not a God in this town. There is something that I cannot explain with nouns that will show up when I least expect it. And I hate that, my damn self. I get it. Trust me. I hate waiting. Trust me. If there was an impatience, my name is probably in the footnotes of that dictionary. But at the same time, novelty. You have to sit still. You have to reevaluate every once in a while. It doesn't happen often. It don't happen that often. If you find yourself in one of those moments, they're not forever. Nothing is. Even if you don't move, it'll move you. I remember my dad got locked up. And that was tough. It was heartbreaking. But because I'm tough, I was like, I just gotta do what I gotta do. I gotta do what I know what to do. And I made so many interesting decisions right away. I was like, let me get a haircut. Ran into a pastor. They put me into a church for almost 2 years. in Bible study. So I took all the notes and started memorizing scriptures for myself. And I ended up moving from where we were. My cousin Marquise, he fucked that up. He's this guy. Hopefully he's still out there, man. I haven't heard from him. But he was younger too, right? It's like 20 years ago. So I forgive him. He stole my fucking Xbox though. Anyway, so I ended up moving from there to this other kid's house. And I had no idea where I was going to go after that, right? Because, you need 15 times the rent, and I'm working at fucking Wendy's. So I'm at the church, and some new guy comes in, Orlando, and he's like, hey, his house is about to go to foreclosure. He ain't getting paid enough, blah, blah, blah. So we roommated it up for a little while. And then he fucks it up. I ended up working at the hospital during that time. And I only worked there for 3 months. And I was like, kind of slighted, because I was actually getting paid more money than I would at any of those restaurants. But it was over. And I remember talking to him. I was like, nah, God got me. Like, I was sold. I was in it. And so when Orlando was fucking with the money and bullshitting, somehow I called my Aunt Crystal, who just recently passed this year. And then she came to get me. And it was like back to day one type shit. And she had plenty of things going on in her personal life too. And she's in this 1-bedroom apartment, and I'm in the living room with my desk and my studio and shit. And I remembered I was reading Dynamic Thought at that time. And I was like, this ain't gonna work. Because I've had this experience with her son, Orlando, and all these people. I understand how people are. So we need something else. Definitely don't need more room. So I'm doing Dynamic Thought, and I'm visualizing, and I'm praying, and all the other things in between it. And one day, she had an attitude about something. So instead of taking it personally, I went into that Dynamic Thought range, and I laid down on the couch, and I forgot what I visualized, but I remember falling asleep. I woke up with water up to the couch. Fell asleep before 11, around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. We were in a 3-story apartment. We were in the bottom. The 3rd story caught a fire, and then something with the water, and then the water just poured down through the walls and the sinks and stuff, and it flooded the bottom apartment. Because of that, the next day after the firemen and everything came and made sure everything was safe, they had to get out. Everyone on the bottom floor had to get out the apartments. So at the time, the landlords or the HOA or whatever the fuck, the office people were like offering my aunt a bigger apartment because there's no more 1-bedrooms available at the time. So it was only 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms. So she presented it to me. She's like, hey, they want to move us to the bigger building in the 2-bedroom. Would you be interested in that? It'll cost more. And I was like, yes. So we ended up being roommates. And I ended up helping her financially and having my own space and then resolving a lot of those issues. That was only like a year though, maybe, not even. Because I remember at the end of that year, I moved to Atlanta. Same story. So I go from place to place to place, not knowing how shit's gonna work out. And I'm trying everything I can do. Bible study, reading, praying, Dynamic Thought, everything. Throwing everything against the wall. Brand new to me. I'm only 19 years old. And I watched it work in such an unusual way. A random fire or flood and ruined everything. You can't stay anyway. And then moved into another cooler place, bigger space. I was able to get back into my music more seriously. And then I was working at Burger King, which was like an hour fucking walk from where she lived, because she lived on the boonies of the city, which was fine. I was able to stay in shape. I ended up working at Burger King for a few months. They ended up promoting me to assistant manager real quick. Mind you, I'm praying and manifesting shit, money and shit, so I understood. And then the devil showed up again. This girl there and her boyfriend. That's another story for a different day. They're trying to set me up. The devil trying to set me up. And then I end up like manifesting going to Atlanta, unfortunately. The way it manifested was unfortunate, but I got there for a few months and saw my Uncle Chad and went to studios and all that cool shit. That didn't work out. People, bro. Narcissists. And came back with my Crystal real quick. Then I ended up with my ex, and we ended up trying to get married for 3 months. That took me out of my Crystal's dispensation, got a new apartment with her. Then she freaked out. I still don't understand why. That one was weird. But then I ended up an apartment by myself. And then I started doing the studio thing, recording people for money, because that's 2008 collapse. So the jobs and oh my God, it sucks in Raleigh especially. Like when you hear about these things, Raleigh is hit hard because it already ain't paying people. It already ain't like opulent. That's back when you still get a house for 150,000, that type of shit. So, and I just remember all these events sometimes, especially in times like this. It's important for you to recall some of that shit because I have no human idea or no strategical idea of how I persisted so far, even up until making this fucking video. None of this shit went the way anyone told me, honestly. None of the advice that I get in some of the situations where I was like left or right led me in the right fucking direction. The only thing that helps is when I just calm the fuck down with the bullshit and finally get tired of it and I pray, I meditate, try to manifest something and just allow it to happen. Just, it is what the fuck it is. Say lo que lo say, it is what it is. I did my part. I done gave it to God already. I did my part. I'm making sure that whatever I'm not doing right, or you convict yourself actually. You're like, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Well, let me change. Let me try something. That's all you can do. All you can do is align yourself as best as possible. And it doesn't require you to be perfect, because if you're perfect, then you wouldn't need salvation. But also, that's not an excuse to keep fucking up when you know better. Yeah, you gotta grow up. Mind you, I'm only 19, 20, 21 when all this is happening. So, kid, literally a child. So, it's a thing. It's a thing. It'll surprise you. It'll take you on journeys. And but then you might find yourself. What I noticed is like, why is this so hard for me though? I know people who ain't doing half of this shit, and they way further along in different ladders of the game, if you will. You don't want to covet or envy, none of that. But it's a legitimate question for myself that I used to ask. Like, why is it that this whack-ass motherfucker get a placement? And I've been in front of all the placement people my whole fucking life, and it's just like denial or detour or delay. I haven't figured it out yet. But if I take 20 years removed from when I first thought shit like that, it's like, well, it's quite possibly that just wasn't my portion. Like, why would God send me to the viper's den for something so temporary? Why? It's almost as if it saved me. It did. Not being able to stay in Atlanta probably saved me. Things not taking off at an earlier date in different relationships and situations working out probably would have created. I know now. I didn't know then. I didn't know 5 years ago. But now looking back at it, how everything is slowing down and music industry is going away, and like either way this shit played out, I'd be here in the moment of now. And all of that would be like chasing the wind either way. So then you start really looking at it like, damn, whatever God's plan is for my life cannot just be the average thing. Because I did all the average things and it didn't work. I did some of the above average things. It didn't work. Nothing worked. You're like, oh, I'm aiming too low. But that's not my fault though. I wasn't ready to aim my arrows any differently either. No point of reference. My father's in prison, my mother's dead. Like, throw me a fucking bone for real. So I had to throw myself that bone. Like, look, you're good. You're none of the generational statistics you ought to be. And you pray and you study metaphysics. That by itself changes a whole person's life altogether. Just that awareness. It changes you, so you're not like all the other girls, And that in itself, as you're trying to take control of the will yourself, teaches you so much more about the unseen too. Like, damn, how the fuck did that happen? Damn, how come that didn't happen? Damn, I keep dodging bullets in this motherfucker. Why they keep shooting bullets though? Like, what the fuck? Is what I'm asking for so fucking, you know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm looking at a mountain right now, though. That don't make no sense to me. I come from the woods. I'm in a fucking desert staring at a mountain, talking to a fucking black crystal, and people are listening. Like, no. That wasn't 19 years old. That wasn't even an idea. That wasn't even a path available to us. Feel me? So new paths, new waterways were created. Like you said, new pastures were created. And I surfed those. It didn't go as high as it can go. It never does for me. But it went as far as it could go for me. And I learned so much other shit that most people cannot learn unless they go through that path themselves. And that's God by itself. For even my health stuff, I had to heal myself. It took a long fucking time. It took years. It took fucking years. After all the other fucking years of stuff that I went through. But I just kept praying. I opened up my mind to all the other things, all the spirituality and Brother Panic's Bobby Hemmett's, and everyone in between them for real. I hyper consumed it to find the lowest common denominator of what they were saying. And more so, I noticed what they weren't saying. They weren't talking about God. So I got to see them perish. And the only thing I could figure out is like they didn't put God in their equations. And I'm not judging them, I'm just saying, like, I noticed, like, they're missing God, that's what it is. They got the books, they got the knowledge, but they're, for whatever reason, there's a wall between them and God, ultimately. I know what they all say, oh, we're in God's image, we're God's anyway. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't care about that. For me, I mean, like, when I look at them, like, I get what they're saying. I'm not that. Cap. Nope. I'm comfortable with not being that at all, actually. And if anyone was qualified to even say some goofy shit like that, that's biblical, would be me, because of who my ancestors are. No. 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 I have a connection to God. I am not God. And unfortunately, a lot of our brothers live in that, like they're God amongst men or something. That's cool. But that's more ego-driven. That's more like, that's really delusional, especially if you can't produce the fruit of that. Because if you're a God, then who the fuck is Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos compared to you? Based on the world that they're creating with their manifestations. Like, you haven't created your own anything for any people yet. What's godly about that? I know the rituals work. I know the magic works. I know spirituality works. But it works for me too. But it's not, what Kanye used to say, it ain't Ralph though. Missing information, missing power, missing permission even, clearance. Gotta give you clearance for that shit. I asked for permission. I wanted to study. I wanted to learn it. I wanted to understand what people were caught up in so I can understand their language model and everything. Like, oh, I know how to speak to them. I know what they're missing. They're missing God still, though. But allowed me to entertain all the foolery. And I seen what's produced out of that in the past 10 years. It's like, it's just a bunch of narcissists. But they're not, they're narcs, man. They're narcs that learn how to read a little something and then some cool things, and they have some cool souvenirs and stuff, but that is not what I'm looking for. I've been around people with way more who use spirituality and God way less, so that's not what this game is. It's stupid. Then they get booty flu or something. You're like, you're supposed to be a master healer. Why y'all niggas keep dying of the same shit? And it's like, well, you understand everything. Their sickness comes from whatever that deficit is. It's usually anger. It's anger. People who are pretty powerful, or what is that word? Yeah. people who wield certain gifts and powers are good at speaking, or all those degrees, they have something for sure. That's the thing. Most of what they're saying is a reality to it. But they're angry. I'm not angry. I'm disappointed. I'm not angry. I'm very disappointed, but I'm not angry. And because I'm not angry, I don't have to live my life hating the things that disappointed me, or proving a point to the old world or old people, or, it transforms your whole way of feeling and thinking about life too, doesn't it? Because the old way and the way you see in the movies and how people carry on and act as a mirror neuron to us makes sense. Because you see so many people repeat that pattern, like how they act or what they do, or their comeback story, or however it's positioned. And it becomes an average, and the average person will do the average thing when confronted with a similar situation. Learning from each other, I guess. But God will do it different every time. God will show you the path that no one saw. And that's why, some of us who pray and manifest and do all those other cool things, it's hard for us to have these conversations with people, because you yourself who's doing it knows that they're not going to see what you're saying until they see it themselves. And they don't believe in that kind of thing, or when they say that, meaning they don't know nothing about it, so how could they, right? And it's not convincing enough to replace their way of life, especially if they feel comfortable in their life. So you find yourself stuck socially about those things. That's why the channels and stuff are so cool for me, because I didn't have to worry about who I was speaking to. I just put it on YouTube and, oh snap, people came by. Oh snap, people know what I'm talking about. Oh snap, people shared a book. Oh snap, people got pictures. It wasn't the other way. I wasn't trying to convince anyone in real life, anything. We call that a fool's errand, a dummy mission. I just want to be there to curse out someone talking to me stupid. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'll fuck you up in real life. That'll never die in me. On King David. But the part of me that wants to help people is stronger than that. I'm way more powerful in my mind than I am in my fist. Shout out to the chat. What y'all talking about? Rakim Escobar, I saw you. King Manuel. Booty from a giant is crazy, man. Off topic. Running back. TBFB says, off topic, but yesterday the idea of a 3M style beat tape came across my mind. Something for these UAPs to bump to and know we are here. Squad, give me a couple more days, man. Give me about another 2 weeks. I gotta get out of my little trial that I'm in. And I got a week left to figure out if there's a next step or if it's just over. I'm praying for over. I'm at the mercy of God and humans. King Well says, the channel technical intuition will show you the practice of remote viewing. We use it every day. Jonathan says, imagine trying to get booty from a giant. Parable and allegory. 31 chapter 4, every day of the month. Proverbs speaks to me as a winner. Jonathan 3, Rakim 3, Harut 3, Peace to the Gods. Jordan Peele used a bit of this to make the movie Him. Even the second character is called Isaiah. Yep, asking you to entertain it for the sake of it. Yes. 333. Your heart's still got to be open enough to not repulse it. Boom, 333. Saitan says 6713. Lithium 6713. Gorilla Gospel says, I feel like there are some skill points gained from earlier journeys before cell phones that are now almost discontinued. There are. But to the new generation, it's not useful because they're always going to live in this society going forward. Truth be told, we don't need it. A lot of shit that we got and no, we don't need. We got though. You know what I'm saying? And we build from it, but we don't need it. We can just go to sleep and dream some shit and it'll still happen. That's the takeaway for it. That's what it's really trying to get you to do, honestly. That book is really trying to fine tune your vibration of thought and appreciation and reverence. It's reverence. It's reverence for the source of everything. And if the source of everything causes things to move and grow in times and seasons, you should probably lock in with that. Because I haven't met a man more powerful than that. Even with all their laboratories and sciences and reverse engineer crash disk and shit. Nah, they still having fucking money problems. And they made money up. Imagine having a problem with some shit you made up. Same story then. A lot of us are going through shit that we made up. And the more they chase it, the more it runs away, doesn't it? The more they try to fix it, the more it tries to break, doesn't it? There's a time and place for all things. And that's in the Bible already. Ain't that a bitch? Mm-hmm. So I can't imagine if I would have chased and caught the music industry at the time I did. I would have chased the places in the context of it back then. And I've just been burnt out, all the same. Stupid ass contract, bitching about royalties, some dickhead taking credit for my work. I've already go through that for free. Now imagine if, with a temperament like me, and the money to do something about it. Yeah, I dodged a few bullets. And so did they. I thank God for keeping me away. Keeping me out the fucking way. In a nondescript location that I do not belong in. At the cusp of something greater, even. This ain't it. This ain't even close. But this is definitely better than where I just came from. Like, the vibe and everything. I ain't trying to go back. I ain't never tried to go back, in fact. I don't want to go back. I ain't had no choices or options. Not choices. I don't have the options to do anything else. That's how you know it's God, too. It's not whether or not if you can or woulda. It's like the option wasn't even available. And you gotta go anyway. Mm-hmm. Yep. Someone is revising your path for you. I wonder what that is. I cannot imagine why all the doors are closed and there's only one that's open. And that's the one that was, the door that's open is better than all the options I had. That's how you know it's God. On top of that, you start stacking that shit real high. You're like, hold on. If I would stay put, man. If I went left, sideways, I couldn't imagine nothing dope out of that option anyway. But this I couldn't imagine. Well, I did imagine, but I didn't imagine it then. It's like, oh, same. Confirmation loop. Not only did it make it, not only did I not have another option, but the option that was available was the oldest option there was. Like, wow, you should probably go to Las Vegas, bro. For fucking what? I ain't got no money to gamble, bitch. And I don't be winning. Well, I won Mario this year, so I might be in my lucky streak. Jupiter might be kicking in this year. But traditionally, I've been to Atlantic City. I've played the slot machines. I have always walked away poorer. So it's not a place I would move to for the vibe of losing money. But something happened here, and I don't know what yet. I'm too close to the fire. Once I remove myself from this environment, I think it'll load. Because where do I go next? No matter what the story is between North Carolina and here. Even if North Carolina tries to bring me back for a year, I'll still have to leave again. So no matter what I do, as long as I live, I'm going somewhere else. It's a matter of time. Damn. That's the only benefit of getting old. You realize time don't matter. So it's a matter of time, and time don't matter. All there's left is don't. Shit crazy. I feel like Mexico out here. 3. But yeah, the skill points you gain from living 2 different realities in one lifetime, it will give you a advantage into the thing that you want to do. And the advantage is that no one else is going to know or want to do it. Thus, it's made for you. Yep. And then you install those gifts or awarenesses to others if they're receptive. Life will send you those people. It does it to me too. A lot of people cross my path. Some people come back and say, hey man, I just wanted to tell you A, B, C, and D happened. Thank you. Cool fucking story, man. I knew it. You ain't gotta thank me. I knew it. I already saw it. All right, listen. It's a small thing to a giant, man. I wish I had that same type of grace for myself though. I haven't unlocked that skill tree yet. How I can be so certain when someone approaches me about something that is going to work out. Because I fucking said so. And it does. That's the illest shit about it. It be happening. Low key, I do it for myself. And it be happening. There's still something in me that's like, and I know what that is. I know what contributes to that. An issue of faith. A certain kind of. Very niche. I have a niche problem that I haven't solved yet. So I need a niche answer. Niche. I think it's in California though. That'd be crazy if I go to California and it is California. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy that I was just nudged there my whole life because that's where it is. And not just some random thing I picked to imagine, but imagine me. I'm having a feeling that's the way it's going because of how crazy my life had to get for me to get there. When I was trying to go there, life was boring or repetitive or, doing the things. But when I was like, nah, I ain't even sweating that shit right now. Life said, fuck you, bro. You're not giving up. We're going to ruin your fucking life. You have no choice. Now go. What? I understand you set the intention to release it. I get all that. I've done that for so many thousand of other little things. That ain't supposed to be that. You ain't supposed to crash my life out over that. Crash my life out because I gave up on California? That's crazy. Remember that baseball song? Take me out to a ball game. It's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out in the whole ball game. That's how I was looking at California. I was like, this is 2 or 3 times in a row where I gained agreement on going. And it didn't happen. And I go, obviously God or whatever doesn't want me to go there. And I'm like, fuck it. I'll stick around. Get a car, do something else. Nah. No, you're not. No, you're not. What? What were the strikeouts for? Oh, it's the wrong people. Why are the people in my life talking about California? So you don't forget where you're going. What the fuck is going on in this world? I cannot tell you what. I don't know. I don't know enough. I know a lot, but I don't know enough. My threshold on my gate ain't high enough. I don't know how I got here, yo. I really don't. I can tell you the events, but I can tell you some worse events that didn't take me here. I can tell you other people's events. I don't take them nowhere. But This shit is sporadic as fuck. It was like, nope, close this door, open this door. Go that way. Make that call. Say that thing. Save that one. Move it over there. Do over there. Now you got a monkey hanging over your head. Try not to worry about it. How am I not going to fucking worry about this fucking monkey hanging over my head? It's just bothering me. Well, in the meantime, is anything bothering you? No. So something that doesn't happen, that isn't happening, that hasn't happened, is bothering you. Yes. Doesn't that seem retarded? Kind of. But it's pending resolution. I hated that in tech support. I solved every fucking call the moment I got it. I hated calling people back and them calling me back. I just dealt with it in the moment. I confronted it, I fixed it, I resolved it, or I didn't resolve it, and it was over. This shit, where they make you wait to find out what's going to happen, next time on drug, like waiting for a cell to finally fight somebody, that's how my life feel like right now. And that's the worst part about my life. Everything else is fine. Before it was inverted. Before nothing was hanging and pending. And nothing was fine. That's crazy how it does that to you. But shake the bottle up. But after that, there's no more moves left. I pretty much experienced all those different dynamics that I can experience to confirm to me that God is absolute. So maybe that's just all it is. One final hoorah for myself. One final confirmation for myself. Not for God, not for the people, not for me. Like for me to know. Like, all right. No further questions, Your Honor. I got it. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing in all the dimensions I've experienced. It's a thing. The devil can have whoever the fuck, whatever that is, whatever that other energy force is. It can take him. Take them all. I don't want to go that way. No. I'm good. You can have the money. Take it. Take it with you. You don't need it. There ain't no God with you. Take the things. You don't need them. I know they break eventually. Take the stories. Take the narratives. I know soon no one's going to listen. These things I know already. Fucking mountain. And palm trees. Like, I need them to pick a terrain over here. 3. Casually bringing you there on the brink of 40s is not so casual after all. What do you mean by that? I don't know. They could have did this as soon as my dad got locked up. I would have skateboarded more. But it didn't. It didn't. 40 years in the desert, man. Damn. Literally. Life was like a desert. 40 years of that shit. 40 years of bullshit, boy. And not turning my back on God. That's Guinness. I'm trying to get a Guinness World Record in this mug. I can remember ever since I was a kid, for real, being conscious of us. Never have I not been. I just didn't know how to interact or the right things. I didn't have the sequences, but I knew. I knew it was a sequencer. I knew there was something else since I was a kid, man. That's why it was more baffling to me, the shit I be going through. I was like, these motherfuckers don't believe in shit. These motherfuckers do whatever they want. They selling drugs. They're doing this, bitches, all kinds of crazy shit they doing. And I'm here thinking, being fucking philosophical and like trying to, I'm abstaining from dumb shit and going to parties and clubs and stuff. I'm trying to be on the up and up and focus on my craft and get really good at music and shit instead. And then that's so easy to bullshit too, every once in a while. So I was like, yeah, not for me. It'll never work. I think too much. It doesn't make sense. It'll always bother me if it doesn't make sense. It'll always bother me. And you have to almost, to be some of those people that I've witnessed and those lifestyles I witnessed, you kind of have to be aloof. You have to go with the flow in the wrong way. Too strong for that. Mr. Now says, going to the beach after a solo mission is complete. Jonathan says, check. That's the funniest thing about that. There's this game. I just thought about it randomly. I had a Sega CD for a little while, but I didn't have many games for it. I only had like a handful of them. I had 40 plus Sega games, so I only had like 5 Sega CD games. And one of them was called Sewer Shark. You can see it on YouTube. And you're this guy in some type of future where you can drive through the subways or subterranean of the world at the time. And you're driving around and you're killing monsters and oversized lizards or things like that. And it's an interactive game. It's like they're experimenting with video and input. And they'll call coordinates to you like 3, 9er, right? On some quantum algebra shit. So right, left. And, you know, then you can control the guns and shoot at the things, but the map is fixed in video, right? And if you get past certain levels, your manager that's hiring you to clean these sewers out, the end of it is you getting to the beach, paradise. It's interesting that you say that. A lot of things say that, but the premise of that game is like one last mission in the sewers, and if you complete it, you make it to the beach party, where the guy that hired you is snaking you, is trying to set you up, and you know how the game goes, how the stories go, some lethal weapon type shit. But yeah, that would be interesting. That would be interesting. This is the end of Sewer Shark. 3, 9, or 9. Bomb. Shout out to everybody else on their solo mission. Shout out to all those who haven't entered it yet. It's coming. Don't you worry, buddy. You have your time to shine. You have your time to be thrown into the fucking furnace. After you've already been on the right path, or right-ish path. Even after you thought you were on the right path, it'll course correct it again. Like, nah, you got too many experience points. I want you over there. I don't want to go over there. Well, too bad. You're over there. Make it work. I'll be back. After these messages, like, oh my God, Cell Saga. Oh my God, are they ever going to fight? Is Gohan going to get a sensu bean or not? Why would they give a sensu bean to Cell? They fucked around and gave a fucking Cell a power up. Who does that? God. God be knowing you're not a fair fight. It's you that gotta realize that. You realize that about Job? The enemy doesn't know that. It's looking at things the wrong way. It doesn't have a high enough vantage point. People don't know. People only know what you tell them, and they only receive what they believe. Plus, they don't really hear you. They don't hear everything you say. They don't internalize it. Why? You don't internalize everything they say, so same story. It's not them, per se. When they have you fucked up, they find out. They will find out, man. It'll play out in their life. And they may not make that connection right away. Yeah, he's one of those people. Man, truthfully. No denying that. I've seen it too many times unfold for the others, the unfortunate ones. It's a learning experience for them too. Maybe they can bounce back. Lord willing, they'll bounce back. Lord willing, they'll get on their path. Maybe I help them get on their path. That's how that plays out sometimes. Sometimes God will throw you in a mix of some shit to spin it, to cause change, to cause growth. And then to you, it's kind of like, what the fuck was that? But the impact of you being there, the job, the place, the relationship, was really what it was about. We're used. Free willish. Free willy. We're used. I'm being used now. I'm being used for so many different things. So, you can only be used if you're useful. And if you're useful, that's a good thing. That's one way of looking at it. Well, if I'm being used for a greater cause or to implement change or... Why is these dogs always going off? They didn't get a dog door for them. Them dogs always having a fit when it's time to go back inside. My dogs would never. But yeah, it's beautiful when you live long enough to look back on it and see that you made it through the bullshit. Like, I did it. I did it. God did it. We did it. They did it. The homies, whoever's in the story. I can't wait. I can't wait till next weekend. Who else in the chat? Man, we got 30 people and 41 likes. Y'all, this is the quietest YouTube channel ever. It's the only YouTube channel where only moderators talk and no one has questions. What's going on with y'all? Talk to me. Somebody say something. There's some humans in the chat, or is this the Dead Internet Theory Part 5? YouTube just be like tripling the amount of real people. So you keep streaming, keeping YouTube alive. They're trying to boycott YouTube too. I saw that today. Something about a lawsuit with Donald Trump. It was like, so you want to boycott YouTube because Donald Trump sued YouTube? That doesn't, what the fuck's that have to do with anything? Grand Rising, Tejan, Mathurin. Math in the name. That's very interesting. Very logical. If more people come through, they always have some dick joke to make. I know the bots do. I'm talking about the ones that stay put and don't say anything. Yeah. Jonathan says in a work conference call that's muted, multitask listening. Well, I know y'all are there at least. I'm talking about the number says 29 and 42 likes, but it'd be 5 people talking. Who are these people? Show yourself. From Tenshu, PlayStation. Show yourself. Highway just wore me out. I'm worn out too. Is this a Schumann resonance thing? You said BusyWorks Beats was watching? That's crazy. They used to. Tragic still out there. Shout out to Mean Gene and Tragic. Who else out there? Curtis King, shout out to you. You still out there? CMP, where you at? You still out there? Somebody out there. There's at least a tenth. A tenth of y'all. 3 of y'all out there somewhere watching. Why you never sold merch during your YouTube run? I don't know how to make merch. Elijah says, what do you think about people believing in the Anunnaki and stuff? I don't know what to believe in. The idea of it is the same thing that the Bible is saying, though. So I guess I believe it, too. I believe that that is the story. Or version of it, I should say. At least 3/5 of the Phantom Watchers are them. Damn. Phantom Watchers. So I'm kind of famous. I'm famous with the Phantom watching people. The people got all the money and influence. They be watching me still. That's crazy. Why? Why? I just want to know why. I remember back in the day that those little cool accounts will pop up and say something. I'm like, why are they watching me though? That's weird. I really want to know. It's like a real question. Like, why? What's the point? There's cooler content for them at that moment in their life, I would assume. Yeah, sure, it's got me green apples would be cooler content for me, God damn it. Wait, you just wait. You just fucking wait. I'm gonna put the stars down. I know I am. As long as I live, I won't figure that shit out. Take me into the ocean, damn it. Take me to that bottom city I know is off the coast of the Pacific. I know it's there. I know it's there. Can't wait. It's strange why they don't interact, but they're probably facing themselves. And they're good with listening, but not participating. Kiroshin Squad, he says, I'm background listening. Peace. Oh, I can deal with that. I mean, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the people who could interact that be interacting, because we've communicated before. I'm talking about the numbers don't match the amount of people that interact, ever. ever. It's so weird. Peace to Kiddo shit. Robert Hart. Yeah, 50 Cent in the house. What in me and 50 Cent got? What in me and 50 Cent have in common, brother? You said that's the one bot? That's crazy. What the fuck? What is it? Oh, the do-rag is 50 Cent? Nah, nigga. I don't even think he wear do-rags no more, for real. El Cool J says, I keep seeing a black and gold Hellcat MG, the Future Edition. But instead of the cat logo, it's your logo with the green gem for the eye. Squad? Hellcat for MG? I've never thought about a Hellcat. I never thought about driving a Hellcat. I think a girl picked me up in one time, and I was like turned off by it. I was like, oh. She cannot stop talking about it. Then she ended up pregnant like 6 months later. I was like, oh, she went back to the guy that she was complaining about, obviously. Now she's a single mother with a Hellcat. Elijah says, people say everything is expensive and jobs are not catching as far as pay wage and people rely on credit cards to pay bills. What's your take? That's absolutely true. The federal government just had 100,000 people resign and they're about to shut down the government for a few days, starting tonight or tomorrow. So there's definitely a money problem. But there is no take about that. I have a fucking money problem. What are you talking about? I ain't got the money that I need half the damn time, so I know it's a thing. However, it's not, if I code switch to the biblical paradigm or the manifestation paradigm, it's immaterial. Doesn't matter. Don't matter. This is the result of the algorithm, of the function of their prompt, the system they created, and everything that went wrong, went wrong. What does that mean for you, though? Ignore it. Ultimately, ignore it in terms of your dreams, your prayers, and your manifestations. God gonna find a way for you. I just did a good job explaining that. I've been at my wit's end with nothing hundreds of times, and here I am still. I'm used to that. I'm used to shit going wrong. I'm used to not having enough. I'm used to like shit shutting down. I mean, I've worked at like at least 3 to 5 jobs that just closed in the middle of me about to get something more out of it. And as soon as like things get better, it's over. Like, it's almost like spirit or God is kind of like, when I'm stressing this shit out, it extends the time, because you know how time is when you're worried or stressed or you're like not feeling something. But the moment I get comfortable, I'm like, maybe this is enough money. Maybe this is a good relationship. Like the moment I change my polarity and I lock in with what it is, you can't be there. What? What's the point of fucking stressing me out? To get to the point, to accept what it is, and then as soon as I accept what it is, done. Yeah, I'm used to that. I'm used to that. I'm used to the YouTube thing. As soon as the algorithm favored me, it stopped. As soon as I was able to sell enough kits, it stopped. As soon as I figured out affiliate links, everyone else did it. As soon as I get lo-fi done, you know, I'm used to it. Oh, this is a cool person. Hey, we seem to understand each other. Oh. And then as soon as I'm like, cool, they understand me. Boom, they go left. Like, that's the same thing with life. Like with the life that you're describing, with the things and the lefts and the rights and the wages and people looking at the shit on paper. Thank God God's not a paper God, right? Because remember, God was looking out for people before the system existed. So how would God show up to you in a forest? How would God show up to you in a desert? How would God show up to you in the Roman Empire? How would God show up to you in the kingdom of Judah and Israel? Like, we've had better than this. We come from people who live better than this. Period. Khan and all of them, peak of their empire, way better than anything we see now. It's still buried in the ground. So we know kingdoms, empires, and things have a life cycle. The United States is just at the end of its most recent cycle. That's all. Will it persist? Oh, I hope not. You ain't tired of it? You ain't tired of paying rent for no fucking reason? You ain't tired of not having enough when you have too much? You're not tired of nothing that you can do with it actually satisfies you? You're not tired of the cap, the bullshit, the mid-tier propaganda, the wars, the senseless deaths, and nothing being cured and nothing feeling better, And then by the time you catch up and do all the things, you're a little bit too old to enjoy it. You're not tired of that? I know I am. So anything is better than this for me. In the meantime, in between time, do what I gotta do. Whatever presents itself to me, I do with enthusiasm. Whether I receive donations and help, gratitudes, prayers, I send the energy back the best I can, and I just keep going forward. I wasn't born to outcompete wages in other workers. What kind of fucking story is that? As a son of the King of America. Nope, I'm the sons of the kings and queens of America. None of that shit do nothing for me. So, I'll talk about it to their demise. I'll talk about it to see through their lies. I'll talk about it if I notice a pattern and a trend, which usually ends in how it's going to affect people. But I'm not concerned with their fucking system at all. And what it can bring me or give me or none of that dumb shit. It can't do nothing for me. It stole everything from my family. That's a contradiction in my life, right? It's a contradiction. The United States is a contradiction to my existence. Similar to what I just read in Isaiah. Look. What do I look like? Praying for the systematic oppression to sustain against me and my people. Look. What do I look like worrying that the tyranny is running out of money? Look. What do I look like giving a fuck either way it goes? When none of it's mine, no matter how much I have, I will never have what's rightfully mine anyway. From that, from it, from them. Look, people lose jobs every day, B. People get new jobs. People find side hustles. People sell drugs. People do all things in between it, scams and cryptos and Forex if they want to. It's never fucking enough, is what I've learned at 40. I've met people who have everything. I mean, I knew a girl whose mother left her because her mother moved to another city or something. So she left her daughter a 5-bedroom house in Charlotte. Very nice. She's driving a BMW truck. Probably was her mom's too, paid off. Her mother gave her some type of her company and something. She's over whatever the fuck, and she's making close to 6 figures. So I'm happy. She just didn't know what else to do with her life. She can cook, watch Netflix, go to work, team meetings and all that stuff. But I can tell she was missing something. And she had everything that I thought I was missing. And I wasn't missing nothing. So, unless you're really passionate, and that's your dream, and that's your calling, to pursue a thing, and the wages and the lifestyle to mix it, to make it for you, it still will. It will just be rebranded to look new in these circumstances, but it ain't going nowhere. Your passion, your dream don't come from you. You just have to find a new way to get to it. But all that shit we do in between time, in between dreams and realizations, is to kill time, I think. I don't mind buying nice things and doing all that stuff. There's a time and place for it, absolutely. But I've met so many people that have had all of the things that I didn't have, and they just were very angry, miserable, or hateful, or cheaters, or just kind of fucked up individuals. And what I'm saying is that's more common over there. It's way more common for them to not be grateful for the simpler things. It's way more common for the next thing that they experience has to outdo the last thing they experienced, so it requires more energy. And it's like, why am I spending so much energy just for you to still be in despair? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense to me. Like, mathematically, you put that shit on paper, like, people with more doing crack and cocaine. The people with more tend to be alcoholics. The people with more want more. The people with more tend to be narcissistic or gather around a narcissistic person and bending over backwards to appease them. No Diddy. Like, what the fuck am I missing? Like, what do I think about this lopsided ass colonial operation with a bunch of people who forgot where the fuck they come from? I'm getting to a point where I'm just becoming indifferent to it. There's no new stories right now. I've narrated the end of most of what's going on now already months ago, so I kind of know where it has to go because I've been studying the pattern for a long time, but that's not what bothers me. What fucking irritate me and bother me is when the shit picks back up and things get better for the economy, whatever narrative they sell to people, and people start, rents are dropping at least. But, when things restabilize, water finds level. When the water finds level, everything's back to fine. And what's going to irritate and irk my soul is that people are going to go right back to normal, like none of this happened. Like they didn't learn anything about the past 4 years, 5 years. Like they didn't realize who betrayed them. They didn't realize that the same people are lying or the same people, telling you it's all right. Like that right there will fucking. So before I even let that happen, I'm going to accept it. Like this was a very peculiar time in human history of our generations, and most people missed it. Cool. But I didn't. You didn't. Quite a few others did not miss this. The opportunity to readjust and realign yourself to a different timeline. Because things slowed down for me. I wasn't hyper-consuming anything in this time. I have no idea what the new movies are about. I don't know the Netflix DEI Hulu storyline is. I don't know who the who is or the it is. I don't know who the new artist or the hit song is. I'm out of the loop completely. I'm on a white brick level. So as things resume, if you will, and you notice, it's been bad the whole time, by the way. And it's still going forward. Like we wake up, we still on the internet and shit. Cool. Ain't nothing changed. The feeling though, the vibe, even when things was right, it was wrong. They've been dead a long time. Like that's what's ill about it. All we're really living through is that the federal government overspends, but it doesn't over accumulate. Thus, it's lopsided, and thus we have to feel it. But if it's the same federal government when they fix it, it's gonna fucking happen again. So, it's hate the player, not the game, I guess. But I have a feeling that its continues are limited. It's on its last life, right? No war, no Chinese, none of that is the problem. They gotta deal with God. They gotta deal with my ancestors too. They gotta deal with this land. I mean, Heru the Falcon always pulling up on me. He ready, so they have a dimensional problem. And the UAPs that are showing up lately, so that might just be a temporary thing. That might not be the rest of life. It might just be a moment in time to readjust something. Something's happening, right? For them to show up, and they're holding a meeting in Copenhagen, all kinds of shit. Something's happening. And for most people, they won't even notice that it happened, bro. Most people didn't watch these videos. Most people don't even know what the headlines are for real. They just know what the excited person with views and attention that shows up on their doom scroll is saying. And maybe they get it. Maybe they tune in. Maybe it makes sense. Maybe it gives them another reason, like, yeah, fuck that. Fuck red, fuck blue. Like, a lot of people take this shit and they take it to they take it somewhere else that I'm not even taking it to. So, my recommendation to those things, because it sounds like bad news, right? It sounds like, oh my God, despair. It always has been. This system is the despair, not the news about it. However, people have learned how to make lives and do things and find happiness and do all the things in between time anyway, right? Yeah, same story. So, if those are the variables of our generation, it just fucking is, bro. But life finds a way. Just remember that. No matter what the odds are, life will find a way. If it's a job you need, you'll find it. Pray for a job. Pray that God will give you a job that's worth it, that's something you'd be happy with. Hopefully, you create it temporarily until you do what you really want to do. If you need a place to go,
See yourself with a place to go. Like, I'm going to be there no matter what. Pray, verify, double down, manifest, stay in that energy. That's what I'm saying. These principles supersede circumstances. That's what the Bible, that's what Isaiah was trying to say. Like, this shit is old. It'll get old and moths will eat it. It's talking about material reality. Exodus 6, you're God of Pharaoh. Like, it's beneath you if you get into that frequency. If you get back into covenant. If you get back into the things that you need to do. If you can handle that information and talk about it, but then at the end of the day, you're like, well, that'll affect some things, the price of my fucking Arizona, but I have the 50 extra cents right now. Thank God, to God be the glory. I got the 50 cents for the $1.50. It shouldn't be $1.50, but it is. So I can't change that right now, but it is. I still want to drink my Arizona and life will go on. I just won't have the 50 cents for something else, or maybe I'll have an extra $1.50 for something else too. It's never one way or the other with systems created by people. People always find a way to break it. Others always find a way to manipulate it. And others always find a way to try to do their best and get burnt out by it. These systems that men create, the only advantage you have is that knowing it's a system and wiggling around and finding loopholes and manipulating it anyway, man. That's the illest shit about it. It forces you to use your dark intellect. Like, I'm tired of that. I'm tired of having to try to figure out some dumb shit for some dumb people. I'm talking systematic. Like, they're dumb. Like, I'm not trying to figure this out. Because they change the rules every fucking time they get on the fucking TV, don't they? Here's more bullshit we gotta pass. Here's more rules. Here's more budgets. Like, they don't fucking stop. Like, it itself doesn't stop. And then it doesn't get better at all. So it's kind of like, am I trying to be like the fucking people who are fucking incompetent or something? Like, am I trying to get closer to those people who just keep fucking shit up? Obviously not, right? So, like, what are we losing? The ladder to get to incompetence? People getting tired of this shit, man. On their own levels. They're getting tired of it. That's why it's falling apart faster, too. Like, other people are just tired. How much the medicine costs and health and quality of life, like, people are tired in their own way, too. You know what I'm saying? It ain't just a Gnostic revival. It's humanity itself is tired, right? You know what I'm saying? Weather is beautiful as it can be. The mountains as cool as it can be. The birds are still flying. Nature itself is okay. It's this hallucination of some Nazis and some associates of theirs that got carried away, and now they're getting carried away. You feel me? Now they got to worry about their heart rate. You feel me? Now they got to worry about the things they paid for that they hid from others is now hidden from their own daughter. You feel me? Like, they got to live with that. They got to live with that. Their time is up. Their time, their system, their money ain't got shit to do with me and God. I'm in their world. I'm not of it. I'm close contact. I'm limited contact. I got to do what I got to do to survive in the meantime. I get it. But I said in the meantime. If this shit go away, whether it's a war or political or bankruptcy, and then something else takes over, ain't that what been happening through the whole history of a nigga that looked like me in America for 400 years? What else is new? What else is new? Next time on Dragon Ball Z, the potential that some other asshole takes over and makes a bunch of false promises and all the yuppies buy it and act like everything is normal, and then some other terrorism act happens, and then some other right has to be taken away so that we can steer the shepherd. Shit, man. I ain't got no more next time on Dragon Ball Z's left in me with that paradigm, with that world, with the United States zeitgeist. Like, it's useless. There's too many fucking people who speak Spanish here, first of all. I'm surrounded by Mexicans, Hispanics, and Latinos. Like, I need to learn Spanish. You know what I'm talking about? No. I ain't worrying about the man. Hell no. Hell no, man. This shit cap. The United States is fucking cap. 3 a.m. the daily spicy Sundays, I was just exposing the cap or the contradiction and bad math in people's intentions, language, and results. I can officially say, after years and years of perfecting that rhythm, that the United States is just cap, bro. It'll tell you that same shit, and some other asshole will get a raise somewhere. It'll tell you that same shit, and some other company you ain't heard about, invested in by Palantir, just hiring the whole neighborhood. It'll tell you that same bullshit, and then AI ain't ready yet, because it's not. Like, they will say anything to stay relevant. And by relevant, I mean on your mind, too. So that's part of the part. Like I said, I can't wait till I get to California, because I don't think I'm going to cover that type of stuff once I get across this particular dilemma or road I'm on. Once I get through this dilemma, once I get out of this cave, or this part of Plato's cave, I don't think I'm going to look back on the old world and try to figure out, like, ooh, what's the next president, the next thing. It's like, I'm old enough to know they haven't done shit for me. I'm King James' grandson. They ain't never did shit for me. My people still don't have our nationalities yet. We're not even registered to have human rights. And they're skipping around talking about justice and freedom for Palestine and Gaza and everybody else in sight. But bro, we right here. You feel me? What more do they want from me? Like, fuck them. Right? And I only mean that in myself. Like, I'm not gonna go out there and demonstrate and protest and force and hurt nobody else about this. They don't know. But systematically, I know where the system comes from, right? The system sucks. It always has. Black people have been saying this shit our whole fucking life. And they have gaslit us to think that our life could be better if we were not white. I don't understand anything. Fuck them. I have no more of that in me. Like, it's a losing battle. I'm trying to convince a fucking idiot that they're in my grandmother's house. Fuck them. I'm trying to convince people that going from fiat to digital fiat doesn't fix the fact that it's fake. Fuck them. I'm trying to convince people who are not even using their own fucking language or their own habits or their own manners that there's culture and society somewhere in between us. Fuck them. We knew as soon as they started gentrifying music and all the goofy shit they were doing before 2015 that the game was over. And it is. We knew that over 10 years ago. As soon as we saw the signs and symbols, it's not just the signs in the sky and the goddamn horoscope, it's the signs and the goddamn people you can see. That's louder. We know where this shit going. You got the blue hair, the Karen, you got Bobby Shmurda dancing like a fucking monkey in front of a bunch of little white girls. Like, I knew it was over. If these are the people who get to dictate what culture is, they wish this nigga free out of jail and didn't even support his next album afterwards. Where he at? Fuck him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this society loves buffoonery as a whole. This society loves being lied to as a whole. This society loves another villain and hero and a reason to keep going. And like, it's like an indention in the routine and the redundancy of a useless life that they're telling you we can replace it hypothetically with AI anyway. Like, fuck them, right? Like, this shit ain't worth living. This shit ain't worth keeping alive anyway. It's not. Y'all got Mr. Grab 'em by the pussy balancing the books. Y'all retarded, bro. Like, fuck them. Like, you got Miss Throw Your Ass Back to a Married Man, Miss Brown, that she should have been the president. The career ass thought Kamala Harris that she should be president and she'll fix this whole ass shit. These motherfuckers are retarded, boy. You feel me? I knew that already, though. I knew that already. Kamala, by all of them, retarded. Weird sex parties, weird cases, weird behaviors, weird everything. Why the fuck would I be waiting for that to get better? If everybody cool with it. Nah. This ain't that. I ain't got time for that shit. I ain't that fucking stupid. I don't know everything, but I ain't that fucking stupid. You know, I got positive integers and negative integers. All that shit under 0. I am not under 0, at least. I could be +2. I am not negative fucking stupid. You feel me? So, like, no, I'm not negative fucking stupid in this bitch. So, it's kind of not mattered to me my whole life. What mattered to me was the truth about it. I wanted to know what was really happening and not what the lip service was, not what the influencer was, not the political jargon that no one really understands. I wanted to see through that. I wanted the matrix vision of where they are in their ministry. And they're at the end. They killed themselves with COVID and the vaccines. That part's real. You might not have 100,000 people resigning or firing. You just might have that many motherfuckers dead. They wouldn't tell you. They haven't been accountable yet. You can just have that many people missing from those offices. You can have that many people absent from making the payroll. You can just have that many fucking people who are just too sick to play the game anymore. It could even if it's just 30% that's a lot. So, nah, fuck them. They killed themselves. You feel me? The officials, they mandated that shit. They pushed that up. They thought that was wise. They didn't ever protest. They never called to a vote. They didn't shut the government down over it, did they? But I'm supposed to believe $1 trillion to some illegal immigrants' health care is what this is about. Man, tell them to go eat a dick. That ain't what that's about. That's the dumbest shit I've heard. And it just pisses people off because they're like, well, that trillion could have been used for us. No shit, Sherlock. But it can't. Grace Commission report. So, people don't even know that. So, no. You have to be negative stupid in their paradigm for them to be in control. Like, you know what I'm saying? They need you to be negative stupid when it comes to them. And I'm nobody's stupid fucking person. So, I see through them now. Thank God. Ain't nothing they can sell me. Ain't nothing they can tell me. I know all they do is fucking lie for a living. They call it politics, That's kind of the quip, but no. I don't mind them having their privacy and their secrets and the shit they gotta do to get done. No problem. Nah, I'm saying these are stupid people lying. These are stupid people who can't do the thing they're lying about either. They suck at the truth by default, but then they also suck at what they're hiding. Like, they're fucking useless people when it comes to managing people, right? They might be awesome baseball players though, you feel me? They might give you a run for your money in fucking Call of Duty for real. I probably love them on the fucking Xbox Live. But as like waiting for us as a whole to repair the economy and things to get better and the morale and things, nah, nigga, too many children are dying. Too many families are broken. Too many people are single. There's human issues that's a side effect of their lives. And since they're not going to address that, and a check can't fix those problems, then, you know what I'm saying? What are we waiting for? We're waiting for them to fix that? They can't. You know what I'm feeling? My options in my current circumstance is literally a tidal wave and a cause effect of how people have played the game in the system too. Like, I didn't get here by myself. Like, if people just left me the fuck alone, you know what I'm saying? Nah. The system enables that type of shit. That goofy ass behavior. It's pathetic. Secret societies and masons, that's fucking faggot shit. What the fuck are you hiding from? What the fuck are you keeping secret? What has gotten better? Your fiat? It's fake. You compromise your soul for snakes. You see what I'm saying? I can just stack across everything we've heard about. It's chasing the fucking wind. The United States is peak chasing the wind. Netanyahu is peak chasing nothing. Like, they're not going to gain anything. No one liked these niggas. They've made themselves so unsufferable that for the next foreseeable generations, people just going to think about them just like the Bible says. The name will be equivalent to a slur almost, like Israel-EL. Right? United States, American-EL. Right? It's a mockery. That's how you know it's towards its end. Once you get the world to not believe in the American dream, which is happening, then it's over. They already lost us. They lost the tribes already. They lost the American Indian already. We never was really in it. Team captain, though. They lost me. This is my spirit group. So, yeah. It's never going to go back, bro. But that does not mean that life will not go on and not be beautiful and not get better for us. We just, manifest everything you can right now from what's left. Nothing changed. Go ahead. Call that money in. Call that fiat in. Go ahead and make those decisions. Get that car. Get those clothes. Take care of your people. Do the same thing. Ain't nothing changed. But their outlook, their forecast, oh, they're cooked. They're done. They're done already. So after this government collapse, and whatever the little secret phone calls and meetings really are about, and they compromise this, sell this, mind you, they're selling their corporate stuff. They're not selling my goddamn grandmother's nothing. They're selling their control and their network and their trade. They're reorganizing. They're going through a bankruptcy. Ideally, they'll just go to hell. But they're here. Still. So we gotta live through all the funerals. We gotta live through all the collapses of all the things you love in entertainment. Basically, everything that was built in the last 30 to 50 years, we just gotta persist. And that's kind of like the Sodom and Gomorrah thing for real. Or Tower of Babel. It's like, Sarah, don't turn around. Don't turn around and try to save, warn, preserve anything behind you. It's falling already. Like, we told you to run because we hit the button, not because we were about to. What did she do? She turned around and turned into a pillar of salt, right? A pillar of salt can just be a flood of tears too. Sadness, depression. Or it can be a fucking nuclear fucking laser that turn your fucking sand into glass, Libyan desert glass. Either or is terrible. Either or is terrible. And that's kind of like what this is. It's like I've been memorializing his story of the United States. I've been memorializing the contradictions. I've been memorializing all the different narratives and just locked it into a video on YouTube somewhere so people can, get a piece of knowledge that rings off and connects them to other spider webs of the same. That's all I've been doing. I've been knew this shit was cooked since 9/11, right? 9/11 was big for me, and I was just a teenager. So I knew that they lost control already. So hopefully the United States dies. I hope it goes to hell where it came from. And then whatever we reorganize, reposition, rebuild, preserve, and then improve and upgrade, whatever that looks like, I hope that is so much better than it. That's it. The United States can go fuck itself. Eamon Ross says, the discussion with a coworker from Ukraine about how people are frustrated with those that speak Spanish. And I'm like, bitch, folks was patient with your ass when you and yours got here. Eamon Ra, oh, how soon they forget type beat. Them Ukrainians, literally almost all of them are like that. They're rigid, genetic. They're new. Jonathan says, yes, stepping into a new world equals gray rocking, starving the vampire narcs. No time to entertain them if we're focused on building the golden age. You got it. Harut says, Mr. GTBTP is probably the best one for that job too. Tells you everything. Eamon Ross says, I Show Speed father told folks that they are not African American. That part. Yeah. We're not. What the fuck? They didn't come up with African American until Jesse Jackson submitted it in the 80s, right? So it's not even nations. It's not even a nationality, bro. Like, it's just a placeholder for motherfuckers taking advantage of us, another generation. And that was a nigga that did that. Reverend Jesse Jackson. Mason Shriner. Not all of them are bad people now. Please save me the gory details. But none of them want to shoot the fade with these faggots. They do all that shit to kids though. So fuck all of them until they take care of their own fucking business. And stop all the fucking trafficking then, if it ain't all of you. Then stand up to these faggots in your leadership so you can become a leader, if it ain't all of you. I'm tired of hearing that shit. Why the fuck are you in America? Any of you Inca? I know I fucking am. Got the fucking attitude to prove it. That's why I like being alone. That's why I'm in the desert by myself, for the most part. Limited contact with other humans. My attitude, man. Do no harm. AKA stay the fuck out of the way. That's why I started a YouTube channel too. So I didn't have to worry nobody in my real life about this shit. Because I know they won't understand it or hear it or play it. They'll gang stalk and see some shit and not understand the goddamn thing I said. Because they never talked to me. I have histories of people in my life who have no idea who the fuck I am. Because I guess they underestimated my ability to read people as my gift. But I don't go there. It's a waste of energy for me. It drains me. So there's a chemical portion of why I'm like that, why they can't read me. And I like smiling and laughing and letting people, I like letting other people feel themselves. I don't need no verification because I know when I'm done with this moment, I'm gonna go somewhere by myself. For real, on some shaman shit. It's very shamanic actually. Invite me to a little Indian parade and shit where the bad bitches at. I'll stay there for the weekend, but I'm taking my ass back to wherever fucking... That's what I'm saying. If I had a UFO magic carpet, y'all never see me. I can... If I had the freedom, if I had my wings for real, like down here, buying houses and staying still and cutting grass and shit, kind of... Man, nigga, please. I would not be in the same state per week. Watch. I don't know a car that's good enough for that trick right there, but if I get lit enough, when I get lit enough, Lord willing, I live enough, I'm gonna be all over this bitch. I don't care how old I am. The fuck, man? We come into this rotten motherfucker with all these fucking weird ass energies, and then we fucking die and rot in a fucking grave getting eaten by worms. Why the fuck I want to sit still for? Descendant of royals or not, why the fuck do I want this mediocre, yuppie ass expectation that's projected over our lives? Like, we're supposed to be grateful for the little bit that was remaining after they stole everything. Now I'm code switching to my Malcolm X shit. These motherfuckers got us fucked up. The thought of these motherfuckers, the spirit behind these motherfuckers got us fucked up. On Mama Inga. This shit named after us, bro. The fuck I want to sit still for and help them figure their shit out. That's stupid. That's the stupidest expectation of anything. That's like Ukraine and Israel, when all is said and done, they'll go back and rebuild Gaza for the Palestinians. Nigga, please. So if we could see that intensity in real life as it's unfolding, flotillas and everything, how the fuck am I supposed to be? Them niggas ain't float shit to me. Them motherfuckers ain't deter no missiles for me. None of them. Like, that's the thing. Like, nobody has. Like, nobody in human history has come to us and helped us. They've come to us to learn. They've come to us to take. They come to us for proximity effects. They come to us for culture. They come to us for swag, know-how, and all the little quirky little nigga shit that we be doing differently. But they don't turn around and go, it's terrible how this occupying corporation has raped and pillaged everything of your culture and traditions and history, and then get to dig up everything and hide it from you. Fuck them all, bro. That whole spirit, bro. That's reprobate, boy. Thank God the moths are gonna eat them. You feel me? Like, the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. And the older I get, the more profound my disdain for the concept of the American dream, or whatever the fuck the consensus was, is. Not only that it just not work or max out for me, as if it could, but it's just, what the fuck is that anyway? How the fuck I'm supposed to hallucinate that I'm prosperous in a land I don't belong in, knowing the history, and the only history there is? Motherfuckers are evil. I want to be prosperous in an evil fucking place. They don't give a fuck about your health. They don't give a fuck about children. They don't give a fuck about balancing the books. They don't give a fuck about nothing they preach. But they'd be quick to lock your ass up for breaking some stupid ass rule they made up a week ago. Nah, fuck them, man.
These motherfuckers still justifying slavery. Fuck them, man. They haven't found a better way to do shit. Fuck them, man. Look at how they treat their own fucking kids. Fuck them, man. These women don't make no fucking sense. And they did that to them. Fuck them, man. And not enough people in that type of time yet. That's why I still persist. But it's fading. Thank God. It's fading. Other people are saying fuck it for different reasons. Usually money or job or, quality of life concerns in that sense. In a more strictest fiat way. Good enough for me. Oh, welcome. You realize that it doesn't matter either way it goes, because you can have the hell of a run, and at the end of the day, some dickhead will sign an imaginary piece of paper, and then everyone freak out, and everyone look at the stock market, and everyone's going to do, my boardroom said we got to fire 100,000 people, and that's all out of your hands and out of your plan, either fucking way. You could have done everything, dotted all your goddamn I's and crossed all your fucking T's, and that motherfucker still shut down. You can do anything. If you ever been a man and you loved a woman, you do every fucking thing. Birthdays, flowers, surprises, keeping your cool, taking a deep breath, cleaning up the house. You can do everything, and that bitch still going to sleep with a loser. You feel me? But these are the side effects of us being super focused on dumb shit to begin with. That's not what the game was to begin with. Hence. I'd rather just fly around if I had wings. I'll keep myself entertained. I had to anyway. Three. Kilo. Harut. Squad. Oh shit, we 37 for 50. 30 more people who'll never say hi. How you guys doing? What else is there to say, I guess? But yeah. Not to let it stress you, though. It ain't nothing to worry about. It is. It fucking is. You have your favorite colors, and you can also have your favorite version of life. And this ain't it. Niggas who play fucking Roller Coaster Tycoon do a better job at this shit. Finally, Suyin's in the building. How you doing? The UAP's been showing up out there in South America. They back. They out here. Tell them I said what's up. Tell them they taking too long. How are the sisters doing out there? I don't hear from women too much these days. What's going on with the women out there? Not the ones I'm complaining about. Those are bitches. How are the women doing? Finally, Suyin says, not yet heard about your sighting. Yeah, quite a few. Big red triangle. And then the little zigzag. A few daytime UAPs. I'm waiting for the manta ray to come back. Whoever she is. Tamara Senor. Hey, how you doing, sir? I'm okay. How are you doing? How's life? What are the patterns that you're concerned with? Women, good. Needing men? Yeah. We need each other. Astrolarius. Bring on the UAPs. It's coming. It's coming. Listen, be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. They're quick and efficient. Trust me. They could have been shut this shit down. I'm telling you, as soon as I go upstairs, I'm scrapping with somebody. I'm fighting somebody. I know it. I feel it in my soul that on Archangel Michael, I'm gonna have to go at somebody. They think this shit funny. But yeah, men and the women need men. Yeah. Men do too. Up here, where we are, though, I follow this thing called Vegas Shade or something. So it's usually younger brothers And like they find Vegas post and then they put it on this channel like a aggregate. And one brother was in his car and he was like, "Man, I've been in Vegas for X amount of time, and where are the mature women at?" And he's younger. It's like the girls who are 25 and under, they're just materialistic. So I read the comments, and a lot of the women were like, "We're home." Others be like, "I gave Vegas 10 years. I'm going back to Texas." I was like, "She ain't been to Texas in a while. I don't know about that one. I ain't, I've been in Houston and Vegas. I don't know about that one. Houston's beautiful, but I'm just saying, like, you ain't gonna find better guys. But you see it. You see that everyone has their own programmed paradigm from the past, pre-pandemic, and exacerbated by social media and TikTok. Now that that's fading off, thank God they sold it, right? I know that sounds funny, but you'll understand soon. They're gonna ruin it. So once it's ruined, then people are like, well, what's left? Exactly. Mm-hmm. They ain't building no new social media apps to replace it either. So people will have more time to think and remove themselves from the algorithm and the power suggestion, and then start to really stress what's important to their individual needs. And then that will open up the heart, and then that will send out the signal, and then that will create the magnet of what they actually were looking for. We already know the answers to that through metaphysics, but trying to convince people who don't know metaphysics that just by saying shit ain't gonna work. So gotta wait. Gotta wait for it. But yeah, everyone's saying that, even up here, especially the men. They're tired of the bullshit. They're not even looking for perfect. They're looking for anti whatever the fuck that is. Vegas expensive to live. It's I come from North Carolina. So Raleigh was recently gentrified. Thus it's the same to me. It's there's no reference point of something being cheaper, I should say, anymore. But the rent is dropping here. I think the average is $1,400 a month. And then Vegas is full of hotels and motels too. Some people just get those. So it's doable. But versus like Raleigh rent went up. My rent was going up, and it was like the last apartment complex that I can get at that price before they just do the infinite 100 per lease up every year until it's like, why do I fucking live here? You know what I mean? I should have fucking just moved to New York and New Jersey when I could have, because it's the same fucking price now from the old price. So yeah, Vegas has a lot of the problem with Vegas is the price of houses, the nice houses, the new ones, and not having sellers and buyers. That's gridlocked across the country though. You've really got to have a lot of money to do it now. So I wouldn't even try to buy a house right now. If we're using the standard model, it'd be stupid. The interest rates and how much it costs and how much value, like, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to get, no time soon, it's not going to get higher, so you're not going to sell it higher. If anything, the market's going to collapse. So you buy it at 500,000 and up, and then it resets down to a quarter. And then however many years it takes to get closer to 500 is however long the market, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just too many years to even imagine that happening. So it'll be dumb to buy a house here unless you plan on retiring, and that's like your house. Then it's like you're buying it because you want it, and you're not just holding it. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people flip or invest or hold on to it to get to their dream house or until their kids are grown or some shit like that. I don't think I would raise my kids here. It's too fucking hot for the summer. Like, nah, we gotta get to California, baby. We going to California. Fuck it. I'll raise my kids in California. Fuck it. Their dad used to skateboard anyway, so they'll surf or something. I don't know. California's expensive. I'll figure it out though. Soul line trending. Thank God life is good. Come on, tomorrow. Rakim Escobar 3, Jonathan 3. Jonathan, good women need good men. I'm back. So what happened to us being so far advanced? Why are you taking so long to open to love for you? That's a deep question, Sumi. I'm gonna come back to that. You know, I'll have to do a dissertation on that one. Jonathan says otherwise just left and stacking. But now we're not. Jonathan says sometimes women want good men, but they don't know how to create the right environment conditions to keep them. Finally, Sulian, so why are you taking so long for open love for yourself? Same story. Mr. Now says, speaking of travels, crazy mirror loop, Amir Obi tour is your route backwards. He's going to do Los Angeles first in 9 days and then back to the other coast, and then to London and to Trenton. Wow. Newkind says the house are unstable because the people keep building the houses didn't pick the correct soil, so the housing is fucked. Wow. Astrolaria says, nice. I've stayed in the NC Raleigh area. That's where I was from. Yeah, rent was going up. I started at $700 for a studio, and now the same studio is $1,200. Exactly. Don't buy a house in Vegas. They falling apart. They're stucco. Cali got the best consumer laws for your information. Good to know. I'm going there even if they didn't. But what finally Sunyan says, what is taking me so long to open up for something? I didn't look at it that way. I didn't think I had to open up for it. I didn't know. I don't know how to do it, Sunyan. I don't know how to attract what I'm supposed to attract. So instead of failing and missing, I just gave up. That's the simple answer. Simple answer is, if it ain't working for you, it ain't working for you. Stop. Reevaluate. And I figured out so many things, but it wouldn't. Now because I've spent so much time in that thought space, it'll be hard for someone. No, I wouldn't want to do that to no one's daughter, man. No. It's not worth it. I don't want to ruin nobody else. I'm a hard lesson to learn. I'm a walking tower moment, so I don't want to see no more of that. I don't want to go through no more of that. I don't want to feel like that ever again in human history, based on the level I was on. So I can't turn backwards. So I can't even consider what it is. Everything else is based on a pattern. The people and everything, they're patterns. There are different versions of things. Like me, before it happens, I take a Rubik's Cube and I go, well, this didn't work. Let me flip it over. And then shows God made green apples. The next person or situation resembles what I suggested to myself. That was prolific, especially for the past 4 years. I've talked to so many different girls and women, and they all taught me something about women, but more importantly about myself. And then because I'm not a control freak, or I don't try to force things or make it happen, I let things happen. Like when it goes left, my indifference saved my life. So going from indifferent to turning on the valve and all the things I'm assuming you need to attract the right person, I ain't got no mana for that. I ain't got nothing none of these women need right now. So what's the point? And what I do have, they're not ready for it. My actual aura, if you will, my actual, how do I say it? Their life will change by proximity. They'll start noticing things and seeing things and it'll go a different way. My blessing for others that I don't know is even more enhanced for them. Most of those girls can handle that. They take it the wrong way. And then they look back at me like, why don't you do the thing? I'm like, no, that's not my gift. My gift is for others, stupid. It's called a gift. It's not a... I've seen so many different versions of it. Like I said, I've been with the girls with the nice things already, who had everything that I couldn't bring, I wouldn't have given to them anyway because they already had it. And then conversations and things and interests, I just would never map to it. In the traditional sense, like in the way, where I come from. Especially in North Carolina. They're a certain breed, culture, subculture, so I knew it wasn't going to be them anyway. So I tried girls from different places. They're more like North Carolina than the place they're from, so. I don't know what to do, Sui. I don't know what the code is to attract the person that's actually for you. I didn't read that in the Bible yet. If y'all know what passage that is, let me know. All the Bible says it's not good for a man to be alone. I think men knew that before we became alone, thus. But it's also not good for a man to be second guessing someone else and constantly praying and mentalizing and trying to fix issues that are just seemingly coming out of nowhere because someone else's mind is wrapped in their experiences with other people who are nothing like me. They can't, comparison is the thief of joy. They cannot, they just can't deal with me. And I don't mean like it's a bad thing. It's not a difficult thing. It's an impossible thing for them. They don't know how to slow down. They don't know how to listen. And even when I show them, the UFOs or the miracles, or I show them how to pray and manifest things and it happens, there's still something else missing. I can move them across the country and it'll still be something else. I can bring their dead cat back to life. It'll still be something else. I can help them get their little side hustle dream going. It'll still be something else. That's just like an endless waltz. It's been an endless waltz for me personally, my own personal experience. Get them out the hood and everything. They're just not grateful. They're not grateful for the moment. For whatever reason, they feel like things are always like. If a lot of the girls in my age range and younger want everything now, yet they don't provide anything now. They want things now, but the things they need to do and master, they're not doing now. It's weird. It's lopsided. It's what it is. I'm a Libra rising, so I'm all about fairness. I don't expect them to match my energy. I'm a boy. I'm a boy that's went through hell too, so a lot of them can't relate to that. They'll have, like, a lot of women would tell you their problems. Like, I sympathize with that. I understand. Try this. Try to look at it this way. You're doing it, and they don't want to hear that. But then when I tell them, I was like, but yo, all my favorite people are dead. I've almost been killed a few times, and I've lost everything more than 5 times. It's going to be all right. They can't handle it. And if something is bothering them, the real shit, they tell you don't share your feelings with females. I'll do it. I'll entertain the bullshit, and I know they're going to use it against you and bring it up and all kinds of shit. But just so that they know that we're real. I've never had a woman say anything to me, ever, about any of the shit I gotta say. It's too heavy for them. Ain't that a bitch? So I know it's not the right woman though. I know that's not mine. Mine wouldn't be that way, I guess, hypothetically. But when you see that for, I've had girlfriends since I was in school, so more than 25 years of my life. I've been in a relationship for 12 years, so it's not like I don't know how to do the thing to have a girlfriend, if you will. It's just that, no, fuck them. Fuck them. I'm not doing that no more. I'm not doing none of that, actually. Never. Quoth the Raven, nevermore. I'm never doing it, in fact. The way that I did. Like, to make yourself available to be trampled over. It's worse than a blue pill. I know better. And I'm living up to it.
They're too angry. Their common root is anger. Whether it's abuse, broken dreams and promises of some other loser, or life just not panning out. And they're not paying attention when I'm paying attention to it. Why do you watch that stuff? Why do you kiss it? And now we live in a reality in which all they can do is live through that stuff. That type of thing too. There's not a lot of 3 a.m. females out here. They don't take it the right way. The ones that I meet, I'm very specific. I know I haven't met every female. They're hiding. Good. I'm dangerous. So let them hide. Let them have kids. And then you don't want to meet a dangerous female whose life has just been just as triumphant and magical, because then she's trying to compete with you. Yeah, it's narcissism has ruined it for me. And the ill shit about it is they don't realize that that's what it is. It's simply narcissism, because they're fishing for energy they can't return. And you know how they say, well, they're homemakers or something. Well, I can cook, I can clean, I can do all those things. If I'm honest, I do it better than them. So I don't need that. Why don't you cook more? I don't know. Is it going to change anything? Why don't you do this? Why don't you? They constantly trying, what do they call it? What's that shit called when people are trying to analyze you? What's that shit? Not micromanage, but like psychoanalyze. Because they see something in me, obviously, that I don't. But they don't ask me, why don't I? They try to force it in narratives and conversations, and then they get, emotional manipulation and shit. Like, nah, bitch. I see that before you do it. My gift is lit when it comes to a woman too. Like, because they're the way they are, their energy, I can see it. It's so clear. And I do that a lot too. I fuck it up by talking. I can call out what they're thinking about, and they can't admit that they were thinking about that. That's the number one thing. I hate a liar. They lie so fucking much. And it's not like big lies. So like in their mind, they might even classify it as a lie. They're looking at it like, they're keeping it private or something. No, I bet you lied. Because you said the opposite of what I suggested. And what I suggested is exactly what the fuck it is. And then I'll find out eventually. And it's exactly what the fuck I said it was. Like, that's tiresome. I'm on your team, stupid. So, yeah. My den of woe and miseries with the females has always been in the communication space. And that's funny. There was no for a man that could communicate. Nigga, please. No, they're not. No, the fuck they're not. I can communicate. I can communicate my problems and their problems, and then find the middle and be like, this is what has to happen next. And I'll be done in 2 minutes. And then, for whatever reason, emotionally, they shut off. They'll hold on to it. Something be bothering them. No shit. Every man knows. But I know. Like, I can feel this vibration. There's something wrong. How should I play this game? Let me find a better way to communicate it in a language that they would understand. I don't got time for that, my nigga. I don't got time to have to constantly code switch with someone who's supposed to be your partner. They don't know how to be partners. They be skipping steps. I need someone to lead me. Shut up. You need a father. No, I'm your partner. And you suck as a partner. You might be an awesome person to those people you work with, to that family member, to people who raised you, to people who love you. But you're a shitty partner. Boys play team sports. I play team sports. I play football. I know how important the line was. Nobody want to be on the fucking line though. Everyone want to be a quarterback. Everyone want to be a wide receiver. But you got 52 motherfuckers on the field. So when they made me a tackle, or they put me on O-line, that's not what I wanted. But we all wanted to win. So we did. So my dumbass, information up, information up, information up, wall, stop, push, pull. None of that is glorious. None of that's catching the touchdown. None of that's juking niggas and shaking them and jumping over motherfuckers. All of it's just down, up, down, 15-1 by playing my fucking part in a team sport. Now we go to the playground, it's different. I'm either gonna be the quarterback or I'm running. But when it comes to winning the game, I play my fucking position. And then I give them that. Oh, you're in a way better position than I am in that space. Cool. Let me help you get further. And I do. That's the ill shit. They be worried how girls be worried. I'm like, the fuck, this is easy. Hold on, check this out. I'm gonna do this with you. Wow, no one's ever done that. And wow, you still won't fucking appreciate it. You know? Yeah. For me, it's been a slot machine. It's a gamble. Sometimes it works in the moment. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 3 months even. It might just be cool. Like it'd be cool. But eventually, they'll scroll on their phone, they'll text, they'll call, something happened at work, and then all of a sudden, I inherited chaos. And then they're looking at me like, what the fuck? You're dumb. If I'm honest, a lot of these bitches are dumb. You wouldn't know though. I do, because I'm not dumb. And what I mean by that is their flaws are dumb. They fail relationships for stupid reasons. That's dumb. They're dumb to that. And it's so simple. It comes from lack of gratitude, and not for the man and not for the other person, although that would be awesome. They're just not gratitude enough for their fucking life. They're unhappy with their life because they're not gratitude for their life. And me, a person who's met so many people and seen so many different versions of life, especially in females, I can tell them, like, no, you're ahead of the curve, bro. Like, you're tripping right now. Like, nah, it's gonna work out. It already fucking did. It's gonna get better. It has to. I mean, you're way the fuck ahead of all the other bitches I was talking to. I can promise you, like, nothing's wrong. They don't know how to live in a space where nothing's wrong. I do. They don't know how to be patient. I do. They don't know how to let God move. I do. You can't teach nobody that. And that's another thing, part two. A lot of them may have went to church. A lot of them are closet witches and tarot girls, but none of them seek God for real. It's a word salad. It's kind of like describing like being in a sorority to them, or it's kind of like describing a family superstition. It's not real. It's not real. It's temporary. It's fleeting. It's they contradict it by what they do next. That's how I know it's not real to them. And then they play victim. They'll shoot themselves in the fucking foot and become a Meg Thee Stallion. You know? Yeah. And then plus with the internet and social media and baddies and all the stupid influences on TV. I witnessed this. These are smart people on paper. But then they watch the stupid nigga shit. And then they're caught up in that. And then they expect you to agree with the shenanigans that they borrow or that they've transmuted. And this is real life. Those clowns get paid to be clowns. I'm a real person. You're not them. I'm not them. What are we talking about? Why do I have to agree with that? You know what I'm saying? You talk to a lot of females and they expect you to be open-minded enough to agree with the dumbest shit you can agree with. I can't do that. I ain't stupid enough. I know all that self-destruction. But I watch it. I'm peaceful. I don't control the Netflix either. I'll learn more about them and any person by what they choose to consume. And then they work too much. That's the other thing too. A lot of girls in the last couple of years, recent time, post-pandemic, that's their number one complaint. They're tired of working so much. And then when you suggest to them, well, work less. Well, if I do, then I won't be able to get this. So your issue is you need time. But the reason why you won't give yourself time is because you're racing to somewhere. but you need time and rest, and you're racing at the same time. Which one is it? Either you're too tired to run, or you're running because you're almost done. Which one is it? You can't. Women put them with men when they interact with us. They put themselves in two poles at the same time. They're breaking the law, universal law. They break universal law with us. That's what it is. Their expectations for themselves and their friends and their families one way, but when it comes to their man, whatever they created in their mental space, they broke a bunch of universal laws and then add up the cost, and then they project you to that. And if you're not that in that way, then there's a problem. Like, oh my God, it's maybe I'm, they start questioning and second guessing everything when nothing is wrong. They do this shit when everything's right. They do this shit when the rent is paid. They never had that problem with me. They do this shit when they ate. They never had that problem with me. They do that shit when everything's fine. They just get bored and then look at you and just start talking shit for no reason. There's a reason behind it. There's a buildup of other things, I'm sure, but they got that from outside. Why are they bringing that shit to me anyway? I don't do that to them. And then I'm reasonable. I'm like, you're not the baddest bitches I ever dealt with, right? They think they're too cute too, a lot of them. Nah, you're not cuter than Jessica. None of you are, actually. No, none of you are. None of you are. So, to me, it's like, you have that problem with a lot of females too. They deal with a lot of male attention, a lot of desperate or doggy type men who are like blow up their head with words, but no weight or meaning, right? They're just trying to get to a certain end. And all women know that. Yet women will expect that same type of temperature from the man that they're with. Why the fuck would I be pandering to you? We're in our 30s. What are you missing? You miss people flattering you to get you naked? That's weird. If you're trying to get out of that world and those dynamics and they don't work or serve you anyway, right? Ain't that how you got sick last time, you goofy bitch? Ain't that how you got robbed last time, you goofy bitch? Ain't that how you got your heart broke last time, you goofy bitch? So how is that what you're missing? You goofy bitch. It's like that. They're goofy bitches for real. The ones who are the goofiest are the ones, unironically, they have poor leadership through their fathers because of their mother being insufferable. So the father and the mother exist for most of them, and they're ungrateful for the fact they have fucking parents. I'll be trying to tell them that. I was like, I wish I could call my fucking mother. But they'll have that mother figure, most of them. And if they do, they usually don't like her. They love her, but they don't like her. So I always watch out for that, like a woman that don't like her mother. And then if they have a father, he loves her. He's like, hey, like you can hear the energy when they call. And I gotta convince them to call this nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like trying to put their family back together, like the not letting the bullshit from what we're in our 30s, 20 years ago, pee on your fucking parade this Christmas. How about you talk to your dad, check in on him? And I just want to hear it. I want to see it. Hey! I'm like, I knew it. I knew he's a good guy. I knew he loves his daughter. But they don't know how to, they don't know what to do with that love because their mother, because he left when they were a kid. And then their mom had to go through things. And then, then they start to resent their father because he was down on his luck. Obviously, he lost his fucking family for a little while. And you know what I'm saying? I can almost remap all of those dynamics because I've seen every girl that I ran into have it. Like, man, what's another one that was like that? Yeah, another girl, her fucking mother was, out there. But, she's around. And her father lived far away. But he around too. Man, this girl's trying to prove a point to her mother and trying not to like be a burden to another one, and it just creates all this chaos in them. Women more than men, I think, be trying to live up to some type of fucking expectation from their mother for some reason, while being in competition with her, or having some type of alt between her, but they choose her over the father every time. every fucking time because the mother took care of us and did the things and tell you the story enough. I get it now. I get it. I don't have a mother, so I don't get it, but I get it. That how that would play out. And as long as they have those type of dynamics in our age range and millennials, oh my God, it's unbearable because this shit don't make sense. You're never gonna find a man that's your damn father. You're never gonna prove whatever the fuck it is you think you're gonna prove to your mother. It's time for you to let that shit go. When I was a child, I did childlike things. Children have parents. You're a grown ass woman. You need to become one. Instead of you worrying about what happened yesterday, instead of worrying about what's connected above you, and stop worrying about, because a lot of these hoes, man, if I'm honest, they got in trouble because they in their hoe phase. That's how they start fucking up their household when they're kids. Let's be honest now. I ain't ever gonna tell this story, but I'll tell it to you because I've heard it enough. I'm tired of it. You mad at your mother because she tried to stop you from being a teen mom, you dumb bitch. You mad at your father because he was disappointed that you ended up with a fucking scumbag and got pregnant. Like, what else are they supposed to react to? Time goes on. They're not on that no more, but you are. They feel scorned. They feel stabbed. They feel betrayed that people didn't show up when they didn't fucking listen and got themselves in a fucking ditch that the parents still paid them to get out of. It's the illest shit about it. Then they were held accountable. And then they gotta prove to the world they can do it by themselves now. Like, nah, nigga, you fucking retarded. That's ego. That's pride. And you think men have an ego and pride problem. No, women do. It's just it's covert. They decorate it with flowers. They decorate it with their appearances. They decorate it with makeup. They decorate it with their car. That's all pride and ego. These bitches are consuming materials because they're egotistical. That leans obviously into narcissism, but the root issue is they're trying to prove a point. They're trying to establish their worth. And it's not good enough to establish themselves as being good enough. They got to be like at the top of the ladder. And if they don't get to the top of the ladder, then they can't prove their fucking parents wrong, or aunt, or ex, or some other dumb nigga that don't give a fuck. Like, they pivot all of their moves off of proving the last season wrong. That's what's wrong with women. You motherfuckers keep pivoting off a fucking book that's closed. Write a new book. Damn. I promise you, either way you do it, no one give a fuck. But the person that's your partner, they don't have no room for that. Emotionally unavailable. Fuck it. Name a woman that's emotionally available. Let's be fucking honest in 2025. What does that sound like? What does that look like? What's an emotional available person, period? But then point to an emotionally available woman. Right? Am I lying yet? Let me know, brothers. Let me know if I'm lying. So their emotional availability is limited by the fact that they're chasing materials instead of fulfillment. And the society hyped them up that way. It's our society's fault too. The programs, the DEI, the messaging in school, the movies, they see it all the time. They have no other frame of reference. And they can't have this conversation like this with me. I'm a big black guy with a lot of energy. Even if I'm not yelling, you can feel my energy. So it's like, they act like they fucking victims and scared and shit. Like, bitch, if I was gonna hurt you, right? Like, hypothetically, ain't shit you can do about it. Now, ask your dumb ass to fucking read. Why the fuck would I want to hurt you? You can't fucking beat me. You gotta deal with that too. Their ego. They think they tough when you're quiet, when you're listening, when you're paying attention, when you take care of the problem. I like some women say, I want a man to just take care of blah, blah, blah. If I hear a woman say some goofy shit about dishes or anything in the house, when her dumb ass is at work, I'll clean the whole fucking house. Should be back. Am I back? Am I back? Is it 3? 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 Can you hear me? My voice is good? Because sometimes the phone call cuts the volume. 3? Cool. Run it back. I ain't forget what I was talking about. This is passionate. Always wanted to do a trip to Vegas to hit the strip. It's beautiful. Kelly got the best consumer houses. Need to learn more card games.
Endless waltz indeed. No Gundam wing. Come on, Rocking Basketball. Backseat driving. Come on now. Finally soon. Just get back. You stamping the past onto the possibility of the future. Okay, let go of the projections. Got you. UMG the future. Cast out what you need and what you have to share of the past. I don't know how to do that yet, sister. I have no idea what that means. I know it makes sense though. But in my world, that's why I'm not bothering nobody. Because I don't know how to do that. Kid Ocean says, clean the entire house for real. 333, we back 3. Yep, voice is good. You're still good. Thank you, Cool J. Verbarty says, facts. A lot of women are too attached to their moms and sisters too. I'll be like, I'm not fucking your mom. I'm not fucking your sister. Keep them out of the relationship. I don't do that. I don't argue with women. I think that's a part of my thing that I don't do. I notice a lot of guys who like sustain their relationship by beefing, like putting her in her place, like verbally, like turning up on her just a little bit. I ain't talking about domestic violence. I'm talking about like you can go back and forth with her and, reverse engineer and, counter her all day. I get quiet and I listen. And then when I talk, it's the answer, the end. And then they'll have a problem with that. They have a problem with a person that considered everything they said because before they finished talking for 5 minutes, I heard them in 30 seconds. Then I wait. Then I go, but what about this ABC? And I know that's the answer. That's the illest shit about it because I've been in this situation before. And I watch each one play a different game to keep that energy going. And I realized what it was. They're addicted to the chemical. Like I was saying about your feelings and your fears and anxieties. They have a similar thing. They're used to dealing with guys that bump heads with them. They need that. They need that to feel like they're wanted or something. I don't know how they got that program, but they need a guy that's heavy-handed. And I'm too big for that. I'll fuck somebody up with just words. Like I'm from East Orange. Like they don't want me to play that game with them because there's no meters. It's 0 to 100. Physically too, it's 0 to 100. So I can't do that. I can't afford to do it is what I'm saying. And I don't want to be seen that way. I don't want to talk to someone that I'm fond of in any fucked up way anyway. It's stupid to me. And the fact that a lot of them require that from where we're from is weird to me. They require being put in check and stuff. And I'm a grown-ass man. I wouldn't even treat my daughter like that. So why the fuck would I do that horizontal? It just is lost on me. That whole science is lost on me. Jonathan says a good, strong man triggers this era's women's childhood wounds around intimacy, vulnerability, commitment, loss of independence, conflict. They're in their masculine and balance themselves if they're triggered. Yeah, they are. And they're masculine. Thank you. That's what it is. They're assuming we don't have any feminine women. I don't attract feminine women. I'm from fucking the hood. We're around women who are like outworking us for their dreams, whatever the dream is. They never seem to find it, but they're go. And then you find out they're on drugs. Cocaine sometimes, pills sometimes, all kind of enhancing mood things. And you're regular, just thugging out life with water and a black and mild. Like, and they're wondering why you're not matching their energy of go. Share your drugs, bitch. You gotta deal with that too. We're not just dealing with innocent little women and, having been ruined by life and expectations. No, they cope. Alcohol, drugs, pills, cocaine, all kind of shit. And then hide it and lie about it. Because they know what type of time I'm on. Yeah. I'm not projecting. Suing, that's all there's fucking left. That's why there's so many problems. You could take a man that's not of my aptitude and he's going to describe to you the same fucking phenomenon. That is the phenomenon of what a woman is in our generation. It's a boy. It's a bitch ass nigga with nice hair. On that defense wins championships, except the championships is buying a dog and dying alone. 3, their parents put them through neglect, like what you were saying earlier. Mine did too, but imagine me not taking that out on them. They can't do that trick.
Robert T says, yeah, you're right. Unfortunately, I found that the pattern is I need to enforce boundaries because otherwise I act childish and inconsiderately. It ain't no unfortunately. If it works for you, it works for you. I'm saying I can't do it. I can't enforce those boundaries because it's stupid that I have to do that. I have an intellectual dilemma with that. They know that. They're shit testing you. So if a boy shit tests me, I fuck them up. I stomp them out. I make them cry. I break their fucking face. If a girl shit tests me and I'm fond of her, ain't nothing I can do but eat that. I can't do the shit test. I can't pass their shit test. And they need that to feel validated or loved in their narrative, that is. I don't know what that means. I don't need to treat you like shit to find out if you're the one for me. So why do you have to treat me like that to see if I'm serious? I'm so fucking serious I haven't cursed you out yet. I'm so fucking serious I haven't told you about you or your mother yet. I'm so fucking serious that I'm gonna do this and fix this anyway. You don't know a nigga that'll do that. What's the fucking question? It's stupid to me, bro. You have to enforce boundaries, which eventually leads to walking away. Anyways, true, Jonathan. If you're standing on business all the time with boundaries, it's enforced. It's a chore. It's an extra. It's a father. But that's something that dad does, and so that makes sense. I want to do that with my boys, especially. I'm not doing that with my partner. What are we talking about? The shit that you be enforcing don't even make sense though, right? Like the scenario that occurs in which you're being shit tested and you gotta enforce some boundaries is them on some bullshit. Whether it's their period, PMS, a bad mood, a wrong reel, a power suggestion, a bad dream, whatever it is. There's no fucking way that every girl that's a millennial interpolates that as taking that out on someone else. That's a conspiracy. Because on paper, if they wrote that down in their journal with their therapist, everyone tells them you don't do that. Yet that's the thing that they need to validate whether you're serious about them. That is weird, bro. That's some weird bitch shit right there. You want a man to turn up on you? You want a man to put you in your place? You want a man that's your father for real? You sure about that? You didn't have a father for real. You didn't want my father then. Because that's a strange fucking idea to me. Yes, it is exactly that. 3, yep, the problem again is the lack of a father. Or they don't respect their father to that degree, to even call for it, which is weird. And they have awesome fucking fathers on paper. John says, which enforces their loop of because behavior, they're on some rebellion against their father. Yeah, they're projecting their father wounds on some nigga that makes beats and plays Xbox. I ain't got no fucking kids. Jonathan says it's wild outside with these females right now. Yeah. Not all of them, though. Not all of them. Just all the ones I know. They ain't everybody. Is that a do-rag? Does it look like it? Think about it. Take your time. Verbal artiste, but that's the point I'm saying, MG. When I get them to open up, it always boils down to them wanting a second father, and it's annoying. Because half the time, they have good fathers that they don't talk to. Exactly. Exactly. So what the fuck is a good father to them? Many of the Afro-Asiatics, though, I know. And I've only dated Afro-Asiatics. They're the hardest ones to deal with. That wound is deeper than I can figure out because they're not honest in their communication to figure it out. Mr. Now says, the whole mind control is based on seeking abuse and they're already on that type of time with the starting point. Yes, it's mind control. I know it is. I know it's a program because it's too many different women with different places and shorty from Chicago and Detroit, shorty from Houston, shorty from DC, shorty from New York, shorty from Florida. I got everybody but California. I've had people who went to California, but then they left California. They don't match California's vibration. I know it. And I've never dealt with white girls, so I can't imagine, right? So just with my Pokedex, just with my Pokedex, it's like, nah. The injury's deep, but they keep ripping it open. They don't know how to stop. They don't know how to be okay with being fucked up. That's why they don't know how to heal. They can't wear a black eye. As soon as it happens, they got to put makeup on it. They don't know how to be sick. As soon as it happens, they got to get the soup, the crackers, and go to the store and get the Robitussin. They can't sit still for shit. I think that's a bigger problem. There's something in a lot of these sisters that get them, they got to go, go, go. Like life is passing them by and they just got to race and get it done now and got to run the errands. Like that shit is like, where the fuck are we going? And if you've been with someone for years, be like, I told you years ago that this shit don't go nowhere, so why don't you calm down? Why don't you sit down? No, no, no. Go, 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 go. You know what the answer is though, right? They're running away from the thoughts in their mind. Their mind be whooping their ass, boy. They have no form of thought control until it's too late. You know when you notice that women start to figure that shit out? Like in general. Not all women sisters. I know, trust me. All you other sisters don't like niggas like me, so please spare me the gory details. They don't figure out until they're in their 50s. They change a little bit once they become mothers. Priorities change, hormone changes, mapping changes. And then it's all about the kids. So then you have to be on code with them about how they're on code with the kids. And you're like, I'm the father, bitch. What are you talking about? I'm not looking forward to that. I'm so glad I didn't have kids with none of those girls, because that would drive anybody crazy, just like their mother did. But everything in between us. They don't stop trying. It's called neurotic. They're neurotic. It's what the scientific term of this is. They're going through neuroticism. A lot of these girls out here who've been sucking and fucking too much, it makes them neurotic. They don't believe in swapping the spirits. Then you can't hold them accountable to that. No one tells you to fuck all those Pookie and Ray Rays. Y'all did that to yourselves. You opened yourself up to abuse and mishandling. And you did it again, and 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 had a good time. And then you forgot it because you're drunk and did drugs instead. We get it. But that pattern. And then you got to slow down and be someone's partner instead. It's not sexy and romantic. It's also not a temporary weekend thing either, stupid. They can't manage that. They're in and out of the streets in their own head. Yeah. Pick up on that as soon as you start talking to them. I'm like, all right, what else is new? The fuck? But projection. They project being a good woman and a partner. But they're not. They don't know how to be that. They lose us every time. They don't know how to be a partner to a man. They know how to be a thought. They know how to be an object. They know how to be a trophy. They know how to be sister girl to their friend group. They don't know how to be a partner to a man. I don't think they've ever dealt with that species before. Their mind running from validation to validation, yep. It's escapism. Moving from one experience to the next, yep. Fear of missing out times 13, yep. It's neurotic. They're neurotic. It turns them neurotic as fuck. And unfortunately, until they become invisible, it doesn't go away. They don't try either. These types of guys. These type of girls. And I've told them this. It'll hunt them in their 50s. Mr. Nell says, borderline personality means someone's always crossing borders with other spirits. That's not the medical definition, though. I know. They have BPD. That's why the narcissism is there. Rob RT says their version of post-nut clarity is after they have a kid. I think they call it postpartum. Jonathan says 3. And then the loop restarts because the good men trigger their wounds around intimacy and all that other stuff in a long-term relationship. Yeah. Yeah. And if you're too good and if you're too stable and if you're too calm, they think you're up to something. Like their neurotic ass is looking for something else to start shit about. And you have to put them in check or say something snazzy and smart like it's a fucking TikTok reel. I don't have time for that. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm fucking 40 years old. Why am I going through the millennial shit test? You're not tired of being stupid yet? You don't want kids? You don't want the movie to continue? You don't want God to bless us and all the promises that are going to come with it if we start doing the right thing? No. We got to battle our egos, our emotions, our traumas, trauma bonding and love bombing and all these cool words you know. That's crazy. You know all the words for a narcissist and forgot that you're one of them. That's what I learned from ladies. They know everything about narcissism because they are. All that word we're using, BPD, neuroticism, oh no, 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 no. It boils down to narcissist. It's just the feminine form. It's covert. Most of them are covert narcissists, which is why they're insufferable and insatiable. And hopefully it's not long term. It seems like it's a phase. Hormones, things like that. I get it. Ain't got shit to do with me though. On to the next, I guess. In this case, on to no one. I don't want to be in another fucking relationship with a covert fucking narcissist. Final answer. In a long-term relationship, 3, too much of a force. It sucks, but it is what it is. Elijah out to the desert and the mountains. Come on now. It is what it is. I want to save them some time. Just staying the fuck out their way. You look good though, sis. Look. I've had that dinner before you posted on Instagram. That shit was delicious, wasn't it? That's amazing. Nice dress. I seen that in 3 other colors this week on the other girls' things. But oh man. Oh wow. You got your degree again? That's crazy, man. You'll make the big bucks. You already have a BMW and a Benz. I can't. What kind of car are you gonna get next? That's crazy. Wow. All the guys noticed you. Isn't that crazy? That's what guys tend to do. Wow. Cool. Hit us up when something fucking matters though. We'll be here. Listen now says the wake-up call being giving birth while in anti-multiplication mind control environment is a little too late to traumatizing from what they were on before. Yeah, that's why I try to date single mothers too, to see if they'd be more reasonable. They're not. They're fucking not. They're the worst ones to do it. In my story. In my story. Because then they put on the daddy filter. They're looking for a fucking dad bod type of dude who's stable so that her and her children have a fair chance at Hades. Nigga, no. Nah, I'm good on that. Sorry. On to the next. Because that's a different survival mode tactic. It's a different type of neuroticism. Like you have to live to all these invisible barriers and they can make it up anytime they want to. Oh, well, this and that and the third, and my son or my daughter, this and that and the third, and if I need somebody in my life, like, I need someone in my life, they ain't doing this shit either, stupid bitch. The fuck? You the only one that needs something? You're the only one that needs someone? You're the only one that needs someone to bend? They think because they're a woman with a hole, that's the whole pie for the guy. Like, oh my God, I can't wait. Like, bitch, I can get bitches. I don't need your vagina, stupid. They can't deal with that. Your vagina isn't the saving grace of my life. It's been ran through by everybody. You literally have 2 other niggas' kids. Or 4, or 3. Like, this is not what this is. I thought you were a reasonable human. I thought you were a decent person that seen life a certain way. I'm not here because you're, and sometimes that's all they have to offer, man. Without knowing it. That's what hurts a lot of females. Their sexuality. It's mids. Jonathan says, girl, you look good. Won't you back that ass up? No, really, back that ass up. 3, experience the single mothers too. They're focused on their children. You come second or third or fourth. Fourth and less. Mr. Now says, it's like as much as a wake-up call as going into a coma, but the answer is never change life completely, like when someone goes through that. They go through a coma and they go back to the thing that put them in a coma. That's crazy. Yeah. Therapy, definitely. But therapy does not heal narcissism. Nothing does. That's a decision they have to make on their own. That wake-up call is between them and Jesus for real. They have to be tired of themselves. And they haven't gotten to themselves yet. They're blaming everyone else. We cannot afford to do that. You know what's crazy? If a man operated like that, what do they say we act like? They say we're acting like a girl. And that's disrespectful. We get it. We get it before they do because of that. We cannot afford to act like women. And I think that's what the friction is. Women don't understand that the background program of male society is that we cannot afford to be bitch made. There's plenty of people who are though, and mask it. Those men are called covert narcissists. But what I'm talking about is like fundamentally as a man, you can't. We don't have the option to do the things that women get away with. It's not an option. Women have that option. Talking about equality and stuff. But that's why men are men though, because it's not an option. It's not acceptable by other men. And the few men that kind of float in that space, y'all don't like them anyway, so we ain't got to bring them up. But men to men, we don't accept that in each other. Since boys. That's why we're toxic. Remember, we're homophobic, we call someone gay and stuff. Like, that's not what that is. That's bringing niggas up to code. We bring each other up to code. If you play football, if you play basketball, if you got into fights, if you're outside in the streets, all that teasing and all that poking and prodding is to bring them up to code, to toughen them up. Not toughen them down, not to bully them, not to destroy them, not to always embarrass them and make them run away, but to, when they come back, they correct it. It's like being a father or big brother. Like, it's a thing. It's subconscious. You know, we ain't even got to talk about it. It ain't that deep when we talk about it. Everyone gets it, no matter where you are. Like, oh shit, let me tighten up. Women don't have that. Y'all don't tighten up. Y'all sympathize. Y'all cry. Y'all project that, yeah, it should have been this way, and you deserve all this. I've never heard a nigga tell me I deserve anything. That shit made me feel like ill when someone says that to me accidentally. You know you deserve better. Shut the fuck up talking to me. What the fuck you mean I deserve something? It's not even a concept to most of us. So you have two different types of people, and that's cool. You know, we're opposites for a reason, or we're different genders for a reason, but they don't exercise the flexibility that we have to by default. We have to be flexible with the fact that you're not a man. Duh, that's why we like you. The fuck? We know what a woman is by what we're not. But they're trying to be a man without the accountability or the bullying or the harsh reality that we're not entitled to shit. Thus, we don't live that way. We don't live to what we're entitled to. And when things don't go our way, we're not like hell bent to making it go our way. Like, we can chill. I'm chill, bro. I've been through too much shit already. I've won way greater battles than this by my fucking self. I'm not rushing. Watch this, though. I'm a magician, by the way. I'm a metaphysician, by the way. Watch this, though. Watch it still work. Watch me not do shit. Watch me sit in this couch and fucking play Fortnite and watch by Friday this will happen. They can't even appreciate that. Thing about therapy is it doesn't fix anything unless a person does the work when they're not in therapy. It's the same dichotomy as church. 3, definitely not an option. Smyth-EL 3, Jonathan 3. Some men are respected and some are not. Men know where other men stand and they treat them accordingly every time. 3, women just make terrible ass men. That's it. Women would suck at being men. That's all it is. That's all it is. Women are trying to be men and they suck at it. That's it. Nah, sis. No one gives a fuck about us. Not even you. You gotta live life like that. You gotta live life knowing that no one gives a fuck about your well-being for real. Besides your mama, if you got one. And I ain't got one. So no one give a fuck about me. So my whole mind pattern is I hope one day maybe you'll give a fuck about me more than you say you do. But I'm not waiting for it. And nor am I entitled to that. And I've learned how a cool little workflow to keep going forward. Nah. They ain't got that. And thank God. I don't think that would be fair to them. Therapy is something for the 1800s. Come on now. Peace to Shogun. People have an issue with their mind. They can only see, or people gifted can. And 90% of the therapists are not gifted in seeing that specific thing. Yeah, because it's rinse and repeat. Study a book. Write a paper. Let an asshole grade it. You're ready. No, the fuck you're not. That's a fucking Ponzi scheme for the corporate something of people who are trying their best so they can collect fucking non-for-profit funds to buy a fucking boathouse. we're grown, bro. Let's get past the bullshit. You know what I'm talking about? Like, a lot of these programs are created to benefit some dickheads at the top of the ladder every fucking time. But there's very passionate people in the middle who get burnt the fuck out every fucking time. We get it. We know why. We know the system. I guess systems are masculine too. 90% of therapists are women, and it's been proven through studies that therapy reinforces women's wants because they keep coming back instead of solving the issue. Yeah. They're social creatures, man. They need someone to listen, for sure. And I be listening. I listen more than I talk to them. Not enough. Like you said, the same way they'll go back to the therapist and reloop the issue with the relationship or the dynamics, they'll do it with you too. They'll bring up their ex again some fucking how. Like, goddamn, get over the nigga. You want me to invite him over? And then they mad at you for the obvious. Like, we should just invite him over so you can talk to him face to face. Like, why would you say that? Why are you talking about it? Like, then they crash out when you ask them the same question you asked them. I can't do that, man. That's childish. It's like dealing with a fucking emotional 6-year-old. Mr. Now says, all that's left in this century is the mind. If they can't take a nap without adding a narrative to it before and after waking up, there's nothing else that can solve that type of internal turmoil. I don't think so. And it's fine. And that's the thing about it. Women ain't got to adjust to none of that. They just in my own book, I'll stay the fuck away from them. Same way I stay away from the white girls. Ain't nothing wrong with white girls. As people, I guess. I mean, I met some decent white girl people. But I just stayed away from them. It's the same way I'm doing them. It is not my ministry to fix something I didn't break. That's probably why your ass should have got married before you were 20. Better go on Ancestry.com. We don't have nobody in our family story that waited this long besides Abraham, for real. But Abraham, they didn't say how long Abraham and Sarah were walking together, though. They just said they didn't have a kid. They could have been thick as thieves since day one. Facts to Jonathan. Customers for life. That's what I'm saying. The system did this. Their indoctrination exacerbated it. Bernays, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, it ain't no surprise to me neither. I thank God I studied all that 3 a.m. shit. That gave me a relief when I was a teenager. That Bernays and all the motherfuckers, the madmen, they perfected exploiting the mind frame of a consumer, which is a woman. They perfected that shit by the 60s. That's fucking Shlomo, Freud's nephew. Shlomo's nephew, Bernays. He perfected marketing in this consumer version of reality in recent history. Yeah, they play on women, colors and everything. It hits them different. That impulse buying, all that, that's very feminine. That's why this whole system seems feminine, because it's catered to it. And that's why this system celebrates bitch-ass niggas. It's the same damn stupid shit. This system itself is feminine tuned for consumerism, feminism, and all that dumb shit. We're boys. None of that talking to us. None of that's about us. None of that's for us. None of that benefits us. Thus, we're neglected. Don't be a black boy. Same goes with any other action. All people, eating, drinking, anything, mind control, trained everything to have an intro and outro news trauma style, yes. Jonathan says, all I want for Christmas is a female that's not in their masculine 3/5 of the time. AKA must be good at math. I want to finish my job down here, and I want one of the UFOs to pick me up. Take me back to Venus. Nah. Shout to Children 3. Nah. I hope it works the way that everything else works. So when you give up on it, then it shows up. Like when you said, fuck it all completely, it can go to hell. Then maybe I'll get lucky. Like everything else. But in truth and in deed, man, when I think about it, it pisses me off. Even when I go to the store and women be looking and talking to me and shit, I don't like that shit. And it's because I'm psychic, though. I hate it. I could read them. I know what type of person you are. I know. No. I had a 50-year-old Latina, a retired torta, if you will, just crying, just by sitting next to me. I'm tired, bro. That shit's emotionally draining. And you get nothing in return for it. Oh, you're a nice guy. Fuck you. No, I'm not. I'm not a nice guy. Stop calling me stupid. No, I'm not. I'm quiet. That's different. I'm quiet because I'm not nice. They read it as naive, I guess. But yeah, either way, they'll start crying. Because I'll say the right fucking word at the right fucking time. And it's common fucking sense by now. Y'all all crying about the same shit. It's a program. Unplugged from the Matrix, sisters. Y'all programmed to be like that. That's not what you is. You're not supposed to be neurotic. You're not supposed to be out of hormonal balance. You're not supposed to be fighting every day. You're not supposed to be trapped in your own mind. You're not supposed to be going from bedroom to bedroom and closet to closet. No. Where is that in the Bible that y'all always talking about y'all reading? Exactly. Now you understand why the men were the preachers. We're different. And we suck at everything fucking else, if you haven't noticed. But what we don't suck at is dying. Men have to learn how to die honorably. I will climb the ladder, Jonathan. I am in California. Yep, quiet somehow equals nice. I'm quiet because I'm not nice. Straight facts. Come on, show it. Because I'm not. There's nothing. It's never been that. It's never been that. I just know I don't have bail money half the damn time. I'm getting too old for this shit. We're to fucking Lethal Weapon, and then it don't prove nothing. Like I don't want to live my life standing on business because motherfuckers are assholes. Trying people who are quiet. Like, what the fuck is that? In the Valley of Death is a specialty skill maxing. In the Valley of Death is like specialty skill maxing. It's crazy because it is. It is a fucking maxing the Valley of Death type shit. We are. That's what I'm saying. I'll be pleasantly surprised if someone manifests that isn't none of those things I've experienced. That's why I can't. That's the answer to my sister's question. That's why I'm not open to it. I don't want to be open to anything I've ever experienced. It doesn't work. Thus, it would have to be something different. And I have no idea what that looks like, so I have no intentions. I don't want to fuck up that, whatever that can be. If it can be. If it will be. Ought to be. But, no. I'm not saving for it. Bothering people to harm them are in their own worlds next to peak evil. It is. But that's the thing, though. In our culture over here, it's almost like if you're too quiet, it's shit testing. It's all in the same category. They're trying to it's kind of like a quasi initiation. It's quasi initiating. It's like people need to know if they can push your buttons and if you react in a way, and they're like, okay, cool, I can be your friend. It's like they push your buttons to see if you can withstand some shit. It's weird. It's a type of initiation, though. It's a quasi-initiation, I think. It's a social initiation. And that speaks to, like, what they experience, too. That they carry that tradition on forward. Maybe it's in their family. I've been in different families and households that have a way with words and doing things. But everybody family ain't like that. Everything ain't funny across households either, so you gotta learn, the ledge of that shit. Which is why I try not to, I don't bring that energy out unless I'm around those type of people. And there's only like 5 of them left. Yeah. They bother you when they're bored. Yeah, they don't like quiet. Females hate quiet. That's what it is. They hate quiet. They really do.
You gotta take up a lot of space and a lot of energy, or be in and out the house, or running around or something, for them to like at peace in the relationship dynamic. Until they're not. Yeah, man. No one got time for that. Great, my boundary. I need my woman to know I'm here to build with her without shit testing. Come on now. That's it. Because if it is on some bullshit, she gonna end it anyway. So why is she on some bullshit that's gonna cause it to end anyway? Like the answer to their fucking riddle is impatience. Like, if I'm not the guy for you, you'll know. And you trying to prove if I'm the guy for you, you'll know. How about you just fucking watch your show? Nothing has happened in between time. But you know what I'm saying? And no, that's dishonest. That's how men would do it. Women don't do that. Women do that shit because they're lining up someone else. They're in scarcity when they do that. They're like, hey, I need to shit test and get through all this neuroticism now, because if he's not the one later, then I'm running out of time. I forgot that. Women are on a biological clock too. I forgot. They turn invisible by the time they get to 40. I forgot. My bad. Rookie mistake, sis. I get it. Women are on it. Women are racing against time from 12 to 28. And then this generation, millennials, added 12 more years somehow. So from 25 to 40, they're all in scarcity. They're afraid that they're running out of time. And the time that they're afraid of is how they perceive their value in age, but then say that they're aging gracefully. Then why are you rushing? You're rushing out of every fucking relationship hoping that the next one is the thing because you're running out of time, correct? That's a scarcity mind state. That's survival mode of the fittest, for real. That's iller than the survival mode of what people do with finances and how they live their life. You're in a survival mode of being wanted. You're afraid that your charm or your game will wear off in due time, and then you'll run out of another time to find another sucker. That's what it is. I ain't, look, I'm outside. Like, nah, I get it. Those types, that is. They running out of time in their mind. If they don't get A, B, and C by this little arbitrary gateway they created, and they know all the parables and all the stories and all the testimonies of everyone else that's successful, but for them it's like time. Like, nah, I don't have time to waste with this stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and go through all the shit tests and get as much as I can. And if you have a problem with it, then I need to leave as soon as possible so I can try someone else. And that's their broken part. They think there's a someone else, then a someone else, then a someone else, then there's got to be someone else, then there's got to be the one that God has for me. Why you bring God into this shit? You think God one of those fucking Toy Story machines with the alien claw in it or something? You think God's a claw? Like, hey, try another one. Oh, you don't like that one? Hey, God just has a limited amount of people to fucking waste their time with, right? What do we think about God when we come across you because of God? They should do that thought experiment. Like, was God not involved in all the other people you know? Why would God send you anyone when you treated me, a son of God, like that? I can't even code switch it up. They don't even know I'm angel born. So whatever they're talking about with God and all that shit is crazy to me. So I don't do that. I don't project that on them. They're not ready. So yeah, it's neuroticism, unchecked. Males that are feminine, aka narcs, hate silence too. They hate indifference too. Gray rock, greater than black rock. They hate indifference. Oh my God, and I'm Mr. Indifferent. I can give no fucks either way this shit go. If it ain't got shit to do with where I'm going. I'm just going to enjoy the moment, quietly, smiling. And the thing is, I'm not quiet. I'm going a million miles an hour in here. I'm clocking everything. I'm pattern recognition to the fullest. I can't turn it off. That's why I'm not talking though. You don't notice that right there? Something's about to happen. It happened. Let me go outside and smoke real quick so I can avoid that conversation. Like, this shit like fucking Assassin's Creed for real. Same story. Glasses stay on. Yeah, you can't turn it off. It's a form of neuroticism too. It's that same type of motor, but it's not aimed towards. Mine's is aimed towards problems and puzzles. It's not aimed towards. Oh my God, I wonder if. It can be though. We just can't afford to look at it that way. For some reason, our sisters are. I don't know. I don't know where in the ledger that occurred. But a lot of sisters are doing better, though. I will say that. The narrative, I'm watching it happen. There's a lot of sisters that are keeping other sisters in check, but they're going pick-me's. There's way more pick-mishas, though. Hood girls, hood pick-me's. They're coming up and reinforcing the same thing. They're tired of it, too. Lesbians, bisexual women, they saying the same shit we saying. They're women. That's how you know it's a program. If a goddamn lesbian is tired of bitches, that she thinking about going to a man. You understand everything, Peter Pan? I don't know how that's gonna land, but the sentiment is the social programming is unbearable. The program itself is so insufferable. Yes. Yeah. There was a girl last night. She was bad built though, so I didn't look at her, but I heard her. And she walked by and she was on the phone and she was talking about whoever she was talking to, it's probably a girl. What you really need to do is just do this and work on your self-care and maybe take yourself out and like, oh my God, what in the Twitter post 2013 was going on in 2025? I counted that she was a little bit younger than me, but her bad build put her on the other side of 30, so she's like young 30s. And she's giving the stupidest advice to some girl that's like flunked out because she can't get a man or something. I think that's the backdrop. And that's the other thing too. Because women are social creatures, loneliness, their state of decay is different when they're lonely. See, men, either loneliness will convert us into something else, a hermit, or it'll break us and refine us into some other type of beast altogether when we come back out the cave, usually. Women just decay when they're by themselves in that cave period, if they're not equipped with the tools and understanding and the spirit of things. But when it's their first time, man, and a lot of these sisters' first time is now. So you got to look at the age range of now, where a woman is not married and doesn't have kids, and what age range they're in, if they're millennials and Gen Z. So, yeah, 25 to 44. Them, this is their first time living ever in human history as women who have the advantage socially and economically, perceptibly, in the narrative, and men don't care. That has never happened before. These girls have a new problem that none of their aunties or their grandmothers ever had. Because they waited too long. So imagine that. Your grandmother was a grandmother before your age. Especially your great-great-grandmother. She was a grandmother before your age. So y'all don't have advice. Y'all don't have what's that word? Y'all don't have a database of experiences to pivot off of. Not everyone, I'm sorry. The paradigm that single women are in that 25 to 44 is that y'all are the first generation, I guess, in a long time that ever had this dilemma where you've done all the things that your society programmed you to do to no benefit, just like everyone else, but in doing so, you forsake your role as a mother, I guess, and missed that window of opportunity in order to chase the carrot. And then when you caught the carrot, it was a carrot and not gold and all these things. And now the men and the qualities of men deteriorate with your age, but not because you're old. It's because men know how y'all act when y'all older. Y'all become insufferabler. It's not the number. It's not even the wrinkles. It might be your big ass forehead, but we love it anyway. No, it's not that. It's your attitude. It's an older woman's attitude is what we don't like. What attitude? I don't need no man. I did all this by my man. Yeah, we know. We get it. And you're gonna continue to. That's the first generation where it's 50% of the women fit that in a long time. I think since the 1700s. And y'all don't have no reference to that. So your grandmother and your mother really can't help you. They had you before you became single. You know what I'm saying? At the age before you're single. Like you're single at an age where it's unfathomable. Now there's plenty of women younger than you who ended up single later in life, right? Or they're single right now because the man died or he wasn't shit and they just never found no one else. The reason why they've never found no one else because they come from a society where there was no one else after that.
On top of that, World War II took away a lot of men. I don't know if y'all know how to do the fucking ratios and shit, but it wasn't a lot of dudes out here choosing up the cougar that look like your auntie. So let's cut it the fuck out, okay? We gotta stop acting like all, and that's another thing your generation does that fucked all of you. You made all these big bad bill bitches feel like they're beautifuler than you. Lost. You let all these weird looking women feel like they're equal to you. Wrong. Y'all the only people who shot your own self in the foot from competing with reproduction, and that's the funniest thing in the world because that's the only thing you had to do. You had one fucking job, CJ. Follow the train. Nah, y'all made it impossible. Y'all empowered all types of different type of mutants and variations of the female species of thots and hoes. And then y'all got rid of hoe shaming and slut shaming. Y'all goofy as fuck. From a life or death situation, that was a goofy strategy. Y'all fucked yourselves out of the Olympics of survival socially. So some women will recover it, of course, obviously. Some men don't know better. Some men don't have this type of parameters, and thus it'll work out, and you'll find your simp poppy. We know. That's how your auntie did it. But you're not going to be happy with him because you haven't been happy with him for at least 30 years. We know, but the house is nice. The bills are paid. You get to join your little bingo group if you just hang out for 10 more years, and then you go to church, and then you do the things, and then you become the auntie. Yeah, we know, sis. We know. You're going to be just like your mother for real. That's the irony of all this shit. They turn into their mothers. This is the first time 50% of them will not be mothers, but they will turn into their bitter mothers. Yeah. Men outgrow hoes, sis. Have fun. Leftovers, nasty work, huh? It is starting to change. Glasses stay on 3. Yep. And China's going through this. That's why it's not our sisters. It's the whole paradigm. It's a shitty program for consumerism. And this is why the United States is fucked financially. They put it in control of women. Not control like the rules, but the determination of the market. It's up to women. Y'all outnumber us. So it's duh. Like, duh. That's why they got you to work. Duh. Because you don't go harder than us. Duh. Everyone know that. Y'all go harder for stuff. We go harder for our family. We'll die for our family. Y'all work yourself to death to get things. We'll work ourselves to death to give you things. That is the biggest difference. Y'all go hard for yourself. We go hard for y'all. Men don't need anything. I don't think they can fathom that. Once a man gets in his bag and he got his car, his ride, his music, his playlist, his little hobby, and the little things, and he can distract himself, and he got a bad bitch at home, that's it. Game over. Game over. Nigga, we figured that shit out before we're 18. It was the bad bitch and the money that we had to figure out later. Experiences versus things, yes. Men knew who men were as soon as Dragon Ball Z came out. I know what type of nigga I was since Green Road. Like, we talked about that. Like, when I get older, blah, 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 blah. No, I ain't never gonna blah, 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 blah. The only thing the world shows you is all the different other choices that other men have made, and we're old enough to see, like, even the dudes who had all the things early, they still ain't with that bitch. She left him too. Like, goddamn. Goddamn. Even him, even the guy that got it early, even the one with the drug dealer, even the one that like turned his life around and got out of prison, like they leave them too. Like, so it's like, nah, this game cooked, boy. I ain't playing this game no more. Hell no. You gonna tell me because I ain't got A, B, or C, or D in this motherfucker that's why they ain't working? Nah, it don't work for nobody. As soon as she makes up her mind that she wants something different, it ain't slavery. Yeah, cool. We know. We know. Hence why men are not willing to be your slaves anymore. That's all it is. Civil War. They do a disservice by removing women from history books. You be thinking the man the problem. In a matriarchy. Right? All these places named after women, aren't they? California, Nevada, Arizona, Carolina. It's a matriarchy. Y'all lost your matriarchy. Grandma and them, they're matriarchs. The most recent time before this bullshit we're in was ruled by women. Europa, America, Africa. Named after women for a reason. It's ran by them. Absolutely. This is y'all world. I hope y'all know that. Why do you think we so stupid? We're here to do the things, to build the things, fix the things, defend the things. The things are yours. You know, like a beehive? I'm a Beasley. Like from a beehive, Northern Israel, beehive? Yes. What are they saying? This world's out of order because women are out of order. As above, so below. We know that though. Everyone knows that. But what we do about that, I don't know. A woman would rise to the occasion and win the hearts and minds of women and men and, ride into midnight and make the changes. While you're also waiting for a tuxedo mask and a hero to save you. Nah, sis. This land is yours. That means you sold it. Hereditamous, nativity, nature. It's you. Womb, matrix. It's you. Don't let that Bible fool you. That Bible is not talking about this. This Bible is talking about everything else. Because they wrote that Bible when it was still matriarchy. They knew. It wasn't new to them. It's new to us, I guess. We're rediscovering this shit. Why men go to war to fucking die means that the women lived. This y'all world. Anyway. Y'all vote the most. Anyway. Y'all spend the most. Anyway. Y'all teach the most. Anyway. Y'all heal the most. Anyway. And whatever a man's good judgment is, you will override that anyway. It's crazy that the most insecure and fragile people have the most fucking coolest power there is. I know. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. Y'all in a power struggle with your reflection. Ain't nobody gonna disagree with that? Because you can't. The proof is all around you. This is a female-dominated society currently. Ain't got shit to do with Trump. Look at all the fucking white girls around him. Are they complaining on social media about what kind of pig he is? No, but they're working right beside him. They're writing up all the prompts. They're writing up all the scripts. They're telling him what to say. Those are white women. Trump is surrounded by women. You want to know who's in power? Figure out who you can't talk about. I know that's right. It's usually women. Even in history books, they don't talk about the women. The women are in control, though. Literally, the land belongs to women. It can't go no other way. I'm talking about at the highest level of law. That's why there's so many eunuchs. Even in the Bible, they're telling you about the eunuchs and their promise. And it's not Isaiah. It's because they're around rulers who are women. The eunuch army is for women, dude. It's a eunuch army that took over the United States. It's a woman that did that. Persinia crashed this shit. Persinia brought slaves here. It was a woman. That wasn't a man. There's a woman behind all that. Ferdinand and Isabella. Again, that was a woman that signed off on Columbus. That's a woman. That's a sister, by the way. That's a Moorish woman. Those are women that did all this shit, boy. Women do all the wars and shit. Are y'all crazy? Y'all are warlike. Have you noticed how you destroy your households and break up your happily children and their fathers and stuff? You notice how easy it is for y'all to do that? To say fuck everything and start over? That's a woman trait. That's not a guy trait. Men hate change. Men carried it out, but what fucking choice they got, Bruce? You're making eunuchs out of niggas that don't listen to you. That was a woman behind all that. Grave Maurice, St. Maurice is a woman. That Pope that's sitting in that little bear and that's a woman. That's talking about she God. It's a woman. It's a woman. This is as fucking vagina-driven rule set, capitalism, all of that's women shit. Fame. Vanity. That's all women shit. This whole society is vagina-driven, bro. And y'all are flipping out because you're realizing it, maybe? It smell funny or something? Like, duh, who didn't know that? Who didn't know this shit's run by women? Why the fuck would y'all need to be the president of the shit that you're running? Why the fuck would you need to be in fucking anybody's face if you run it? You outlive everybody, remember? Do the science. You ain't gotta go and catch no bullet for real. Do the science. You can do cowboys or Indians. You good. This your world then, right? If everyone else gotta fucking die for your hoe ass. See, if I say it like that, it'll wake something up. No matter what you fucking do, we gotta die for it. Y'all ain't dying for us. Y'all not even dying to save us. So that's the core, though. That's woman core. They can't take accountability for the world they created. This is the world y'all created, by the way. Come on now. Maxine right there. We talking about Epstein files. Maxine got all the kids. How did those little girls trust it to begin with, guys? Come on, wake your ass up. Through her and her friends and all those pictures. All them women. All them women at that party too. All them women who have to feed and bathe those little 14-year-olds and 17-year-olds. It's women. Ain't a bunch of men at those parties. Ain't a bunch of men on that island. It's women. She had a submarine. Maxine got the submarine. It's Maxine's daddy that's in Mossad. She recruited Epstein. It's women. Wake your ass up. Wake your ass all the way up. There's women behind this. That's why it's such a passive-aggressive, narcissistic society. That's a standard. The fuck? You look at a map and everything's feminine. What the fuck you think they're saying? Allah, feminine. Jehovah, feminine. Algebra, feminine. Women are the teachers of civilizations. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. Trafficking girls from clubs is always a woman saying, I'm a girl's girl. It does. It's the women that procure the girls. It's the women, when you hear about human traffickers and you get to that level, there's a woman that takes the man to the place where the girls are locked up with chains and stuff. It's a woman that's holding that door. It's women. Women rule the underworld. Even in a trap. I hid the yams at my auntie's house. That means his auntie's with the bullshit. He ain't hide it at his uncle's house. He ain't hide it at his daddy's house. He ain't hide it at his granddad's house. Auntie was like, you can hide it here. Women are with the bullshit, man. You say Islam is disgraceful? What isn't? It's the people, by the way. The people are disgraceful. Just like any other group. But yeah, women have to take their power back. And they cannot do that without accountability. Mr. Now says, when men trafficking women is called kidnapping because you can't work them into a boat. You can't. When a woman moves people, they call it traffic. Because how else are they going to pull those people? By force? And it's never by force. It's by coercion. Exactly. So much so they don't even know they're in human trafficking ring sometimes. Sometimes they're just having a good time hanging out with these bitches. Extra strip clubs. Ask Scrappy Mama. Ask little Scrappy Mama. Come on now. My Uncle Chad was hanging out with a woman that was pimping women in Atlanta. That's why he had so many hoes. Because his girlfriend had all the hoes. Come on now. I've seen it. There's women that's behind all this weird shit. If they're not, it won't happen. Men are stupid. Everything ain't force and muscle. Everything that requires finesse, secrecy, narrative, deflection, lack of accountability. Have you noticed what degree that's in? Ain't that what the fuck we're suffering through? It was a woman, a black woman that hopped her goofy ass in a fucking lab coat that told you that COVID was safe. I called it out as soon as it happened. I was like, what in the Tuskegee experiment? Because it was a black woman that injected all those men with syphilis. There's a woman behind it. Y'all didn't know that? I wanna highlight this. You're waiting for men to stand up. To what? So we can take over the matriarchy and make it a patriarchy? You already think this is a patriarchy. That's how much you don't know about men. Having men on TV in suits, clean shaven, is a woman's idea. I'd rather look like this. So if it's ran by men, then how come we gotta shave and dress nicely and iron our shit? Because it's ran by women, bro. The board, women. Behind the scenes, women. Women outlive the men, so they'll be the living board member, inevitably, even if they're not. It's always women, bro. Everywhere you fucking turn. They're like, well, if it wasn't for the men, the feminists sound so fucking stupid. Men wouldn't pass those laws to favor you, dummy. So obviously, there's women behind it. Men don't come up with these ideas. What the fuck we got enough to worry about? Why the fuck would we come up with all these socialists and feminists and all these dumbass things? Are you goofy? You gotta be, because you don't know men. You live in a fucking gynocentric damn society for at least the past 150 years. Let them eat cake. That's a woman. And if it's by force, a man, of course, by a woman. That woman didn't punch the dude in the face so hard, now he works not to get punched again. And if she did, she might be an Amazon warrior. She might be Mama Inga's kids. A pander to dick world, hell no. Nah, niggas are not doing this for men. Ain't enough gay men in the damn equation. It's women. It's feminine. It is what it is. That's why we're waiting for the women to wake up. Get it? The women are boycotting. Now it's changing. Get it? The women found a problem with the vaccines. Now they're talking about it. Get it? Women are like, yo, enough with this dating thing. I'm tired of this. And now all of a sudden they're talking different. Get it? Get it? Get it? We have always been fucking waiting for women to change their mind. All we can do in the meantime is, I guess, play some NBA 2K and work really hard. The women will change their mind eventually. It'll get old and tired soon. Faith. Hold on now. Just hold on. The women will change their mind soon. They will want something else. Trust me. TikTok, women. Temu, women. Shein, women. Y'all collapsed the local economy with that bullshit. Y'all put all your circulation you sent to China. That was women. Niggas don't be on Temu and Shein like that. The fuck? Per capita, content creators, women. Now, there's a lot of men who are really big in that space because of the type of content that men do and men would consume, because there's not that many other men to consume. The rest of it's women. The dating shows favors women. The podcast. Look how everyone panders to women. That's not because she's fucking beautiful. It's because we're in a gynocentric society. Them bitches be ugly. To a real nigga. I know what a real bitch look like. It ain't them. But again, women approve BBLs. We're not doing it for men. Then the whole world did it, right? Women. You got the white girls acting like you. That's not because of them dating black guys. That's because they're copying you. Women. Love songs. They got froze on me saying women. Oh shit, women is a listed phrase. I thought it was Israel, Netanyahu, and Trump. No, it's women we can't talk about. Wow. No wonder. Who's in power? Women are in power this time.
Your Illuminati is women. We know. I know. Telepaths know. I heard a woman's voice. It's a woman. It's women. It's women driven. It's a women's society. Women in the UFOs. It's women. It's a woman's planet. It's called Europa. It's a woman. It's a queendom. On either side, however you cut this. A man does not get here without a mother. Tiny hat women must be the multiplier. Yeah. They're the ones who can't control us. Because you ugly, sis. So whoever that little Israeli woman is, the reason why you can't win us over is because your fucking face. You ain't got no ass and your feet ugly. Stop trying to make policies. Thank you. Upper management. It's a moon. Moons are feminine. Europa's a moon, by the way. You're on the moon. You're not on the planet. Yeah. It's woman-based. There's no babies without mothers. Y'all are in charge of the whole thing. Y'all have way more deeper empathy and all those type of things. Not only do y'all have the empathy to feed information, but y'all also y'all can reverse it, which is what y'all do a lot. Y'all push your energy out and everyone feels it. If mom is upset, the whole house get quiet. If dad's upset, he by himself somewhere. We know. But we're not speaking to like the individual person that's a girl. We're talking about the energy. It's all feminine. It's a woman. There's a woman behind all this. God technically, if you understand it where we are, is a woman. I ain't crazy. I know what's going on. The only reason why I believe in God. If it was a dude I had to beef with that I felt like was like, nah, I'll figure it out by myself. But as soon as I got wind of that God was quite feminine in nature, I was like, oh, it makes more sense for me at least to look at it that way. And then you end up living long enough and you start to see the reoccurring theme here. Yeah. Law of gender, man. We just been ignoring the elephant in the room. When are our sisters gonna wake up and take their power back? I can build the swords and the shields, but the land is yours. We're the emperors of the army. Force. King John's grandson. He's a visitor. Whose land was this? Pocahontas, right? All right. His baby mama was the empress of the land. He was the magician with the force to knock out the giants and all the motherfuckers that wasn't listening. Who was working for who? If he came over here with the homies and he got with her and then they went left and took over and rebuilt things, it was the boys doing all the work, right? Who working for who? The Indian women were working for us? We built everything. The fuck? We were working for you. We were dying for you. Yeah, that's the real history, ain't it? My grandfather came over here, and women were already here, obviously. Married in, had a child, Elizabeth Smith, my grandmother, Queen Elizabeth. Yeah. Interesting story. You don't know what happened to none of my grandfathers, do you? That's how insignificant their deaths were. To women. Historians, people who write. Women. Y'all didn't write that. Shakespeare's a bunch of women. I know y'all have heard that already. So what we know and what we don't know is based on whether or not women felt like documenting whatever it is we know or don't know. Women were the first teachers in the modern paradigm. They tell you go to church, you go to church school, and there's a girl there and she's teaching you something. There's women. Women get to control the narrative. Women control the libraries. Women are the librarians. Every turn, every deception, everything. There's a woman behind it. Clerical stuff.
paper checks, all the corruption. Miss Ann at the goddamn Apple when I worked there, it was a woman behind it. There's always a woman. It's not all women. Trust me, I know. Like, it's not all men. It's not all black people. It's not all white people. No. But one thing's for sure, two things for certain. This is all feminine. The lack of accountability of your president is very feminine. The fucked up budget at the end of the month. Just spending and spending and spending and spending credit and not creating a business to be able to replace the amount they spend. Does that sound like... All right then. The United States of America is for women, and their Statue of Liberty is Addis, a eunuch. How much more clear does this shit have to get? The United States has always been ran by women. The Iron Mountain IOUs is feminine as fuck, yes. Women choose who's famous. It's women. Ain't nothing wrong with that though. That what I'm saying to them is for them as individuals to feel powerless and neurotic and all this stuff is weird. Because if you're a man, you clearly see that this whole fucking thing is feminine. Y'all done fagified and gayified everybody because you call niggas like me toxic. Overnight it happened. That's women that did that. Y'all fagified everybody. Men didn't do that. Men were trying. Like, nah, I ain't with that foo-foo shit. I ain't painting my fucking fingernails. What the fuck wrong with you? Why am I wearing a fucking shower cap? Them little boys look like they goddamn millennial-ass mother wearing a damn stocking, a shower cap at fucking Target. Now they doing that shit while they're streaming, and they're boys. That's women. The problem with the young men is their fucking mothers. That's women. Their fucking mothers didn't want their fathers in the household raising their damn sons like men. That's women again. As long as you can pay child support. It's women. It's women. Why is there child support for women? Because of women. Like, men didn't agree on that. That's the stupidest thing for a bunch of greedy men to agree about. Of course women push that shit through. Come on now. This is easy. That's why I be saying I can't wait long enough for my sisters of the land to wake they goofy ass up. On Mama Inga, a woman. On Queen Khalifa, a woman. On Rebecca, aka Pocahontas, a woman. I can't wait for her daughters or nieces to wake the fuck up. Wake the griffins and dragons up. Y'all love Game of Thrones, a woman. Yeah. Same fucking story. I can't wait. I can't wait for my sisters to wake up, boy. Hopefully they don't kill me like they do everyone else. On King James, on King Jesus, on Genghis Khan, on Montezuma, on Sidi Muhammad. The shit will flip immediately. Absolutely. The polls will switch overnight. I watched it flip so many times just in the last 10 years because of women in Twitter, women in social media, women in feelings, women in Me Too, women with blue hair, women with all kinds of genders, women with all kinds of ideas, women with all kinds of tarots. Y'all motherfuckers normalize witchcraft amongst Christians. Women. Yo, you can't tell me shit. Women are the influencers. Always have been. So, we're at your services. Whatever you need next. What are we doing next? What's going on? Where we going? Where the game going? Let me know. It's your land, by the way. Yeah, it's my land too, by the way. But you know, I respect the ledge. From my grandmother. I do it for mama, do it for mama. Cause Gucci got cloned. I do it for my mother, so I'm not an enemy. Probably one of the most powerful allies you'll ever have, actually. So, no. I do it for mama, do it for mama. Cause Gucci got clones. Yeah, man. We We try to figure, like I told you, men are trying to figure out how to die honorably. Yeah, that's what we do. Try to go out not a sucker. Easy. Theoretically. Challenging to do, but the waypoint is easy. Everything else is y'all, man. If I have a daughter, all that extra money and all that extra as hard as I'm going, guess why I'm doing that? Because I'm gonna give it to her goofy ass. Not because I want it. It's because I want her to have it. We do it for women. Don't miss it. So thus, back to my sister earlier, the number one reason why I haven't opened up my heart or whatever the fuck it is to let in whatever or any entertaining a female right now is because I know I'm getting older and I know I want my daughter to have a hell of a mother. Someone worth dying for. I haven't found that yet. Y'all parameters a little bit differently. If the shit don't work out, you move on. I get it. I don't have that option. I'm a royal. Literally. My child, that decision is the most important decision I'll ever make in human history. Which bloodline I merge with as John Smith and Carlos V. That wasn't my problem before, but I understand why it never happened before. And ever since I found out, I stopped. It stopped me in my tracks. Jonathan ruined my life. I was 115 matches on Tinder, and Jonathan says, hey, you should go to Ancestry.com. I was talking to bitches between dimensions. And then I saw who I was. Nah, this ain't it. This is a different game, boy. Hell no. Get the fuck out of my face. I had a bitch get mad at me for doing my fucking Ancestry. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna last. So, yeah. No. It's not the same game for us no more. It's not fun either. Games are supposed to be fun. Even if you lose, they can be fun. They encourage you to play it again and win. The games we've been playing with women aren't fun. We're not encouraged to play it again and win. And some of us have daughters to bring here. That's all. So anyway, let me get the fuck up out of here. It's your boy Dayson, aka MG, something. I appreciate y'all's support, the likes, the comments, the subscribes, as per usual. Hopefully this conversation got you through your day. I know it's like almost 8 o'clock on the east side. It's about to be 5 o'clock on the west side and somewhere in between it. Shout out to all the international people. Shout out to all the sisters that deal with all the scathing Negro talk. I appreciate y'all either way. But yeah, it is what the fuck it is out here. And trust me, I'm praying for better days. Trust me, it ain't gonna stay like this. It never does. I'll find her, whoever the fuck she is, if she ain't watching already. You know how these girls are. But until, hopefully you find you and yours, your peace and your tranquility, and hopefully you're able to reprogram some of your thoughts and your dreams and upgrade the polarity and the intensity so that you can live the life that you want and not the life that they're selling you.